there's many things I could say about this game. I'm assuming most people have played it, so I'm not going to worry too much about the cutscenes or what people, if you've never played it before. So sorry. Um, it's still kind of annoying that we still can't use Majora's Mask 3D assets for Two Ship to Arcanine. It is annoying. I did look for them. I used them for a non-live playthrough of Ocarina of Time, and it was awesome. But we got the HD. Like, you'll notice everything is nice. A spoonerism of gentlemen. I'm not sure what spoonerism is, but I'm guessing it's like internet slang. But that's what I thought. Like an anagram of gentleman. That's cool. That's the only time we hear Navi, exactly. See, I like how it doesn't specifically tell you he's off to find Navi, but it's not subtle by any means. He's going to find Navi. We hear Navi's little twinkle, and then we get his relationship with Tatl. So, but they just don't ever say the word Navi. An entrance word describing the other players in the server chat room and smaller players, noobs in the gaming community. Fishin mailed. I like that one. The Skull Kid. I always loved his design. I thought he looked great in this game. I did watch a short half-hour video on just to kind of like brush up again on like the I can't skip any of this, by the way. I'm sure I could if I change the settings, but whatever, let's just watch it. But I brushed up on the development of this game, and basically it had to be made in a year, and then Miyamoto was like, we can extend it, and Onuma was like, no, we're gonna do this in a year. Even though he was the one most stressed out. But this game, there's a lot to discuss in this game. Yeah. Eamon says, on the hunt for Navi after she made a run for it at the end of Ocarina of Time. Yeah, she's like, I'm not hanging out with this guy anymore. I was hoping they put a setting in. I looked for it yesterday when I was setting this up, but sometimes the PC ports, they do stuff to like update the game, obviously. I was looking for something to get rid of that fog, but I couldn't find it. So there it is. Where did Navi actually end up? We got free camera controls. Alright, I'm not gonna... We're just gonna go classic. I love these little hops, like the little back flips and things, or front flips. I don't know where Navi ended up. That's a great question. From what I understand, in the Zelda universe, fairies are like spiritual beings. I don't know if the Japanese would consider them as like on the level of like a kami, but I think they're supposed to be some sort of spiritual creature. So maybe to where all the fairies live. And this right here established him as a horrible villain. He got rid of Epona. Jerk. I meant to figure out how to do a save state, so it would be a lot easier for me to stop and go when I needed to, but... So in the interview in one of the interviews about this game, I don't know if this is new to you guys or I just learned it yesterday and everybody knew it, but apparently this dream, I think it was Onuma, he actually like was so stressed out about this game, he had a dream that was just like this, where he was being chased by Deku Scrubs, and then he came in the next day and the guy showed him the whoever was working on it, like what this cutscene would look like, and he's like, "That's the dream I had last night." There's a theory that fairies fulfill a certain purpose and then disappear after it has been accomplished. That is why the fairies that heal Link simply disappear. Ah, interesting. Navi helped Link stop gaining so as far as her time, but she doesn't want Link to see her disappear, so she flies away. Some people headcanon that Navi simply ceased to exist. Like any healing fairies do, the headcanon was that fairy somebody... Yep, exactly. Wow, you guys are on the same page there. Jeez. TF2 engineer to Deku Link, you're ugly. Oh, she's sad. How much personality a little ball of light with wings can have. It's quality animation. See, this always bothered me in Termina, that those bushes running away from you, that was a sign for you to use the Keaton mask and get the fox to pop up. But I was like, I wonder if I can get back here. You can't get back here. You never can. And it's bothered me since I was a kid. I've tried to get back here, and I wonder if any speedrunner has actually done it. I'm right now what's going on in my head is like, okay, so Samus was a silent protagonist, Link is a silent protagonist. Why does it work in this game and not in Metroid Prime 4? This is going through my head right now. There will be some controls mistakes because I didn't take the time to look at the controls. Yeah, I don't think you can get back without wall clipping. The main reason I wanted to get back was because I wanted to play the Song of Healing to the petrified Deku Scrub over there, which haunted me as a child. I'm like, ugh, I can't believe I get to bring some this game. Okay, oh man, this is gonna be a long conversation. Anyway, I wanted to go back and heal this guy. I'll explain more about my reasoning on this later, which I don't think is very controversial, but this game is all about bringing happiness in the face of, like, annihilation. And this is the one thing you don't really get to rectify in the game. At least off the top of my head. I can't think of anything else that you don't get to rectify this, right this wrong. He's done. And the game knows it, because you see the butler weeping before his son at the end of the game. But there's absolutely no Return to Lost Woods, right? Yeah, I think so. Especially after you find out about the Butler Deku. Yeah. Also, some people think the Petrified Deku Kid is actually the template for the Deku mask. You mean, like, I mean, story-wise, that's very clearly they're hinting that it's the Butler's son. And that's where the mask came from. And here we get an awesome line. A very famous line. I love it. Met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Creeper. I wouldn't say it's the theme of Majora's Mask that you can't save everyone. Because by getting the masks and then getting the dawn of the new day, if you get all the masks, you do see that everybody does have a happy ending that you interact with and get the masks for. So even though you can't, yes, I would agree with you if that scene wasn't in there. But because you obviously can't save everybody in a 3-day cycle, which is something you do have to kind of reconcile. So I'll retract 50%. I think part of that's right. Seeking the Sky. That's a good observation. It's Vati's laugh. Did this game come out before or after the game with Vati in it? I can't remember. So yeah, feel free to bring up Zelda theories, game design stuff, you know, whatever. There's so much to talk about with this game that, you know, I actually took some notes down of some things I want to discuss. And I think for like this first episode, let's see, I took some notes, things I want to talk about. Okay, so just so you guys know where I'm coming from when it comes to like analyzing this game, there's a concept in media and in storytelling called death of the author, which I might have talked about before, so forgive me if this is a repeat. But it's the idea that while, like, looking at, like, this game, for example, was written and created by a group of people, but Onuma was definitely had a big hand in it. And his insight as to what things mean is important, but what is more important is what the game actually communicates. Okay? So if Onuma's like, says in an interview, this game is all about being thankful for what you have. You know, he would then have to make arguments with examples from the game to like make that clear. Okay? And in that sense, while every interpretation of this game, it's fine to make that assertion, it doesn't mean that every claim about what this game is about is valid. Okay? So that's one thing. Like, if you're going to make a claim about what this game's all about, you know, you should be able to back it up with the game itself, not necessarily what Onuma, even though he's the author, thinks about it. Because he might have done a poor job in communicating his idea. Okay, so that's one thing. Also, what this game means to you is different than what this game is communicating. So, like, this game has a lot of emotion behind it, and this part is a little subjective. It's like how this game impacts you, the player, or is a valid thing. Like, you can say, oh, this part of the game really impacted me because of XYZ. So you can definitely say that, which is, but when you kind of reach that when you go too far and say, and that's what this game is all about, then that's a bit of a problem. You know, because again, you have to kind of back it up with evidence from the game itself. So we could talk about all sorts of stuff, you know, how people interpret this game, what it means, but I'm coming at it from, there are objective things that we can determine about this game, like it's all about happiness, spreading happiness, and it's all about you can't save everyone. That's definitely true. But, you know, that's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't want to go in here completely saying every interpretation of this game is valid, because I don't think that. Even if that's what Onuma wanted, even if he said, I want people to this to be open to interpretation. It's like, yes, you could do that, but the game itself, you know, you got to then back that up with events that happen in the game itself and what the game is actually communicating. Okay. I'll get to the comments in a second. I gotta figure out what to do now. It's been a while since I've played this game, and I thought just by going to the ferry, I could start the side quest where I could find the fairies. Is that true? Yo, please find the one stray fairy who's lost in... Oh, that's right. I thought there were 4. There's only 1 at the start. And I checked every place that it wasn't. I know where it is. Okay. Yes, I'll turn down the game audio a bit. Brings up the Link is dead theory. Oh yeah, that theory. Yeah. And it says, the death of the author is a literary theory introduced by Roland Barthes in 1967, meaning the text meaning isn't dictated by the author's life or intent, but rather the reader's interpretation. Right, but I'm using... I don't take it that far. When I first learned about it, it was just actually Mahler and his crew brought it up. What I'm saying is, and I do think that this is more important, and if that is the original theory that I'm not quite... I think the theory should be tweaked. I'm tweaking it to more of what the literary what the literature actually communicates is determined by the text itself. Okay, so like you and I, we'd all agree that if I said that this game was about, like, let's take an extreme example. This game is about I'm trying to think of something completely ridiculous. Okay, we could do a blunt example. This game is about Link returning to his love Zelda. On a thematic level. Like, if I were to make that claim, you would say, well, wait a minute, why? That doesn't make any sense. There's nothing in... Zelda shows up for one point in this game, but then all of a sudden... You know, he never mentions her. There's no cutscenes with her. There's no scene of Link looking at a picture of Zelda longingly. How can you say that? It's like, you and I would both agree that that's not a valid interpretation, because there's nothing in the text itself or in the game itself to back that up. So that's what but if Onuma says that, if the author says, oh yeah, this game's totally about Link returning to Zelda, I would say, you might have intended that, Onuma, but you failed to communicate that. And what this game actually communicates is XYZ, and here's why. That's what I mean when I say death of the author. So I have to look into the details of it, so because I might be wrong in using that term, death of the author. But that's my view on literary interpretation. And it comes from being someone who's more of like a textual originalist, meaning I want to know what all of these words and like why the images and story beats meant when they were made, And, like, yes, the author's intent is very important, but it's not the end-all, be-all. Check the laundry pool, yeah. I haven't forget this won't be a repeat of Metroid Prime 2 Seeking the Sky, I promise. Where you're directing me the whole time. Shoot, what did she tell me to do? Maybe it will be. Oh yeah, she gave me magic. Okay, that's right. Uh-oh. Looking is with the other control stick. I also kind of wonder how Majora's Mask and the Fierce Duty Masks factor into the adult timeline. Wouldn't that be interesting to explore? Yes, it would. Personally, I've always been in the camp that Majora's Mask is a game about stages, the stages of grief and accepting death. Literal snot bubbles. Yeah, that's another theory that I kind of like. That it's all about the stages of grief. And that's a valid, I think that is a valid interpretation to explore. Like, off its face, it's not quite as ridiculous as, like, this game's about clowns, and there's no clowns in the game. You know, that's all I mean. I'm just saying, not, it's fine to say to yourself, oh man, I got this out of the game, and it impacted me in this way, but it's another thing to say, and this is what the game was trying to communicate the whole time. Like, you can't really do that unless you back it up. But yeah, the Stages of Grief one is definitely has a stronger merit to what this game is actually all about than this game's all about clowns or Link returning to Zelda. Oh, come here, you little... Don't go in the loading zone! Yeah, they are super fast, which is why I'm like, okay, wait, I have to stop talking and actually... and actually focus here. Alright, where's this last one? Oh, he's down at the pool. I think. Oh, no, he's not. Shoot. Where'd he go? Oh, he's up. Yeah, that's right. I have to go into the inn. There he is, that little brat. Oops. I hate when he goes back. Oh, come on. Why? Ugh. I'll reload him. It is the worst. Hopefully he reloaded and it's not. Okay, good. Don't have to do some weird shenanigans to get past him and get the Hyrule Field early. No. Okay. Yes, I gotta herd him like a sheep. Yeah. Aw, no way, you finally got me. I forget, is the code the same time? I mean, the same every time? I think it is. Two, 1, 4, 3, 5. 2, 1, 4, 3, 5. Pretty sure it is. Okay. There was a time when I did have that memorized. 2, 1, 4, 3. A lot of pretty cool stuff down there. So you notice how this is like, this is the tutorial section of the game, essentially, where you're like learning the ropes of moving around in movement, but it doesn't feel like a tutorial section. Like you're actually doing stuff that progresses the plot and gaining knowledge about the world. You know, that's, the Zelda series is hit or miss sometimes on that, but oh my goodness, seriously? Yeah, okay. No. Why can't I do it? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh. I'm dumb. I swear this won't be like Metroid Prime 2 Seek the Sky. I promise. I loved this place as a kid. I love the detail that they put in. Look. Let's picture a Tingle. The chicken. Mr. Scarecrow. We'll see you later. This game is awesome. Well, a strange-looking child. Clearly not a child. The Wide Room Majora Lane is an interesting non-place. Yeah. Is it not even on the map or something? My favorite theory about the moon is that Zelda and Star Fox share a share a universe, and or at least Termina and Star Fox share a universe, and the moon is the asteroid from the Asteroid Belt mission. With it's the asteroid with a face. Yeah, that was one of the. I mean, you could technically say it's one of those rooms that is part of that tutorial aspect of it, where they want to make sure that you understand how to use the shot, the bubble shot. There's just so much going on in this part of the game. It's simple and it's straightforward, but it really it gives you a tour of Clocktown. It builds out the world. It gives you a ton of questions. It teaches you the game mechanics. I don't know, and it gets you excited to actually get out of Clocktown. In a lot of ways. Okay, now I have to caveat this. In a lot of ways, this game did improve upon. Technically speaking, improved upon Ocarina of Time. I still think Ocarina of Time is a masterpiece, and therefore this game is also a masterpiece. But they pulled off what Tears of the Kingdom did not. Tears of the Kingdom reused the same game world. This game reused a ton of different assets from the game, but it didn't. It still feels new and fresh. You know, that was oh man, what a missed opportunity. I like the HD textures that these guys added in. Why can't I look? Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing. The game did not have the same sense of wonder that that Breath of the Wild had because of the map. It's like what people say happened between Bioshock 1 and 2. I think we talked about this before. How it's like people were used to Rapture. We were used to the era of the Wild Hyrule, and therefore it didn't hold the same sense of wonder and exploration, even though there was the depths. Okay, start. Okay. There you go. I got a deed. Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Tears of the Kingdom is an incredible game. It's like a huge accomplishment. It's a lot of fun. It's just, you know, story-wise and feel-wise, a gameplay experience includes everything. You know, music, art direction, story is huge, and gameplay, and the overall experience is something worth talking about. Technically the game is amazing, the gameplay is a ton of fun, but the overall gameplay experience is just dragged down by the fact that they reused the map. So, you know, it's a shame. But this game avoided that by putting Link in a new setting, even though it reused all the assets. It wasn't like, oh, it's just the same assets all over again. It kind of had the same feel that the day and night cycle had between the day and night cycle and the child and adult timeline had an Ocarina of Time, whereas you knew you were entering into the same world, but now it's nighttime. What's different? That was your big thing in your mind. And there was a little bit of that going on with Tears of the Kingdom, but not enough. Or I don't know. I don't really know how to put it to words. You wanted to explore the same areas over and over again because you want to know what's different, and they did that with the upheaval, but a lot of it was just repetitive. I remember playing Tears of the Kingdom and going back to... Remember the big fortress that you can scale and you get to the top and there's those cannons at the top? And being in Breath of the Wild being like, man, I hope there's some DLC where I actually can go into the fortress. And then in Tears of the Kingdom, the upheaval happens. And there's now a hole in it. And you're like, oh, I'm finally going to get to go into this fortress. And you go in, and it's just a generic cave. One of the hundreds that are now littered over Hyrule. And it's like, what a wasted opportunity. You know? I also don't like the inexplicable disappearance. Yes, exactly. That was another thing. It's they tried so hard to distance it from Breath of the Wild, not realizing that Breath of the Wild was what made it special. Oh man, I love the work they did to make these posters actually show things. I guess this is a good part of the game to to just discuss stuff because we just have to wait. Is there anything else I can do right now that like I can collect money, I guess? Hang on one second. Okay. Sorry about that. There's that Deku Flower game. Oh, yeah. Good idea. Where is that? I think another reason why this game appealed to so many people. Wait, where is it? I am Burning Daylight. It's not in here. This is the arrow one, right? Yeah. It's okay. We still have the final day. North Clock Town. Oh. Thank you. Well, can't do it now. Hang on, I'm actually going to use this time to this is the UI for the game, and I had accidentally controls. Okay, these are all the controls, graphics, general. I need camera. I want y-axis. I do not want inverted x-axis. I don't want free look because that's messing with right stick aiming while moving. Invert. Okay, we'll see how that works. Okay, here's a question for everyone. Does this game need the Zelda IP? Need the Zelda IP to be as good as it is? The game's not exist in a vacuum, so I suppose we'll never know. Wait, so wait, what's the question? It's behind the fence. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. See this guy, I missed you, man. But I didn't really need any help during Metroid Prime 4. Because the game is so simple. Wait, Tim, you said, okay, here's a question. Does this game need the Zelda IP to be... Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Like, if they palette swapped everything. That's a good, yeah. I tend to agree with Seeking the Sky. The game doesn't exist in the vacuum, and part of its familiarity is what drew people to it. Because again, like, this is a character we know. This is Link. Hi, Link. From Ocarina of Time, a game we adore. And now he's on a new adventure in a completely new world. And it's all part of the overall experience of the game. And all of these characters that we're kind of familiar with already. So it kind of drives that exploration, and we want to figure... It's a mystery box, essentially, that's never really quite answered. And, you know, mystery boxes, they can be pulled off really well or poorly. Here, they never really address it. Like, where is Termina? Why is this happening? And that's part of the overall experience of the game, I think. So, well, if this game was completely palette swapped with a new protagonist and everything, could it have done really well? Yes, it could have. But where it fits in the overarching story of Zelda, while it is kind of disconnected like Link's Awakening, it does have a place. And like Seeking the Sky said, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. Hey, buddy. Hurry, 6 hours to go. This place will shut down for the day if you don't hurry. Oh. It's okay, guys. I'll come back. Seeking the Sky says, Zelda games are one of two things. One, Link goes to the destined adventure to defeat Ganon, or two, Link ends up in a bizarre world trying to find his way out. Watch the clock. I just am engrossed in the conversation, guys, okay? I'll come back. Don't worry. It's not like I'm it's not like the world's gonna end tomorrow, okay? Where's Tingle? I guess I could get money. Well, I'm all gonna lose it. I'm gonna make another nerdy point now while I have you guys captive. In this, I'm gonna pontificate again. Sorry. Hey there, little guy. Won't you deposit some rupees? Nowadays, even if people have money, they don't deposit nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Wait, this is new. I'm not supposed to be able to do this, right? Like, in the original game, he rejects you because of he's a Deku scrub, right? I can't remember. We should try to ask game theory questions to try to see how many time-based things we can make him miss. I don't think so. Mandela effect? Okay. Probably. I was wrong. Okay, ready? Here's my nerdy take here that combines two of my favorite one of my favorite IPs and one of my favorite authors, but I mentioned Tolkien's On Fairy Stories before. And one of the reasons I think this game is so well loved, and a lot of Zelda games are so well loved, is because it fits the bill for Tolkien's criteria for what makes a fairy story and like the purpose of them. Okay? Alright, here we go. There's 3 purposes to fairy stories. 3. The first is called recovery, he calls it. And basically, when you're interacting with a fairy story correctly, it helps you you engage with this fantasy world, and then when you go out into the real world, you then have a greater appreciation for what you do have. It's like, I think he or maybe it was Lewis who expounded upon this, but basically, like, when you go through a magical forest in a fantasy world, it makes real world forests seem more magical. Like that kind of idea. Okay, that's the first. So this magical world, because of its themes and how it works, kind of makes our own real world more magical in a sense. The second is escape. Okay, escapism, which wasn't a bad thing to Tolkien. He goes to great lengths to distinguish between escapism and you abandoning your duty, which I've already talked about. But escapism is there is something about the world that is filled with the world is filled with troubles and everything like that, and it's good to get away from that sometimes and interact with a world that is not your own and filled with wonder. And also has its own dangers, but you're removed from it. And the final thing that I think is most important is a happy ending. Okay, so he calls it consolation, but essentially it's the idea that in Tolkien's mind, every fairy story, if it didn't have a happy ending, it wasn't a fairy story. Because you need this cathartic moment to bring the whole story to a close. And if you don't have that, then you're missing the point of the purpose of fairy stories. He calls it a eucatastrophe, like the opposite of catastrophe. So the game is filled with catastrophes, but then at the very end, there's the eucatastrophe, the good one that appears, and kind of rights all wrongs. And that game has this like in spades, especially if you get all the masks. So while there are times when a not happy ending is appropriate for stories, but I think there's something about humans that just love the happy ending, and it's part of what makes this game great. Like there's good happy endings and there's bad happy endings, but this game has a really good like ending to the story that really makes it satisfying. So I think, were this game written down, Tolkien would approve of it. Hey, Buffy. Haha. What you gonna do now? All that for nothing. Yes, the ominous undertone. That's another thing about this game. The third day has that, like, ominous undertone. Did you know, New Game Plus says, did you know that the routine for playing the bell sound in this game is hilariously unoptimized? No, I did not know that. Tolkien's fairy story versus the hero's journey. Yeah, the hero's... I mean, I think both can exist, for sure. I mean, the hero's journey is present throughout Tolkien's writings. And he wrote on fairy stories before he wrote Lord of the Rings. So, Lord of the Rings is his attempt to tell a true fairy story. Which is why the ending is the way it is. Don't want to spoil it if you haven't saw the movies. Yeah, the ominous undertones. All that for nothing. Well, yeah, that I don't know I think if you're referencing like the not happy ending, like yeah, that's people get to the point where you know, you watch a story. That's why like telling a good story is supposed to have good setups and payoffs. And when you don't set things up properly, the payoff just doesn't hit as hard. And that's why it's like you want your hero to go through hell, because if he doesn't go through hell, then the ending, like the positive ending, doesn't really mean as much. Like Sam and Frodo had to go through hell, only to actually like fail in their quest for the ending to actually mean anything, you know? Makes me think of Brandon Sanderson. Says he can't write a grimdark stories. When he tried, it was Grimdark Assassin that ended up with love and a happy ending. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that's what... I'm who knows why George R.R. Martin hasn't finished. Yeah, totally. That's totally what I was gonna do. Get the get the Tingle map. Never has a character been so hated and loved as Tingle. Where'd he go? Oh, man. Too busy talking that I was late again for another timed event. This game's gonna be hard, guys, because of that. Anyway, I think one of the reasons that George R.R. Martin is having trouble finishing his story is because I think he tried to base it off of reality and like real history, and in that, like, heroes don't exist. In a sense, like, he's made that abundantly clear that, like, you play nice, you're gonna die. And I think if I had to give my own reason as to why he's kind of stalled out, is because he doesn't know where the story can go. Like, he inadvertently set up a big bad in the Night King, but I don't think he wants to take it there, because then if the Night King is gone, then the existential threat of the world is gone, and I don't think he knows where to take it after that. I think because he didn't structure it like a traditional fairy tale, like Tolkien's fairy tale analysis or criteria, he's kind of stuck as to where he wants to take it. Alright, guys. For those of you who don't know, Brandon Sanderson is the author of Mistborn and the Stormlight Archives, Skyward, and Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians. Evil Librarians? That's cool. I'm going to write that down, actually. I've been thinking about different fantasy books. My wife right now is all into the Pendragon cycle. She's been listening to those books non-stop, and she loves them. So I've been thinking getting back into fantasy fantasy reading. You're reasonably sure he just went up into balloon mode. Why? Oh, sorry, the control's a little weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Mistborn and Stormlight. What a convoluted door. Guess it would keep people out. Gotta go. The end of the world happens because I was looking for Tingle. Or because I can't play the game properly. Yeah. So are we all in agreement that the goddess of time is Hylia? Right? That's right. Wow, because of the HD, you can really tell that the stars are just pixels. Oh, man. They should have fixed that. Talk about immersion breaking. Hyrule Warriors, the first one with Sia in it, is not canon though, right? I love that scream he does. It's so awesome. I want to know who recorded that. Bird o'clock. You got the Ocarina of Time back. Princess Zelda gave you this precious instrument. Set to C and use A. Suddenly, memories of the princess come rushing back to you. See, this is important for the game because this is one of the games where Zelda is not really present, but yet she still fulfills her function as a kind of like divine aid for Link. So wherever she's present in a game, she kind of represents the providential spiritual aid that Link receives. And Link is he's the muscle. I actually okay, hang on. Sorry, the other control stick is what I'm supposed to use. Yeah, I have heard that theory before, that Hyrule Warriors should have been canon because it would converge the timelines, which would give us Breath of the Wild, which I thought a convergence of the timelines would have made way more sense, but then Tears of the Kingdom ruined it. Anybody, Goddess of Time, help us. Okay, oh man, look at the HD. This looks amazing. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right A down. Right A down. Personally, I think there's more evidence to suggest that Zelda is the goddess of time, or sorry, Hylia is the goddess of time, because Zelda has both light and time. The one useful thing about, I mean, she has the Ocarina of Time. It's her family heirloom. And then she also has time powers in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know. I think it fits. The way it is, Hyrule isn't canon. Wouldn't it be cool if it got the true story adaptation? Yeah, I mean, my biggest problem with the Hyrule Warriors games is that the stories always seem to be pretty weak, and I haven't played the newest one. The gameplay for me is just too The gameplay for me is just too unrealistic. If I can even say that as a gamer. But I remember in in the Breath of the Wild one, the Age of Calamity, you get like you oh, I gotta go back here. Alright, we'll get the Song of Healing and we'll turn back to a kid and then we'll save it. Were you able to recover your precious item? I love the organ just shows up out of nowhere. Kojima. Not Kojima. What was the name of the composer who wrote all this awesome Zelda music? Someone help me. He's awesome. Bye. Heals magics. Yeah, I mean, this game definitely has the very strong theme of, like, healing from the past. The Deku mask. Koji Kondo, yes. Koji Kondo. He just shows up and writes masterpieces. Part of me wants more depth into Majora, but I think they just need to leave it. I don't want any more backstory. I just want to be like, we don't know where he came from. There was the manga that like isn't really canon that showed like the origin of Majora or something like that. But I kind of like how it's just mysterious, like we don't know where. He's probably part of the demon tribe that was controlled by Demise. And that's it. I think if they were to try to explain, like if they were to try to add more lore in different games that explained Termina or explained Majora or explained the Happy Mask Salesman or explained this game in any deeper way, it would retroactively ruin this game. So as much as I want to know more about this game, I'm fine with having just do theorizing about it. Yeah, the dancing beast. It was a cool idea. Like, I liked it when I read it. And it's so far, like, out there and removed that maybe there's no, like, conflict with where this thing comes from. Yes, exactly. Too much knowledge ruins the magic. I'm like expecting my little communicator to pop up and Miles being like, "Did you get the green energy crystals? Feel free to explore, but don't go that way." Or that way, or that way. Seeking this guy says, headcanon, Majora's Mask originated from the pre-Sheikah Dark tribe. It and the fierce deity were two calamitous demons that served Demise, along with the demons of the bound chest. Yeah, maybe. See, I don't really like the term headcanon. Because you can make you could use the context from the games, that from established canon, to build that argument, and that could be a pretty darn good argument. And someone just saying, "Oh, that's just headcanon," is like, it's like very dismissive of maybe what could be a real working theory. So yes, that was my first thing. To use the inverted Song of Time. I have to learn it though, right? From Mr. Scarecrow. Yo, baby! Okay, time will pass in a blink of an eye even if I dance with me. Shall we? Do I have to dance with him? No, once you have the Song of Time, you can use it. Okay, thank you. No. Shall we dance? No. Oh, oops. Sorry. I meant to hit no. Okay, oh, wait, sorry. Down. Oops. I did it by accident. I played the right song by accident. So it's down, A, right. Okay, hang on. Oops. Down, A, right. Down, A, right. There we go. I knew I could do it. It would be horrible if it was made today. They would try to tell too much. There would be no restraint with the story, I think. I mean, that was, in a sense, the problem with Tears of the Kingdom. They had a story in mind, and it revealed too much. And in that one sense, it was very not like previous Zelda games. Breath of the Wild had restraint, but because this was a direct sequel in the same world, it built upon everything and teetered over to the point where this is not good anymore. It removed mystery and wonder from the world because it told everything, which is, it's so funny because like unless you're like a Silmarillion guy and you read the Silmarillion, Tolkien's world had that. Like, he had that restraint with Lord of the Rings. Like, if you just read Lord of the Rings, you're gonna be filled with that sense of wonder. And I would argue, even with the Silmarillion, there's still that there. But that's, like, extra. The Skull Kid and Fairies would likely suffer from Marvel writing, and we'd constantly hit with sus lingo. Yeah, I mean, there is a trend in media today that to use modern colloquialisms in games, which kind of removes immersion from it. Like, this is a fantasy world with its own culture, and I need to believe that. That's my Ocarina. Alright. Alright, I think we're good. Hey, thank you for the follow, GMJPSKYWNN. Don't know how to pronounce that, but thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright. I think we're good to go. Happy Saturday, everyone. We're on our continued journey through Majora's Mask on 2-Ship 2 Harkinian. That's why the game looks so crisp with some new HD textures and things like that. Hope you don't mind. I know some people are a little picky with their retro games. This game is special to a lot of people. And I have encountered people saying that you should play it in its native resolution as it... as the game was built to be played with on like old CRTVs and things like that. Man, they did a really good job with this, and whoever made the HD texture pack just kind of brings some new life to it. I am going to try to go for 100%, getting all the masks. But it's been literally 2 decades since I've picked up this game, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, hang on. There we go. Little stutter there. I also, like, you know, I know this game. I've played it, but I'm not by any means, like, an expert. So I'm not going to be taking like optimal routes and things like that. We're here mostly to discuss game design and game design philosophy and any cool Zelda lore that we might bring up. Tael and I drew this with the Skull Cube when we first met him. I think why this game... So yesterday, when I was talking about this with Seek the Sky and a few of the other guys in the chat, I mentioned how this game is all about bringing happiness to people in spite of, you know, in the face of horrible things happening. And he said, well, this game is also about the fact that you have to accept that you can't save everyone. And I think it's both of those things, but also just like the age-old, the timeless message of friendship and how important it is. Like, look at that. Like, there's the timeless trope of... Well, sorry. There's the new modern trope, which has been done to death, of the villain is just a misunderstood character. In that sense, there's no real evil, and you get a little bit of that here, but then of course he finds Majora's Mask, and you know, the Skull Kid, he is partially responsible. He mugged the he mugged the Happy Mask salesman, so he's not completely blameless in how he became evil. And it's also clear that there is a big bad, and it is influencing things. You know, it's a bit more nuanced than today's, like, oh, the villain just had something bad happen to him early in his life, so therefore he's sympathetic, and we should pity him or her. I suppose I should get the map. But I don't think I can afford it right now. Hey, Seek this guy. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. I got a stick. New Game Plus, good to see you. Yeah, a unique take on their villains. That's like, it's not quite the whole like, oh, look at this villain, he's just misunderstood. It's bit more complex. Like, the Skull Kid is definitely not as bad as we think he is, but he's also not. He had a hand to play in his own demise. But what I was getting at was, along with the whole, like, you can't save everyone, it's all about spreading happiness. The game is about, like, the power of friendship. Were I to re-edit this, I put, like, a big rainbow. Like, the power of friendship. And just not wanting to be alone, and how you need to lean on your friends to help you out. Because Tatl and Tael did nothing to push the Skull Kid away. It was only once he became the Skull Kid that his actions led to his friends leaving him. But now that I'm thinking about it, like, okay, how did the giants, the Skull Kid was upset because the giants were his friends. And he like, perceived them leaving him, even though they really didn't. If you're new to this channel, we're going to overanalyze the heck out of this game. So, just be prepared for that. Can't afford, yeah, exactly, yeah. Of course, as I left Clocktown, I forgot that I forgot to take my money out of the bank. Typical. I don't have to do the boat cruise, right? I can't remember. I think I need to go save what's-her-face. Stuff of nightmares. Give me money. I think Koume Inkotake's theme in Ocarina of Time is one of the best tracks in the game. It's only you only hear it, I think, twice in their little cutscenes, and it's always like cut off before it gets to like the crazy parts that are really cool. The boundless sorrow contained in the mask comes rushing into the wearer all at once. How could you not scream? Where's that from? Is that I saw that's in quotes. Is that from the game itself? Oh yeah, here it is. You can hear the theme. Do, 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 do. See that? Yeah, one of the devs said it. Okay. See, that's one of the instances where someone who wrote on the game said is actually fits with it. It's not like he said, oh, the boundless happiness of the mask comes rushing into them. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. But sorrow, that makes a ton of sense because of all the horrible things that have happened to them. You know, that's an instance where my whole unique take on Death of the Author thing kind of is like, you know, it's not a hard and fast rule. Sometimes it does help to have the insight of the people who made the game. Okay, I remember now. I have to go in there, find her, go back, and then find her again. Gotta follow the monkey. Hey, buddy. I almost like just intuitively hit my left D-pad to bring up my scanner so I could scan everything. Oh. If you're just joining from Majora's Mask, I just did a long stint through Metroid Prime 2 and 4 and part of 3, so that's why I'm like, I gotta scan this and this. I do not have anything that gives me energy. Okay, now we gotta go talk to her sister. Fun fact, she's standing on a box of oranges. Gag rap. Yeah. Yeah, I knew exactly what you're trying to spell there. Sounds like those. I always thought it sounded like it's saying rat trap. Like the mouse transformer in Beast Wars. Is she standing in oh yeah, she is. Yeah, you can see it. She's standing on a box of oranges. That's cool. Now, I'm curious, how many people, when this game first came out and you played it for the first time, you took this jar all the way to Koume, and you didn't, or whoever's there, one of the sisters, and you didn't quite master the giving function, and instead of giving her the red potion, you accidentally just like drink it in front of her. And then you have to go all the way back and get it again. I did that once. I'm gonna try my best not to do it here. Yeah, I played this game a lot, and I'm just... Okay, hang on. I gotta make sure I do this right. Okay, press start. Set an item to C. And then choose the item with C. That's not... like how she, like... Yeah. Oh, these... Pain and suffering, suffering and pain. Speen. I thought she was gonna go Super Saiyan. Oh, did I go backwards? I think that gesture was appropriate. You have strange powers. No, me be watching you. Poison water temple. Something I think that, like, I know this threw me for a loop when I first played this game. was I remember hearing there's only 4 temples, and I was like, only 4 temples? That's kind of lame. I want at least 8. But you know, even as a young kid, I quickly realized it's like, oh no, this game is. It's like every section of the map is like 2 temples in and of itself, because you have like the puzzles you got to solve in the main area, in the overworld, and then the temple, which I think is a really cool like design switch up to kind of keep things fresh. Like you don't really feel like the game is any less, unlike in Metroid Prime 4, where you very like the lack of the addition of a maze, the addition of a desert with no like interconnectivity, like the removal of something is definitely felt in Metroid Prime 4. Oh, oops. Alright, where's Tingle? I want the map. Oh, he's up there, okay. I have to change the controls, because I have to aim with this stick. And it's really kind of janky. I can't look up. That's weird. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. I can move, but I can't. That's weird. Sorry guys. Let me... Okay, the game is running, so I can get hit. I gotta not die. Hang on. Faster Deku launch. Gameplay. Settings. Controls. Okay, hang on. I want... C right. I want it to be... right stick. I want C up. There is no C up. Oh, that's look. Yeah, C up should be X. This should be... Okay, so I want to map... Right, hang on. That'll be my A button. So C down. I'm just going to do it the way they had it, so C right. C left, C down. Down, up. Don't want X there. Stick, okay. D-pad, analog stick. Oh yeah, you're right. There's a time limit on this game. Thank you, Seek the Sky. Okay, additional right stick. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know how to, analog stick. Okay, so that's this one. I don't want to look with this one. I want... Sorry, I'm just doing this because it's going to be a pain in the neck to aim if I don't figure this out. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Let's see. Because I was able to aim before. Oh, okay. I can't aim because I set the... That's why. Okay. I get it. Okay, I know what to do. Yeah, because I set that the right stick for the C buttons, and I can't do that. Because that's what I'm using to aim. Okay, so I'm using Y and B. That means I can use C right, can be A. I'll make, let's see, left, D-pad, D-pad, D-pad. Okay, that should fix it. Okay, now I should be able, yeah, there we go. Where's Tingle? There he is. Yes, that's much better. Aha! It's more like location, sub-dungeon, main dungeon. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. And man, they did such a good job of like cramming the overworld with things to do, like on a level that's just such a big improvement over, in that one aspect, than Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is a very condensed story. It moves you along. There are some side quests for sure, but you know, it's a much more. I know I've been talking about linearity a lot with Metroid Prime, but you know, there's not too many like things to do to offshoot you. There's a lot, but you know, not like this game. This game is all about the side quests, and I would argue if you just go through the game and don't get any of the maps, and don't get any of the masks, you're missing out on like a huge part of the game. No. They don't like Dayscoot. They don't serve our kind here. The Pictobox. I forget what I'm supposed to take a picture of. The monkey? I'm pretty sure. Let's take a picture of the monkey. There's a froggy. Let's clear out the swamp first. Oh, little edge there. The polygon's not meeting. Oh, the spider house. I forgot about that. Monkey. Exactly. I will say, at first, when I played this game, the time limit of each day really kind of got to me, because I'd never experienced that before in a video game. Like, I don't know if anybody else had that experience, but it was a little stressful before you learned to like manage it. And it's kind of like how, you know, in Prime 2, where you walk into the dark world and your health continually goes down, and you got to worry about, you know, people really didn't like that kind of stressful atmosphere. I got 20 rupees. Alright, let's go back to the Deku Palace. But, you know, it adds something that not other Zelda games don't have. It adds that like, it's weird. All the memes of, like, in Breath of the Wild, like, Zelda's holding off Calamity Ganon all by herself for 100 years. Link, you have to hurry and save her. And then, like, Link's just, like, cooking and fishing and building a home and not saving Zelda. You know, that's fine. That's just part that comes with the gameplay. It's hard to work in a sense of urgency without it being, like, a main gameplay mechanic. Where, like, if you take too long, you will lose the game. Like, I don't think any game's really... I can't think of any game that's actually done that before. Where if you take too long, the game changes. Or you lose. Like an adventure game, at least. Not like a puzzle game or something like that. But this game kind of tries to do... It does both. It, like, yes, you have all... Technically, you have all the time in the world, but you don't. It somehow manages to pull off both at the same time. Like, yes, it's a Zelda game, you can go at your own pace, but there's that clock ticking, and if you're not paying attention, you know, you're gonna get you're gonna get slapped here with a big moon in your face. In the other games, if you take too long, an evil pumpkin will chase you. I like these guys. Hello. This palace is the Deku Kingdom. Oops. I love the design of the Deku King. Hey, monkey. Talk to me again? Oh man, they're gonna boil him alive. That's dark. You're taking too long. It's taking too long. Oh man, I don't remember this. Is my brother alright? No, he's not alright. Yes. little bit of Metal Gear Solid action. Don't know where I'm supposed to go. I think I'm not supposed to go this way. I'm supposed to go the other way. But there is a hole in the ground, I think. Whatever. We'll come back if I need to. I did play the first Metal Gear. Everyone was like complaining about Kojima's comments about how he doesn't get inspiration from video games. He only gets inspiration from movies, which I too thought was kind of weird. And you know, fits with the criticism of him that he just wants to make movies and not video games, and also fits with his most recent games, Death Stranding. But anyway, I was like, you know, I could criticize him, but I've never played one of his games, so why not start at the beginning? So I did purchase the Metal Gear Solid, like the first collection on Steam, and played through Metal Gear Solid 1 that originally came out for, I think it was like the Mega System or something. Anyway, it was rough. That game is difficult. Hey, bean guy. Well. I do need a magic bean. Sorry, I gotta make one more adjustment to my controls. That cannot be A. That has to be right. Okay, good. Don't hit this button. Never let me hit this button. I'll turn it off. And that one will reset the game. And then I lose all my progress. I should be able to save, right? Golden Brown C1, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Deltarune. What's Deltarune? Sounds like a combination of Delta Force and RuneScape. Saving only works the Song of Time. Uh-oh. Yay! So we can buy more beans. Tell me you at least heard of Undertale. Yes, I have heard of Undertale. Nobody in the gaming world could have not heard of Undertale. I've listened to the metal versions of Bone Trussell and Megalovania many, many times. I have not played it. I only know that it's really weird. There's multiple endings, and everyone loves it. So, yeah. Deltarune. So I should play Deltarune. Is it on Steam? I'm assuming it's on Steam, because everything's on Steam. I'm just gonna get caught. Night of the first day. I'm way behind. Way behind in this game. Play Undertale before you play Deltarune. Okay. Oh shoot. Oh, is there I hope there's a pond over here. I think there is. Where I can get fresh water. I think it's over here. Where are you? The hole in the ground, right? Or not. Dang it. I thought there was a hole in the ground I could get fresh water in. Listen, I'm just one guy. I can't play all the games. But I do feel like I should play that one. Just like I felt I should play Metal Gear Solid, which I was trying to get to. So, oh yeah, that's how I got on that topic. Yeah, I played through Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear, and it was rough. But what I liked about it was it I played a little bit of Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, the remake for the GameCube, and it was a lot of fun. I didn't beat the game, but it was a lot of fun. And it just, like, Kojima, at least at that point in his career, and through Metal Gear Solid, he managed to take the gameplay loop of an NES game and maintain it into, like, modern-day consoles. Because it felt very much like playing the original Metal Gear felt very much like playing Metal Gear Solid, just with the sneaking around and avoiding the gaze of, or like avoiding the vision of all the troopers. Oh no! Ugh. Can I stand in this water, or will I'll probably sink. So, I mean, oh, dang it. It was just, I don't know, I just thought that was fascinating, how it's like, gameplay loops, if they're good enough, they can, like, transcend, generational, the console generations. And they're still fun whether you play them. It was fun playing Metal Gear for the first time, because that gameplay loop is fun. Sneaking around and avoiding enemies and using unique items in different situations. Like, that is really fun, and it's fun on the NES, and it's fun on the PlayStation. It's fun in the PlayStation 2 and the GameCube. You know, that's fun. The game, of course, suffered from a lot of the similar things that many NES games did, in that it expected way too much, like, out of the player with regards to picking up what it was throwing down, because it wasn't often throwing down much. And you had to just kind of figure things out on your own by trial and error, or buying a Nintendo Power magazine. Pain. I actually have that, like the original Metal Gear. And you could kind of tell, like, playing the original Metal Gear, like, Kojima had a much wider world in mind with regards to what he wanted to do, but he was just so restricted by the hardware. And I think he eventually got his chance in Metal Gear Solid. Twin Snakes, yeah. I think I bought it at GameStop. played it, didn't finish it, and then sold it stupidly. Like I sold a lot of my gaming youth away because I was dumb. Oh, there we go. I have 2 nephews. One's I think almost 16, the other's 11 now. And as they were growing up, I was telling them, like, do not ever sell. Don't ever sell your old gaming stuff. You keep all of that because you will regret it one day. Getting rid of the gaming stuff of your youth. Alright, how many times do you think I'm gonna fall, guys? Why can't I cancel? Yeah, I'm limited by the technology of my time, exactly. Howard Stark. Ow. Okay, well, that's one. Oh, I forgot it. Wow, at night that happens. I don't remember this part being too annoying, so this will be a real shot to my pride if I... Oh, I guess I could just climb back up. No. Okay, good. And that hitbox there. That's a generous hitbox. Yes, I can climb those boxes, you're right. That Deku Scrub had, like, excellent aim. He just, like, totally shot me out of the sky. Must have been a sniper during his time in the Great Deku Wars. I know there's a shortcut, but whatever. I also like how they started to like work in different kinds of Deku Scrubs. So, like, you see them, they don't all look the same. I mean, there's only a couple, for sure. But, you know, even as a kid, it kind of annoyed me. It's like, this is the race of Gorons, and all the Gorons look exactly the same. Clearly that's due to, like, hardware limitations, for sure. But I just liked how, you know, it's nice when you see that kind of, like, yeah, of course they all look different, just like all humans don't look the same. Started to do that in Breath of the Wild, which is nice. I should have gotten the bomb mask. That's what I should have done. But I didn't. Hey, monkey. This I do remember. Da, 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 da. I can't remember the song he... Do you understand my plight? Yes. I almost hit no. Yes, I will go save the princess. Da 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 da. Yeah. Well, you know that Majora's Mask recompiled. Well, you know about Majora's Mask recompiled, right? The one that came out. Yeah, I do. I think I have both installed on my Steam Deck. Oh, hang on. I missed some things. And I got our game start on Sega Genesis and then moved up to GameCube. I remember all those times when we kept having to open and close the darn thing just to get the game to start again. Did you know about the PS2 static recompilation? Interesting. If you fail, isn't there a scene where they punish the monkey? Alright, now I have to how this music never plays again. Wait, what music? Okay, see now I'm at a point where I need to take. He said to take the shortcut. Yeah, die. How do I get up there again? I forget. What I get for not paying attention. It's a Deku flower. Can I get up there? I'm forgetting everything. Yeah, I have to get up there. Oh, which I think I have to go through the other place. And come out that way. Or not. Not in the southern swamp area, but the Deku Palace outskirts. Oh yeah, the creepy music is gone. I think if I can get to... I can get the temple up. That'll be a good place to stop for the day. Because I'm pretty sure that saves, right? Like, I don't have to keep bringing the temple back up every time I go there. I think if I go there and raise the temple, then I can warp there. Oh yeah, I have to get the song of... Dang it, I thought there was a place to go over there. I think I have to take the boat cruise. Where are you going? That's a great question. Can I get to that part? Man, this is shameful. I beat this game, and when I was a youngster, I intentionally beat this game, got all masks with only 3 hearts. Oh no, wait. I don't think I'm able to do that. Yeah, I beat the game with only 3 hearts though, because that was the challenge I set before myself. But man, it's crazy how you get older and you forget things of your youth. Not you guys though. You guys seem to remember everything. Alright, is it in here that I'm supposed to... Oh yeah, there it is. He told me to do that, and I wasn't paying attention because I was talking, which is going to happen a lot, so sorry. There we go. Yay. You're leaning... I know. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be great. That won't make things stressful. As soon as I start going the wrong way, I just hear bing, 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 bing. What's the latency like? Is it bad? Test. Just saw it. Maybe about 10 seconds or so. Test again. I might have been a few seconds late. Hey, Kimura Gabora Kabora guy, the Sage of Light, who is, what's his name? Rauru, the Sage, who is also the name of the Zonai guy, which threw everyone off. About 8 seconds, okay, not bad. See, my theory with Rauru, and this is why I think Nintendo, they pissed a lot of people off with Tears of the Kingdom and the whole lore thing, because it's very clear Nintendo doesn't like really focus on the lore. They're just like, we'll make a cool game, and then we'll just make a story, and people will just figure it out. Them naming Rauru in Ocarina of Time, and then naming Rauru in Tears of the Kingdom. You know, it's like, why'd they do that? And I think it's because in Nintendo's mindset, they like rename things or make things similar, not so that to communicate any kind of like connection between the characters, but it's more about like function. Like, what is Rauru's function in Ocarina of Time versus his function in Tears of the Kingdom? Functionally, the two characters kind of work the same way. They're both the Sage of Light, and they both, you know, kind of give Link advice. But they're not meant to be understood, and I don't think Nintendo really did this intentionally, but they're not meant to be understood as like, oh, this is a distant relative of Rauru the Sage, somehow. Like, that's not what they intended. I think they were just trying to communicate, oh, these two guys function the same way. You gonna shoot me out of the sky? Probably. Like that sound effect. Wonder if they worshipped here. I wonder who they worshipped. I want to know more about that. I'll have to rage this. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember. Well, let's go talk to the fairy. While I'm here. I guess it is only night of the first day. I could get in there. Yeah, I did play Wind Waker. I love that game. I was one of those people. I was one of those kids that was like, "Oh man, we're not getting the cool, dark, realistic." The cool, dark, realistic Zelda that we wanted, and then I played it, and I was like, "This game is incredible." Yeah, I played it a number of times. 100% of it. It was a lot of fun. I loved exploring the ocean. I know people said it was empty, but I think, like Breath of the Wild, it benefited from its emptiness. Like, having it... Oh, interesting. Okay. Having it not be completely chock full of things to see and do actually made it more enjoyable when you actually did find something. And, you know, each... There wasn't a ton to do in... There was always an island in each grid, you know? And they were all, like, you know, kind of unique. It wasn't always like that, of course, but... Every island had its own, like, unique thing, and a lot of it was, like, built on the world, built the lore, and you could ask questions about it. It was really cool. That game deserves a, an HD port to the Switch, for sure. I was trying to remember it. What is it? Up, left, A, right, A. Oh, no, wait. Oops. Silly me. So, time for the lethal radioactive subjects. Which Toon Link ship is the best? Not the boat kind of ship. You can just soar to the end. Wait. You mean like the relationship? I could talk a lot about this, so I want to make sure that I know what you're saying. You mean like which relationship? Like who should be together? Okay, good. Obviously Zelda. That's my take. I think beyond the... It always has to be... In any game where Link and Zelda are a part of it, they have to share some sort of special connection. Either in, like, in their role together in defeating Ganon. At least that much. They don't always have to be a couple, but they are providentially connected. Which is one of the reasons I didn't like Echoes of Wisdom. Link was treated as like a coworker, rather than any kind of a friend or providentially connected person. And I like the manga that I know it's not canon, but the manga where it shows like the first hero and Hylia, where it like really strongly implies that she's in love with the hero. I don't know, it just makes sense. And then of course Skyward Sword. Like, you cannot tell me that Skyward Sword and Era of the Wild and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Zelda and Link are not together. Like, I do not believe you are being good faith if you're trying to argue that that at least those two pairs are not together. It's quite obvious that Nintendo was trying to do that. Especially with the whole new Zelda journal things. Okay, now I'll look at your comments. Toon Link X Medley Camp. Heresy, I know. SS is definitely Link X Zelda, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to... So, okay, with the whole, like, medley... I know medley used to, like, is connected to being a Zora, so... And then there's the whole, like, Ruto and then Mipha thing. I really want to get, like, an opinion on this that, like, from the Japanese cultural perspective. Because I feel like that's like an inside joke or something. The fact that Link is continually propositioned to marry fish people. You know, it just happens. You know, they might play it off as a joke when us Americans are like, no, they're actually together. But even in Twilight Princess, which is arguably next to Echoes of Wisdom, the one that's like least like where the two are connected. They do share a couple like moments together at the end where they finally are like, okay, we got to take down Ganondorf together. Yeah, I really didn't like the ending of Echoes of Wisdom where... Okay, so, like, at the end of Ocarina of Time, most games in which Zelda and Link are prominent characters, Link and Zelda share, like, a special moment together at the end. But not in Echoes of Wisdom. In Echoes of Wisdom, Zelda shares a special moment with your little fairy friend. Or your little Echo guy, I forget his name. But they share a nice moment together. It would be like if Ocarina of Time, instead of that moment where Link and Zelda are like together in that like sky void talking to one another, if that was with Navi. And, you know, Navi just straight up ditches you right away. She doesn't even say goodbye, which prompts this game. Oh, I thought I had to burn that. Yeah. Rat trap. Oop, mistimed that one. Yeah. SS Link cheated on Zelda with Beatrice for a bit, but nobody ever talks about that. Oh yeah, that one NPC. So I've actually never played all the way through. I've only gotten through like the second dungeon of Skyward Sword. I don't know. I wouldn't qualify that as cheating, and yeah, I'm just, you know, apologizing for Link, but I wouldn't qualify that as cheating. Link's clearly the role of like the oblivious the oblivious boy who has to grow to understand that he's in love with Zelda, whereas Zelda right away is like, I love Link. So I won't fault him for that. What did I get there? A map. But yeah, there's that scene where Fee's like, I won't tell Zelda about this. I know there's a shortcut in this to get the bow and arrow early, but I forget what it is. So we're just gonna go through normally. Ah yes, this room. I remember this room. I need the bow and arrow. Hello. Oh yeah. The fifth. I will also say that Tingle and in Wind Waker actually ships Link and Medley, but you only know this if you use the Tingle tuner. Oh, interesting. I think something that this game benefits from too is being a direct being like coming out so closely with Ocarina of Time that the developers can like take advantage of the fact that people already like sort of know the mechanics. You know, so it's like they can throw in puzzles like torch puzzles and you just recognize it. It's intuitive at this point. Which is kind of nice how games build off one another and they don't feel the need to tell you every single time like, hey, you can light this stick. Maybe you should light this stick. And the moths follow you. No! I just want you guys to know there is a possibility that I won't be able to finish this temple in the time that I have, so I might have to, you know, do a little replaying of it if I can't, or just pause the game. I don't know if I can do that actually in this, but that is possible. So just be aware of that. I'm aware of it. I might have enough time to do it, but it's already 6 o'clock here, so. Oops, sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Second break. Also, there's that one rich to poor girl on Woodfall Island whose side quest has a dialogue option that says, "Because I like you." Only question is, which version of Link has the most gals after him? Wouldn't it be Skyward Sword? I'm trying to think. Ocarina of Time. Well, yeah, because I mean, Ocarina of Time, the only one who's clearly after him is Ruto. Then in Breath of the Wild, it's Zelda and Mipha. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna get the castle treasure, and then I might have to just call it a day and leave the dungeon, and then come back out. It's okay. There's a lot of evil here. Oh, I remember this as a kid being like, oh, that's crazy. Light the lights. Do I get something for killing these guys? I think I do, right? I think it's a fairy. Yay! So a toss-up between Hero Time and Hero Wild? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I can't think of the other ones. I mean, I really liked how in Minish Cap they were, like, clearly childhood best friends. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good. Oh, great! I remember this being infuriating. But isn't there a fairy down here? I thought there was a chest down here where there's a fairy. I do not want to fall, because that will take me back to the beginning of the dungeon. Okay, good. I can kill this thing from down here. But I do think they should bring back the... I don't know why Nintendo plays so coy with the whole, like, Zelda Link couple thing in so many games. I'm pretty sure they explicitly say it, though, in the new journals they added for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, if you go to certain locations, you can look up like Zelda's journal. Like, I think she explicitly says it, but I haven't played it yet, so I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, did... Sorry, everyone. I'm ashamed. But yeah, I think if they did do that more... if they did, like, focus more on, like, a love story between Zelda and Link, it would, you know... kind of raise the stakes. I think I think if Zelda plays like ends up being the whole damsel in distress thing, which I don't think is a bad trope and can be done very well in games. Can really, raise the stakes a bit. Make you want to actually, save the person in the game. Which is why, like, one of the better aspects of Tears of the Kingdom was that, Link and Zelda, at this point, very clearly cared for one another. So it made her loss and their separation that much more impactful, I thought. Like, Tears of the Kingdom in isolation, like, if Breath of the Wild hadn't come out, and Tears of the Kingdom, being clearly isolated from the other games. It's a great game. It's a great game with a great story, but because it's in the context, it doesn't exist in isolation. It like really messes with the lore, and that's I think what a lot of people had problems with. But it's a really great game, so it's just one of those things. Nice. Gotta make sure to scan him so I get my 100% scans. Let's see. Should I list out the harems? Yeah. Okay, wait, hang on. All right. Okay, so you're going with like not just people who expressed interest in Link, but also just like any any female he interacts with. So like, okay, hero time, Saria, Zelda, Ruto, Malon. I'll give you Saria. I won't give you Malon because I don't think there's any part of the narrative that really strongly implies that him and Malon are interested in one another. Hang on. The flower flight is based on distance, not duration. Oh, that's cool. The last hero, Legend of Zelda, Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. Okay, I'll give you those because it's Zelda. Hero of Light and Dark, Link to the Past. Okay, Zelda, Rosa, Din, Nehru, Maple, and Marin. I'll give you Marin, because Marin is Zelda. She's Zelda in Link's dream. In an alternate reality, it is Zelda. I don't know about the three. Like, Din, she's kind of flirty with him, but I don't necessarily think they're... I've only played Oracle of Seasons. So again, I'm open to being corrected, but I would need more to be convinced they're part of Link's harem. Hero times, Saria's, Malon, Cremia, Navi, Tatl. Yeah, I wouldn't consider Cremia, Navi, Tatl, or Malon. Hero of Winds, Tetra definitely, Medley definitely, Milasila. I don't know too much about those. Hero of Light. Minda Zelda fangirls. Oh yeah, that's right. He's got fangirls. I forgot about that. I equipped a laser sight. Hero of New Hyrule. What's New Hyrule? Oh, just Zelda. Oh yeah, that one's a pretty explicit too. Like at the end, they like hold hands with one another. How do I get that one? Yay! Just sacrifice myself. Alright. What's in this room here? Okay, we'll get that. We'll get whatever's in there, and then we'll call it a day. I was watching a review of this, and the dungeons. Okay, so remember how I complained? I don't know if you guys remember this because you didn't watch my Prime 4 playthrough, but in Prime 4 I complained a lot about a lot of things. But the big thing, yeah, this mini boss. I love this fight. This is. He looks so happy. Look at him. I'll finish my thought in a second. Oops, I thought I could get him. Can't get him again. Anyway, like, I complained that a lot of the areas, but the game is structured very much like a Zelda game. Metroid Prime 4. And the 4 areas are like evoke being like a temple in Zelda. But each area essentially has the same structure. Like, you go in, you go all the way to the end of it, you do something. Usually it's like hit a button or something, and then you come back out. There's no like interconnectivity between the areas. So it's very much like its own isolated area, much like a Zelda game. But in this game, someone pointed out as I was looking into the design of the dungeons that the layout of the dungeons is obviously very different. The puzzles are different, but they all function around like you have to figure out how, like, the mechanics of the dungeon, how to manipulate it. And then, like, in this one, you need the bow to move the things up and down so you can get to different levels at different times in different areas. In the next temple, in Snowhead, you have to figure out how to get to the main pillar so that you can shift the staircases where you need to go and make your way up. In the Water Temple, it's, you know, move the levels up and down. And then the last one, you have to figure out the relationship between the regular side and the upside down side. So like that's the gimmick that they work with. And then from there, the dungeons like start to branch out in their own structure and make themselves truly unique. Anyway, I thought that was really cool, and it's like it's one thing that about Metroid Prime 4 that I feel like they really failed to do. I've said enough about that game. I hope you guys do play it though. Have you played it yet, guys? I'm curious. I know you didn't watch it because you didn't want any spoilers, which I 100% agree with. I would have done the same thing. Oh, hang on a second. I missed the Great Fairy Mask. Hero of Minish. Okay, hang on. Is the Chad Tingle the Advent Hero? Zelda, Irene, Queen Orin, Mother Miyamoto, Princess Styla. Okay, where's the Great Hero of Minish? Zelda again. Hey boy, good to see you, bud. Welcome to my stream. We're talking about all the Link harems. You should probably Head back to Clocktown and retrieve the Great Fairy Mask and bank all your rupees. We haven't played it. Okay, that's where you get it. See, again, like I've played this game so many times as a kid, and there's just it's funny how you forget things over time. Thank you. Yes. How do I get back up to the top again? Should I have not fallen? Yeah, I shouldn't have. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. Wait, what is it? Song of Soaring. Down, da, da. Oh, it's... Okay. Doot, that's played out. This won't be like Prime 2. Oh, man. I really... It's so funny, because, like, I struggled more with Prime 2, a game I already played, and I'm struggling more with Majora's Mask, a game I played numerous times as a kid. And, if you watch, after you play Prime 4, if you watch my Prime 4 playthrough, I didn't struggle at all with that game. I won't say any spoilers, but it's not a particularly difficult game from that figuring out where to go standpoint. Oh, I gotta get the Great Fairy again. Okay, I'm gonna bank all my rupees and save, and we'll do that before we go. No, I don't have it. I'll get it. Don't worry. It's okay. I don't need a map for Clocktown. I know it's Clocktown. I know this place like the back of my hand. I'll buy it later. Alright, let's get this let's get this fairy. And then next time I'll get the Bomber's Notebook too. So I can start doing all my side quests. I loved figuring out all those side quests as a kid. That was so fun. Just trying to figure out, like, it tells you what events are happening where, and finding all the people and their schedules. Ugh. Has there been a game that's like this since this game was made? Is there like a spiritual successor to Majora's Mask where they have this whole like thing set up? I guess maybe like Oblivion or the other open world games. Outer Wilds. Interesting. I will write that down and look it up. I remember being a kid and being like, oh, I hope my mom doesn't walk in when the Great Fairy comes out. If I like time loops in space. Normally I don't like time travel in my as like a trope. That not to say I haven't enjoyed time travel movies, but it always feels like it's like a bit of a... It's one of those things where you start thinking about it too much. It kind of like, you know, messes with the plot. Skyward Sword has some really interesting inconsistencies with its stories if you start thinking about the time travel. There's like tons of videos on that. I meant in a time loop in the same context. Yeah. If you also like dying a lot. I love this game. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not trying to downplay it. I'm just saying time travel is always iffy, but it's great in this game. As much as I'd love to pal around Clocktown for a little while, we have to get back to the swamp and finish up the swamp. And I'm forgetting the wind song, but let me turn down the volume a bit. I love the details they added in the HD. The Hylian text. That's really cool. Left, right, down. That's right. Man, it's like, as a kid, I had all these songs memorized. Oh, no, wait. That was a song of healing. I want the song of soaring. Okay. Down, right, up. Okay, Woodfall. So we're going. I should get that. Just in case. Don't want any embarrassing deaths. It's amazing how much this game being a PC port, you know, it's not a large game, but the fact that they're able to port it to the PC makes it so that it's way less taxing on the system that's running it. Because, like, I'm having a really hard time getting Metroid Prime 3 to run adequately on my system. But this game just runs perfectly, and I can stream to 5 different locations at the same time. It's pretty awesome. All right. Okay, so we got the bow last time. I believe we did. Yes, we did. Good. And now we need to get to other areas of this map. I need to go hit that switch. I'm hoping to get... Should have enough time. We're only halfway through the second day. Little Tatl notification that is there, lets me know it's there, but does not interrupt me. I can choose to ignore it. It's not Miles McKenzie telling me to go get the green crystals every 2 seconds and then forcing me to open the map. Last night I tried to do a stream. Wait, what did that do? Oh, it opened up that chest, that's right. I tried to do a stream for a game demo that I found on X, and it was more or less successful. The game itself isn't really wasn't really optimized very well, I think, and that caused, you know, my system to crash out. So it was only streamed to YouTube, and you can skip over. I'm gonna edit it so you can skip over the parts that were the parts that had the technical issue there, but it was fun. It was called the Mad King Redemption, a hack and slash beat 'em up roguelite. Okay, hang on. I gotta think. How did I get this thing to rise again? I have to get... I have to light that. What do you think, Tatl? The torch is still warm, too. Still don't have a compass. Interesting. Okay, but now that I have the bow... Oh, that's right. Silly me. I always thought that was a cool interaction that I'm not quite sure if it ever explicitly told you to do that. Like in any of the Zelda, in any of the 3D Zelda games. Like shoot an arrow through the fire to light it. Pretty sure it never explicitly tells you that. You just kind of have to figure it out. Like they set it up for you pretty explicitly, but it never actually says, "Hey, shoot. Maybe you should shoot the arrow through the fire to light it on fire, so then you can light the torch." Like it never does that. It kind of trusts you to figure that out, which I like. I always like it when the game trusts me to do certain things. Sorry. Just gonna take a second. It's hard to aim with this controller. No! Alright, hang on. Seriously. Not that difficult as a child. There we go. Oh yeah. This room. I don't think I want to be in here just yet. I want to get all of the I want to get all the fairies for sure. So I'm gonna head back out. And I gotta go back in. Here. think that there's another one in here. Yes, there's definitely another one in here. Oh yeah, it's up there with the bees. Okay, no fairy in here. I know people were, when I watched some, you know, reviews in preparation for this game, the finding of like all the different fairies, this kind of like rubbed people the wrong way in a sense. Like it seemed like just another thing to pad out the gameplay, but you know, I kind of liked it. It adds to the, you know, it adds to the world of the game. You know, it shows how even the great fairies are impacted by the Skull Kid and whatnot, and gives you an item. Like, it's not just something you need to do. Like, it would be bad if it was something like, hey, you need to do this to complete the temple. But because it's optional, it makes, I feel it makes it, add something to the gameplay does pad the game out for sure, but I don't know, it's not too much of a strain. Once you figure out how the temple, the temple mechanism moves, which I learned was like, that's kind of the basic structure of every single temple in Majora's Mask, is you gotta learn how to operate the temple. Like the temple, like this one's quite simple. You just you gotta move that big flower up and down. It's like teaching you that in every single temple, you're going to have to learn how to operate it and navigate it. It's quite easy to kind of get to the location you need to get. That's what I'm getting at. I never found it to be too big of a strain. Oh, I was in here. Okay, good. Like, collectathons can be annoying, but as long as they're done right. You know, as long as there's some, you know, the purpose of what you're doing, and there's multiple like reasons to go around hunting for these things. If you, the player, don't feel that, then it's gonna be rough. That's why I think the issue with the green crystals in Metroid Prime 4 was so so poorly received, was because of that. Like, it was very clear, like, yeah, they were giving you something out of it, but it wasn't anything big. I mean, you got the upgrades, but then that upgrade only served one purpose. And then you got the green crystal energy finder that only served the purpose of you finding more crystals. The best thing they gave you was the shot upgrade, which in and of itself is like, that's really useful, but you can, even that is like, it's behind a barrier. Which kind of brings me back to what I was saying earlier about having that little comment about having choice to engage with Tatl or not. Like, you want to always increase player agency, even in the slightest ways. Give the player choice, give them the means to interact with things or not, or like in the case of the green crystals and the bonuses that you get from it. those were very, very segmented. Like, right at the beginning of the game, it would have been nice to be able to get as many green crystals as you want. But then, you can't. So therefore, you have to play through certain scripted events, and only then when they allow you to, can you get what you think you need. Morning, Eamon. Sorry, I was just rambling to myself. Didn't see you there. Bees. Oh no, that's not Eamon. That's Seek the Sky. Sorry, I just saw the symbol. Morning, Seek the Sky. Imagine trying to reassemble all the great fairies in a single cycle. I wouldn't have been great if there was a reward for that. Yeah, I think the game would have. I wonder. I mean, the game was supposed to have a 7-day cycle, but they decided to can that because it would have been too big for the system. But there are videos of people who beat it all on the first day, and I don't think they use any hacks for it. They might. They might use glitches. Yeah, there are videos where a guy beats it all in one cycle. I think the first cycle, which is pretty cool. I don't know, maybe if they remade this game and put enough time and effort into it, they could do it so that you could, in a sense, like, complete a lot of it in one cycle. But I don't know if, like, again, kind of like what we discussed in one of the previous episodes, part of the game is understanding you can't save everyone. And if they make it so that you can save everyone, then that kind of takes away from the feel of the game, you know? Like, trust me, I'm all for a happy ending, and I do believe this game has a happy ending. But, you know, part of the... Oh, I got two. Part of it, like a good interpretation of this game, I feel, is like dealing with grief and loss. And you can't just, you know, fix everything in your life. Sometimes you have to kind of accept what has happened to you to a certain extent. And they, you know, they give you the ability to actually try and do it, but ultimately you can't save everyone in this game. And if you do take it so that after you get all the masks, you technically save everyone, even still, you still have the scene with the butler, like, weeping before his son. Like, he's the one you couldn't save. Sorry. Oh, what? I thought I killed that. I'm approaching halftime. You're right, I am. Have you ever imagined how the hero of time would ultimately become the hero's shade? You mean the hero shade, you're referring to, what's it called? Twilight Princess, right? Yes. And there's numerous videos out there about how the hero of time is like the most tragic hero out there. And you know, it's kind of true given what happens. He kind of gets, like, fades into memory, which is kind of the point, I guess. Yes. Haha. We did it. All right. Yep. I thought that was pretty cool how they did that. It really, very rarely. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's a pretty clear connection between two titles that connects them in the timeline, which I kind of like, you know. And it's kind of unlike Nintendo to do that. So it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if Nintendo just, because they develop the they start with the gameplay, what they want Link to do, and then they develop the story around that. And because the design of the hero's shade I don't think there are any like real hints in his design, like how he looks, that hint he is the hero of time. Maybe definitely in what he says, but I wonder if that was like an afterthought. Like, what if we just made this character the hero of time in dialogue options? I don't know. I have to replay Twilight Princess. It's been a long, long time. But I would totally believe it if Nintendo was like, oh yeah, he's totally the hero of time, when they had no plan to do so. I love how weird this game is. Oh wow, they even throw some bombs in there so you can blow him up if he happens to be next to it. That's right, he throws those at you. Come here. Wait for it to go away. Oh gosh. Gosh, I'm hurting. No, wrong guy. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to embarrass myself and die to the first boss. Other than the fact that people who are lost in the Lost Woods become Skull or kids or Stalfos. So yeah, does Link go in the... Yeah, that is true. But it doesn't say that Link goes into the Lost Woods. She's just in the woods. So maybe it's like a general rule: if you get lost in any woods, you become a Stalfos. Basically, the entire journey through Termina was in reality a ploy of the mysterious villain to retrieve the fierce deity mask from Termina in order to use both masks to breach the sacred realm. And following that, the destruction of the temple of time and its door would cause a massive earthquake that would devastate Hyrule and lead to the huge chasms in Twilight Princess. The Majora's Mask 3D version of this fight sucked. It did. I didn't like the addition of the big eyes onto the bosses. Oh, the Oath to Order, such a cool song. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good theory about how it all comes together. I mean, it fits. Getting Link, luring Link into the Lost Woods. Everything in Termina happens in like an alternate reality, but yet it's still connected to the main reality of the Zelda universe. If you want to go a step further, you could say that Lorule is part of Termina. It's just the minor version of the Star-Spangled Banner. The Oath to Order is the minor version of the Star-Spangled Banner. You'll have to break that down for me at some point. The Zelda multiverse. Yeah. My theory that I don't have really any the theory I really like, and this I will say is my own headcanon, is that Lorule, the Dark World, Termina, and the Depths are all like connected. In the Shadow Realm, the Shadow Realm and Twilight Princess is they're all connected. Either they were one another at one point, or they shift around. But I definitely think Lorule was the Depths. We're getting some character development in an N64 game. That's cool. New Game Plus, good to see you. What do you mean Tatl is to sunder? Is that another joke I'm not getting that you'll have to explain to me, which will kill the joke? I do not know what that means. That's like 90% of our conversations is you guys explaining something to me that I don't understand. Oh, I gotta get rid of my fairy. Maybe I do know what it means. I just, you know, I just forgot. Okay, let's go. Wait. I'm not gonna forget to go to the Great Fairy. At least they removed all the enemies for me. Okay, I don't know quite how to explain what I'm gonna say. But I have done like a couple, like two or three videos where I like talk. Like almost like a very, very short video essay. And one of them was on what I think is the best and worst aspect of the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And one of the best aspects of it was, I thought, that the pacing of its story. How it goes through several mini arcs. Oh, was I not supposed to dive? Oh, man. I gotta go back. It goes through several, like, mini story arcs that complete the main story arc. And how whenever you complete a temple, you don't just complete a segment of the game, you also complete a narrative arc. One that's directly connected to the main story. Like, freeing Death Mountain frees the Gorons, builds up your connection with Darunia, you become brothers, you get the fire emerald, you get the Goron bracelet. Like, all of it is connected, all of it serves the gameplay. And in this game, I feel like the major parts of the story are similar to, like, Breath of the Wild, in that the major parts of the narrative happen before you got there. Like, figuring out what happened to the Skull Kid, where Majora came from, what's happened to all these people, and how to undo it. So there are like a billion mini story arcs in this game, but they happen as you, like, the pacing is very different. It's not bad, it's just different. So, like, you can tell this story, the piecing together the world can happen out of order, which is how Breath of the Wild succeeds where Tears of the Kingdom failed. The Tears of the Kingdom story should not be told out of order, and it should be paced well. Breath of the Wild, Majora's Mask, Metroid Prime 1 and 2, like, those stories, the major chunks of the story happened before you actually got there. So you can therefore learn about it in ways that are not linear. Anyway, just pointing that out there, that the pacing of this game from a narrative perspective is different than Ocarina of Time. It's not worse. I'm not trying to say that. But it works because of the kind of story that it is. Like, every major event, every bad thing has already kind of happened, and now you're here trying to learn about it, learn about these people, and trying to fix it. In each segment of the game, you do complete a larger narrative, but it's not like pushing the story forward in the same way that Tears of the Kingdom did. No, not Tears of the Kingdom. It's not pushing the story forward in the same way that Ocarina of Time did. I got money. I'm going to file that little talk under things that I find interesting that I hope other people find interesting as well. Please watch my stream. Tsunder basically means a girl who's aggressive and or mean to the target of her affections. It's like, I like you or anything, idiot. There's Dare, which is, am I pronouncing it right? Totally nice. Oh, like Helga G. Pataki in in Hey Arnold. I don't know. My wife was not mean to me before she met, but I guess it's a childish thing. Kids do that. Yeah, I get it. Okay, that's a good word. A good vocab word. I learned something. Thank you. There's an unused cutscene where the Great Fairy actually coaches Link on how to use the spin attack. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Sadly, it had to be cut. Oh my gosh. That's brutal. And surely you've heard of Yandere. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. Yandere? Sundare? Daradare? Am I saying it correctly? And no, I haven't. This game's so charming. Aw. I'll Google it later. Yandere, a girl is seemingly kind and sweet, but is violently possessive and psychotic. That is a good word to know. Are these actual words, or are they like slang? Well, I do have 3 sons, so I'll make sure to communicate to them these 3 words and to categorize all women they meet into those 3. That is true. I have not seen a lot of anime, because that's what made me think that these are slang developed out of possibly anime terms, because those are very classic anime tropes with women. How do you do, fellow kids? The amount of times I've thought about that meme talking to you guys is kind of surprising. But you guys are my age, right? Like, I'm 38. God, that sounds old. We're kind of in the same generation. Mid-20s here. Okay, so I'm definitely older than you guys. I'm pretty sure the amount of anime that I've watched can be counted on one hand. I've seen Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, Bleach, Demon Slayer. So yes, I think that's it off the top of my head. I have not watched a lot of anime. I'm not opposed to it, for sure. I like anime. I think it gets, like video games, culturally it gets a bad rap to those who are not fans of anime. Oh, this is a long race. Should probably not be the Deku scrub here, because I believe if I touch the fire, I die. go. I don't have any arrows. Oh my gosh, this is so long. Forgot how long that race was. Well done. Here's a pig mask I found. If Deku Link catches fire, simply void out. Okay. Actually, when I see you, I'm reminded of my son, who left home long ago. Somehow I feel I'm racing with my son again. I'm afraid I may have tried too hard to outrun you. I'll forgive you. And I am infinitely sad. Aww. When you said, oh no, I didn't read the rest of your sentence, and I thought I had done something horrible. We can race him again for a hard piece, right? I'm pretty sure we can, but maybe we'll do cleanup later. Alright, so I got the Oath to Order. Also, like, the structure of this game too is very much. It is very much like a Metroidvania in that while you can go everywhere, like, you're not physically blocked from a lot of places. You are in some, but like you have to. The time is like another factor that you have to consider when accessing different story beats and things you can get, which is a really cool way of as the boss keys guy puts it, setting a lock and key. Like, the key is not the key that you need to access that particular part of the game is not another item, but rather a particular time in the game. I like boss keys. That channel's cool. Alright, now I gotta think. Oh, let's go get the bomber's notebook. What can we do here? You guys are gonna this is gonna be really frustrating for you, I'm sorry. But there will be me wasting lots of time here and there, so, on accident. It's not on purpose, I promise. I don't want to soar back to Clock Town. I want to walk. I want to see what there is. It'll help me get the lay of the land. And 20 rupees. You're gonna send me into another rant on what's it called? Fast travel. Is this open? Can I do this now? no. Wolfos. Look at that. That's cool. Oh, that bird. That darn bird. Got a bubble. I think I need a hook shot to get that. While we're on the topic of fast travel, one of the things I really did not like about Echoes of Wisdom was how many fast travel points there were. Even in the dungeons. Even in the dungeons, they gave you fast travel points. And it was almost like they didn't want you to traverse the terrain, which is... like, at some point in the game, you need fast travel, for sure. And it's great. Like, this game does it progressively. So did Echoes of Wisdom. But there were so many fast travel points that I feel like I never actually had to walk anywhere. Which, you know, made the game a little too easy, and you don't really get to know the world. Like, at least Breath of the Wild had a nice progressive back travel system as well. You had to actually move from place to place, get the lay of the land, and then, you know, there were a lot of fast travel points in Breath of the Wild for sure, but not nearly as many as technically, well, like, Tears of the Kingdom overdid it, I thought. But if you introduce a fast travel system too early or too much... like, it wasn't too much of a task for me to walk back to Clocktown. You know? Had that been like a 10-minute trek, it would have been much easier to just walk back to Clocktown. But, you know, it was fine. It's fun to walk around this world, so I want to. Oh, I have to find them all by tomorrow morning. Hopefully I didn't just... come here, little guy. I know Takuri drops a huge rupee on death. And my wallet is full. You don't... oh, it drops the... oh, that's right, 2541. Fine, I won't play the whole game again. All of them. Sorry, Seek the Sky. I apologize. I'll figure out the notification. But now they already started it, and I'm gonna wander around Clocktown anyway. I'm gonna just do it. I've already found 3 of them. Might as well get the other 2, so I can move the story along. Because I don't think I can get in there now, can I? I'll go try. Yeah, the bomber kids don't like Deku Link, I know that. What was it? Oops. Hit the wrong button. I feel like it was 254... What was it? 25431? Nope. Let me look it up, unless one of you guys knows it off the top of your head. Let's see. Majora's Mask. Bomber. 21345, thank you. Two, 1, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Should pop up. That's weird. Why is it so difficult? Oh, it's a random per save file. Okay. Well, there's 2 right here, so let's just get them. I didn't write it down, obviously, because, you know, whatever. That's me. Yay. Oh, they don't respond to Deku Link. That's annoying. Oh, only 4 left. That's what you tried to tell me. Bummer. And he's gonna go there. Okay. Oh, come on. 21435. Two, 1, 4, 3. Yeah. Thank you. Oh. I should get bombs. That's what I'll do. I'll get bombs before the end of this. Oh, I don't need to go here, right? No need to go to the moon. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, go in there and just walk right out. Got it. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I don't need the moon tier just yet. Only if I want to get the deed. Here, you know what I'll do? Watch this. I'm gonna pop out this chat. and throw it on the side of my screen over here. There we go. So now I can see when you guys are writing stuff. You can't see it, but I can. Also, why is this? This is off a little bit. That's weird. Okay. What's my name, guy? Yeah. Find trouble people and add their names and pictures. Only 20 people will fit in your book. Promise to help them and mark promises with stickers. Never be late with fulfilling your promises. You get a happy sticker. I wonder if Morshu is the leader of the bombers. The bomber's secret side of justice added you to your notebook. You were taught the secret code. It was added to your notebook. Alright. What is it? It's almost dawn of the third day. Let's, I need membership. Oh, that's right. I gotta do the... Well, at this point, they've already gotten abducted by aliens, so... Everything's closed. Can I go in the inn? There's a silver rupee past the parkour section, East Clocktown. The parkour section, East Clocktown. Okay. I am in East Clocktown, right? This is East Clocktown? Oh, I don't have the map of Clocktown yet. Maybe I should go get that. Leaves behind the giant, that giant octo. Yeah, okay. Where's Tingle? Is he just not here at night? Yep. Okay. Well, you know. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. Yeah, it's a very fast way to get rupees. And I failed. He just bails on me. Yeah. I feel like he's there every time in other versions of the game. Yeah, I remember visiting this chest a lot. Alright, let's go talk to some people and trigger some bomber notebook stuff. Oh, can I get the, if I go out the north gate, I might be able to find the dancer guy. Unless he's gone by this time of day. I know he only appears at night. Is he down here? Oh no, he's up here. He's up on one of these things. If he's here at all. There he is. Oh. I'm disappointed, oh Moon, I have died. I plan to bring the world together and stir it into a giant melting pot with a dance. If only I taught my dances some. Yeah, the Song of Healing. A popular new dance craze. He just burns up and disappears. Alright. Now, I think I have enough time to get back to... I know there's a song written on the wall there, but I think I have enough time to get back to the dancers and get their heart piece. I know. I know. The time is running out. That's gonna happen a lot in this playthrough. Me not having a lot of time. Alright. Let me show you how it's done, ladies. How do I dance? No. Oh, shoot. How do I dance? Oh, yeah, there we go. Press the labeled button dance. You know what? The chat on the screen was distracting me. Seeking the sky. That is a creepy mask. Like a lot of masks in this game. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not have Netflix. Maybe someday when I'm actually making money from my YouTube ventures, will I, be able to afford Netflix, but I can't do it right now. Why? What's on Netflix? Is there an anime? Okay, we got bombs. What's the pig mask to? Well, more like a show I'm interested in. But it hasn't had a new content in 6 years. Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. What show is it? I might have seen it. I used to have Netflix. Glitch text. No, I haven't. Opens at 10. Okay, who else can I talk to? Can we go in the inn? Nope. Guess guess I'll go learn that song near the Stormfront, or Stormhead, or whatever it's called. Still can't find Tingle. Well, if you ever find methods of watching the show other than on Netflix, because we know they'll never promote it, I recommend it. Got it. I'll take a look. Is it like a show where they go over technology, or is it actual like narrative? This is kind of silly how like this is one of those small like immersion breaking things in a game where it's like, oh, there's a cool little thing that the Skull Kid drew with his friends, and then it's like, oh, it's the GameCube, it's the Nintendo 64 buttons. Like, couldn't they have like I don't know, made it a bit more in universe to teach me that song? I don't know. Okay. Oh wait. Sorry. A, down, right, right, left. Oh, it's not a... Oh, I see. It's just a callback to the... That's the Serenade of Water, I think. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, okay, no, it's not... It's not time yet. I still have time. It's an action cartoon in the same sort of category of stuff like Ben 10 or DCAU. It's mostly episodic, but has the makings of lore that didn't see the light of day. Oh, that's too bad. I love the DCAU. I have the 90s, early 2000s DCAU all on DVD. Like Batman the Animated Series, Superman, Justice League Unlimited. Oh, that was so good. Hey, White Wolf. God bless you as well. Doing all right? Just frustrating, frustrating my viewers. I hope it never dies. I need some arrows. Give me arrows. There you go. There's an arrow. I know I can't get far in here, but I'm hoping to get an owl statue so I can fast travel. Yeah, I can't wait. My son's 6 years old right now. I think he might be able to handle Batman the Animated Series. But, man, kids shows back when I was a youngster, kids shows just had a different... I feel like the writers, they both did and did not, like, they had just a different tolerance for what they thought kids could handle. Like, nobody died in the original animated Batman the Animated Series. Nobody died. There was always, if someone fell, there was always like a parachute, or if someone got hit by the Joker toxin, they got to the hospital and they recovered. You know, that kind of stuff. But there's also that episode where, in like this, in the first season of Batman the Animated Series, there's also that episode where, like, you have Mr. Freeze, and you learn about his backstory and how he's just trying to save his wife, and then the mayor of Gotham gets trapped in a Mr. Freeze suit under the ocean, and it's just like implied he's gonna live there for the rest of his life, but he can't die because he's in the freeze suit. You know? Or the episode with the little girl who's not a little girl. She has a disease where she never grows up, and that's her, like, that causes her to go crazy, and she like teams up with Killer Croc. It's like, those are some pretty heavy heavy stories for a kid, for like a 7-year-old. But we just accepted it. So I'm waiting for him to be 7, and then I'll introduce him to that. I like these guys. Ooga, ooga. Those 90s cartoons, yeah, they were onto something. They definitely knew that kids weren't as dumb as people think they are today. Yes, that is a great point. But basically, the big gaming corporation creates gaming technology that goes horribly awry and leaks video games, entities, and elements into reality. So oh, that's cool. Eliminate those glitches, clean up damage, and wipe memories of all witnesses, Men in Black style. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, he forged Phantom. That's the theory behind this guy? He forged Phantom Ganon's sword? I've never heard that. But White Wolf, going back to your point about they definitely knew kids weren't as dumb as people think they are today. That's kind of the sentiment I had. I don't know if you watched my Metroid Prime 4 playthrough, but that's kind of the sentiment I got, like, speaking to the Miles character in that game. Like, he had his own dialogue for sure, but his function in the game was to serve as, like, pointing you in the right direction. And he talked to you, like, the dialogue written for him was like the dialogue of a child. You know, go here. This is the fire shot. It shoots fire, and you could probably melt things with it because it's the fire shot and creates heat. And I posted a clip on TikTok, and a lot of the TikTok people were like, yeah, that's because this game is meant for kids. And then I thought, I wouldn't speak to my son that way. My son is 6 years old, and he can understand, you know, how fire works, and put 2 and 2 together, that if I shoot fire at this guy, he's gonna melt. Like, I don't need an NPC to lay that out for me. So I think it's both, they treat kids as stupid, and they treat adult gamers, or young adult gamers, as stupid. They don't think we can pick up, like, intuitive things like fire is hot. Sorry, you poked me a little pet peeve I have with modern gaming. Zubora Gabora is engraved on Phantom Ganon's sword in Wind Waker. These guys' names, it's engraved in Hylian, so you wouldn't know. Oh, that is cool. That is an instance of Nintendo caring about the lore in a really weird way. Is he? Yeah. Oh, they don't say their names. I remember a late friend of mine was annoyed at Arkham Asylum because Batman would keep talking and pointing out the obvious. At the time, I thought he was exacerbating, but he was onto something. Nintendo caring about the lore. That's a rarity. Yeah, exactly. That's why I pointed it out. So many modern games are guilty of doing this, and it's like they want to insult our intelligence. I don't think they want to insult our intelligence. I mean, if it was just that, if it was just that they wanted to insult our intelligence, I would feel less concerned. It would just be mean at that point. But I think they actually think they need to do this. I think it's two things. I think they feel they need to do it, and to some extent, I I do think that if they didn't do it, people would complain that the game is too hard. It's, you know, something I've ranted out about a lot is how you can actually train a player base to or movie viewers or show viewers to think a certain story is good or bad based on, you know, based on tricking them with like other things like key jangling or member berries or things like that. And so it gets them to really, you know, think that this is the way a good story is told, and then slowly, or not think critically about some things. Like, I don't know, I think it's totally possible that they're afraid of negative reviews because they will get negative reviews if the game is not holding people's hands too much. Especially with this whole thing of more and more prominent developers saying that they get inspiration from movies rather than video games. You know, like the whole thing of we want to tell a story rather than make a game, or communicate a message rather than make a game. It's not what it should be. Sorry, I'm talking too much and not playing too much. The reality is they sift through the data, and a lot of people are actually okay, good. I'm glad you agree with me, but the game is too hard because it doesn't tell me how to breathe. That, my friend, is a skill issue. I agree. But there is hope. There are hard games are still really popular. I'm just afraid that over time that will lessen. Like, people, you know, with the popularity of Silksong and Elden Ring, you know, those games are incredible, and they're also incredibly difficult, so there is a hunger for that sort of not hand-holding thing. But, you know, with AI starting to think for us, and even Sony being like, we're making an AI that can play the game for you. Well, it's like, what's the point of playing a game then? Why would you purchase a game? Like, I can already do that. I can go on YouTube and watch a no commentary Let's Play, which I have done for some games. Like, what's the point of owning a game? Okay, actually, I know the point. The point of owning a game and then letting an AI play it for you is to give you a false sense of accomplishment, which triggers that dopamine hit, which gets you coming back for more. It triggers the dopamine hit in a bad way, because all of it, like, even getting this map triggers a little dopamine, but I had to work for it. I had to find Tingle, I had to pay the money, I had to get the rupees. The reality is, and I blame gacha games and for this, a lot of gacha games for this, people are being trained to expect instant reward, or reward for very little, which is why, you know, a lot of these gacha games are now marketed as AFK games. Like, you can get progress by not playing the game. Like, it doesn't help in any way. All of it's connected. No, I bought Romani Ranch and Snowhead Map. Oh, I love this guy. Hoot hoot! We meet again, fair child. I love his theme. But if courage and determination burns bright within you, then that's another story. Will you proceed? Yes. So I didn't even plan to do this. I was just trying to get the... But now that I'm here... Oh, great. Okay, okay, I got it. Wait, where's the stone tower? Oh yeah, cool. Hoot hoot. These techniques are meant to not elongate a game. They are made to manipulate you into thinking you're achieving more than you actually are achieving. Yes. I think they want me to use bombs here, guys. In one of my favorite childhood favorite games, the way you unlock multiplayer maps is that you gather secret chips that are placed off the beaten path. Today, that would probably be a microtransaction. Yep. Exactly, yep. %100% be a microtransaction. Nice. $50. What did I get? Did I get the... I didn't get the ones... Oh, I did. Yeah, their way of elongating the game is by getting you to come back, not by producing actual content. Well, sorry, that's not true. And again, like, I have to be fair towards, you know, these gacha games, you know, they do put out a lot of content, but their way of getting you to come back to play is predatory in nature. You know, you can have a good story, you can have a good amount of characters to influence with, or to interact with and whatever, and you know, it doesn't help that the stereotype of a lot of these gacha games are, you know, you're basically collecting anime waifus, you know, that look good. Which, you know, depending on how you feel about that sort of thing, it's not a substitute for a game that actually is drawing you back because of quality gameplay. You know, it's like the first Descendant. It made waves because of the character design. But, you know, you go on Steam and you look at the reviews for it, and it is basically all mixed reviews. It's you know, everything I've heard about it says that it's fun for a little while, but then it gets extremely grindy if you're not willing to pay money. So basically, a game like that is using gacha mechanics and sex appeal to get you to coming back, rather than like a compelling narrative or quality gameplay. Oh joy, I think I've seen those models. The models of the first Ascendant. Like, people talk about how, you know, I don't know if I want to get into that now. Oh, it's already 6:15. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna have to do this the next time. I didn't realize what time it was. Sorry, we might have to start that little quest over again. Yeah, the devs are freaking lucky. They have powerful hardware. Otherwise, they'd actually have to optimize their games. and create creative means to get players to come back to their games rather than just cheap tactics that don't really, you know, do anything for the player. All right, before I was doing this, I was helping out Darmani. I think my strategy for this game, so I don't really waste people's time, is to, what I'm going to do is get through the main quest as quick as possible, and then, is this Snowhead? Oh, yes it is. Get through the main quest as quick as possible so I can get all the arrows and the items. And then we'll go back and clean up the Bomber's Notebook. Unless, of course, I need a mask right away, or there just happens to be one. I think that would be the most the optimal way of doing things. Just because, you know, this is going to be, for you impatient viewers out there, this might be a bit of a slog since it relies so heavily on timing, and I don't want to miss windows and opportunities, which will happen. So I think with this last cycle, since we're on the final day, I will get the Goron mask, and then we'll revert the time. He's back here. Can it be you're able to see me? So before the stream, I made sure to write down some discussion topics, and maybe we'll get into one just before people come in and derail me. I posted a short on the moon and how I was wondering. Oh, I just noticed something. I think in the original game, if you move off of like the circle, if you move off of the object, they disappear. But that's not happening here. Interesting. Anyway, the moon. What are the moon theories and everything like that? And it has a face, which of course is the first thing people know. Was a very interesting design choice, and I think it was risky, but also if Onuma had any say in the matter, I think he was genius for making the moon the way it was, and just like not explaining it, because it is instantly recognizable. It's kind of like that principle of character design. You don't want to go for realism. You want to go for something striking that will get you to remember it and remember that character just off the bat. And man, that moon is just as, when it comes to the Zelda series, it's just as iconic as like the Skull Kid or Link for this particular game. People immediately recognize it. I do not remember the sequence for this ladder, so we might have some dead ends. But my point in bringing up the moon is that in the Zelda series, there are other instances of, like, supposedly inanimate objects having a face, like the Deku tree. That's the first one that comes to mind. I'm sure there are others, but I can't remember them. Bird o'clock. But the Deku tree is described as the guardian spirit of the forest. And now I'm pretty sure in Japanese it's described as a kami, which is typically translated as like lowercase g god, like what we in English would say is a god or a lesser god or something like that. A spiritual being. And I feel like, at least for me when I was a kid, maybe this didn't bother other people because they didn't think about this as much as I did, but I doubt it. Typically, we view spirits as kind of like this guy. He's a spirit because he's dead. He's a ghost. He doesn't have a body. Whereas the Deku tree, the guardian spirit, clearly does have a body. And as I've... Hang on, let me heal this guy. Hang on. There we go. Now, something I've learned as I've been digging into this stuff is that, like... Hang on, let me take a sip of my coffee here during this. I've dove into, not too much, just an amateur's view of like Semitic religions, like religions around the time of the ancient Jews and their surrounding belief structure. And I think it matches up with like Greek mythology and other mythologies, but like the ancient world, if you say that there's like a spiritual being or a kami or an Elohim, which is not a name for God in the Bible, but more like a title or a distinguisher of who or what you're talking to. A spiritual being to them, a spiritual being in our modern sense is a disembodied entity, but in the ancient world, these beings had a body, but it was just fundamentally different than ours, like made from stuff that was not in our world. So in a sense, it was like extra worldly, or supernatural, if you will. Like they had flesh, they had blood, which in Greek mythology is ichor, the blood of the gods. It's like gold, but it's all fundamentally it's like substantively other when it comes to than our world. So that's why, like, the moon could be the moon in Majora's Mask could be a kami, a god of sorts that was corrupted by Majora. I would say, now that I'm saying that out loud and processing it out loud, I'd say that's highly likely that it was a sort of god of this world, and Majora corrupted it by setting up base there. Because Majora is not the moon. Majora resides within the moon, but it is not the moon itself. That's why you could have, you know, beings like Demise or Volvagia described as like the guardian deity of a particular area, and yet still have like a physical body that Link can interact with, or the game can interact with. You're not the great Darmani. Whose grave was I making? So you could... I forgot what he said. Alright, do I have time... Oh, I should get another bottle. I'm trying to think. Do I have time to find the Goron Elder, learn the song? Here, buddy. Why don't you warm up? I mean, something I've always appreciated about like JRPGs and a lot of Japanese material, at least a while ago when I was young, was that they frequently borrowed from other mythologies to like add to their stories or build out their world, their lore in a game. Like, I always thought that was really cool. Zelda did that. Borrowed heavily from Christian iconography. You know, you got the Bible in Zelda 1. You got... You got the Bible in Zelda 1, you got the cross in Zelda 2, you got the cross on Link's shield, you have the concept art of A Link to the Past, I think of Link praying next to a crucifix, you know, and then you have the Gerudo are clearly based off of, you know, the desert tribes of the Arabian Peninsula, which also has its own fascinating pre-Islamic religion. Man, I got lucky there. Oh, I was supposed to go to talk to the baby first. Yeah, somewhere along the line in the late 90s, early 2000s, everyone got so sensitive. And I think, you know, the Japanese trend of, you know, adding all these religious icons to their games kind of fell out of favor. I don't know if it still happens in other games, like a lot of JRPGs, but who knows. I thought it kind of added a bit to the world. It kind of made you question whether or not this was like, is this part of our world, or is this like a time long past? But clearly people got offended on it, and they did away with it. They changed all the symbols. They got rid of it. Which might be for the better. You know, I don't want to contradict myself in saying that, you know, when you're trying to make an immersive experience, it's best... Oh, this is horrible. It's best to kind of, it's best to make it as immersive as possible, and one of the ways you can do that is expertly weave in references to the outside world, and sometimes in religious iconography, because it means so much to certain people, you know, myself included, it's probably best not to include that in. You can include references, like subtle references to it, or similarities, or analogies, or metaphors and all that stuff, but including it directly might be a little too heavy-handed. Okay, well, if I have enough time to actually find the Goron Elder, I hope he's back where he was. Okay, definitely not over here. I think he only moves per day, so he should still be back over here. Frozen again, so that means I gotta go back up to the top, and unless... I'm pretty sure there's a spring down here. I can't remember if there's a spring down here. Yeah, okay, so he's still there. Alright, I don't want to waste time searching for it, and I think I have enough time to get up and then get back down again. Is this the right way? Don't know if this is the right way. I think I went the other way. Oh, we're still going up. Nope. Yeah, I think I went the wrong way. I will say that, you know, occasionally... I'm just gonna drop down. That at least the, you know, as a lore develops, you can do away with and change things, and in a way retcon them. But you know, the idea that it was very clear right from the beginning that a vision for Link and who he was as part of his character, what little of it there was to begin with, like it's not enough to just say he's a stoic warrior or just a warrior. I think the word pious definitely comes to mind, and I think that's evident in Breath of the Wild. You know, he's in one cutscene, he's like even doing some hand symbols that I don't know what they mean. If someone does, they can chat it out, but reflect some sort of, you know, piety that he has respect for the I don't know what you call it, the religion of the world, or whatever they believe in Hyrule, the belief of the 3 golden goddesses and things like that. I think that's an adequate description of Link. He is a pious warrior, and it should remain that way. Link's got faith. Is what I'm trying to say, which I think is very, very important to his character as one who consistently relies on divine intervention to help him. My son is crying because he misses me. One of the things I learned when I became a parent, I have 3 young boys, and I gotta say, like, even simple things like this, like, the son is crying because he misses his dad. Like, simple things like this. The son's not even in any danger, but it hits way differently when you become a parent. Like, extremely differently. And I think the overall somber tone of this game is like you you bring happiness to all these people, you reunite them, but then the moon's gonna crush them all unless you do something about it. I don't know, there's so many layers to this game that I just appreciate a lot. And even as an adult playing with it, you can interact with this game in a different way than you would a kid. The soothing melody of a thoughtful father. Oh. I got you, buddy. Alright, we'll learn the Goron lullaby, and then we'll, oops, wrong way. We'll head back to Clock Town and deposit our rubies. I also like to get the gilded blade as fast as possible because it is awesome. It's one of the coolest looking Zelda swords in existence. I will say too, also becoming a parent, I can completely relate to all these Gorons, like holding their ears while the baby is screaming. There's been so many times late at night where your child is just screaming and you don't know what to do and they're not stopping. I may or may not have tried humming this song to my kid at night. I did hear a nice counter argument to my theory that to the prevailing theory that Link and Zelda are always an item, or should always be an item. And did make a little bit of sense, I will say. But I think I have a good argument against it. So the argument was, if Link and Zelda are together, you know, they'll have a family, and Link will become the next king of Hyrule. Which would mean that he is part of the royal family, his bloodline. And part of the, and have the same bloodline as the goddess Hylia. Now, I gotta light these. So if he's basically part of the royal family, then, you know, down the line, future generations, it makes no sense that, you know, Link's descendant would also be like the hero or something like that. I'm kind of butchering the argument, but essentially because they're now part of the royal family, that means all of Link's descendants will now be part of the royal family too, which means they can't be together, because that would ruin the whole hero goddess incarnation cycle. And, you know, now that I say it out loud, maybe it's not the best argument. But my counter to that argument is that, you know, the Zelda games are supposed to take place separate from each other from, like, a very long, like... We don't know the time difference between a lot of the games. We don't know how many years is supposed to take place between all these different games, so it's definitely possible that while Link could become the King of Hyrule by marrying Zelda at one point, that their descendants branch off and become completely, like, very distantly related. It could still work, is what I'm saying. Is like the branching paths of the line of the hero and the goddess Hylia. It can still work, is what I'm trying to say. Because things get lost to time. And we have absolutely no idea how what the time distance is between these two games. Also, another aspect about that another aspect that really I find really interesting about that whole argument of, like, who should are Link and Zelda a couple, is and this is not to say that this is exclusively on one side of the argument, but I do find that there seem to be more people who are adamantly against Link and Zelda being a couple than there are people who are adamantly against them not being one. And I don't know why. Like, I feel like there's more vitriol against whatever arguments I make about, like, that Link and Zelda are providentially connected and possibly even providentially drawn to each other in a loving way that's not platonic. Then I meet more vitriol from if I make that argument than I do if I just say, like, yeah, what if I don't care about it or whatever. It's just weird that there just seems to be some people out there, and maybe it's the internet, that are just really, really against Link and Zelda being together, and I have absolutely no idea why that is. I forget what I get from doing this. Heart piece? Night of the final day. Alright, we'll get this heart piece, head back to Clock Town, deposit our rupees, and be done. Yeah. Oh. Shoot. I forget where that goes. What is this? Can I pick this up? I have to take this somewhere. I don't know where to take this. Man, if only Seek the Sky were here, he'd tell me where to go. I could have sworn that was a That was supposed to be a heart piece. Someone's hungry somewhere. It's coming back to me. Someone's hungry somewhere. Oh, the frog guy. He needs this. He has the composer hat on. Alright, so we'll get the frog mask. And then head back to Clock Town. Where is he? There he is. Alright, eat up, buddy. Yeah. The Dongo's Cavern. It isn't Darmani. I do like how Darmani is in Breath of the Wild. Or they don't call him Darmani, I don't think. But it connects the games in a way. Man, Breath of the Wild was so good before before Tears of the Kingdom ruined the lore. Why'd they do that? You know, we need a return of the Akoko. Those guys. Aren't they supposed to be the ones in Twilight Princess that, like, what did they do? They founded Hyrule. Just want to check my volume again. Okay, let's return my money. Yeah, I thought the story of Tears of the Kingdom was great in isolation. There was a minor problem I had with it, even if it was isolated. But it told too much. Like, it made... So, like, some minor things. Like, it made the... What am I trying to do? Hang on. There's something I can do in here. Oh, that's right. It completely... Basically... The Tears of the Kingdom's lore kind of removed the mystery of the Zonai. Brought in the question of, like... I don't know, it just messed up a lot of things and removed a lot of mystery from the game. Tingle has just not showed up here since the beginning of the game. I'll finish that thought in a second. Thought there was a hole there. Okay, let's go back to the dawn of the first day. Got the frog mask. Oath to Order, awesome song. Go on Lullaby, Sonata of Awakening. Da, da. Right A down, right A down. Did it? Okay. Okay, so Tears of the Kingdom. Again, the game played great. It made an attempt to rectify the dungeon issue that everyone complained about, but didn't quite do it because of the main mechanics of the game. It enabled you to like bypass a lot of the ways you're supposed to beat these dungeons. Like I remember like scaling the outside of the of the volcano in the depths, the fire temple there, and completely not doing it the right way. So they had a bit of issue with that, and I'm wondering if the issue is not that they just needed to design them better, but the core gameplay loop of like explore and now building, it could have worked in Breath of the Wild, but because of, you know, you can build all this stuff now. Oh, there he is. You can build all this stuff now. It just didn't work still. And like the lore about the Zonai too, it calls into way more questions. I mean, it removes a lot of the questions. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to talk about things and play the game at the same time, which is way more difficult than I thought it would be. Come on. Set it with C. How did I set the other one with C? I think we can take a picture of him too. Sure. 35 years old. I remember playing this game, you're like, man, that's old. Now I'm 38. Morning, Tim. Finally get the Clock Town map. Alright. Let's go over here. So yeah, the story of Tears of the Kingdom was fine. I thought it was like a little too detailed, because it both detracted from the mystery of the Zonai, but also like didn't quite explain why there's so few of them. It completely ruined the mystery around the dragons, who are very clearly draconified Zonai. So you know, it kind of removes their connection to the three golden goddesses, which makes you wonder, were the three golden goddesses, at least in the Tears of the Kingdom continuity, were they Zonai? I think they could be patron. They could have been like Zonai servants of the three golden goddesses, but it just kind of ruins the whole like mythology set forth in Ocarina of Time and in Link to the Past about the three golden goddesses creating the world. And Echoes of Wisdom, I guess. I don't know. It made them less mystical. Is what I'm trying to say. That's my son. He's still doing that sort of thing. Guess I spoiled him when I was raising too much, but he really is a kind-hearted boy. Thanks for coming to the trouble. Nice. Ask him to go outside in that not go outside in that outfit anymore. All right, now let's go to Snowhead. Mountain Village. Another Zelda theory that I don't quite buy into is the Tetraforce. The idea that there's a fourth piece of the Triforce out there that people are missing, and you know, you can watch unending videos about that. But I don't buy into that. I mean, it's a fun theory, but people claim that Null, the bad guy in Echoes of Wisdom, represents the fourth. Ugh, I hate these things. The fourth aspect of the Triforce. You know, there's some compelling arguments there, but I think ultimately there's not enough in the series to convince me that there's this fourth piece of the Triforce. There was the video I did watch, and it was a cool like analysis on psychology and why there's so many 3s and 4s in different religions. So that was kind of cool, but yeah, there's not enough there to convince me. What is interesting though is that the video made the claim that like the fourth piece of the Triforce is not like the other pieces in that it's not like a piece of gold. It's actually like nothing, which is what Null is. I like one of the very few things I did like about Echoes of Wisdom was the enemy Null was named Null, which like as a programmer hang on one second, let me get this song. As a programmer, it's like, did they just I don't know, it's like, did they leave the name blank and it just says Null when they called it from the they called it, but the idea that Null is nothing is not a new concept. Like the idea that evil, like if you conceptualize evil as, sorry, A right left, A right left, A right left, right A. A. There we go. Yeah, if you conceptualize evil as not a thing, but like not something in itself, but the absence of good, then it kind of fits. You know, there's an argument to be made that, like, in some ancient religions, there was the concept of evil as a thing that was created, like good, but rather there was also the concept that evil itself is not actually a thing, but the opposite of good. And what is good? Good is order, and evil is chaos. So when anything that is evil is an undoing of chaos. Sorry, is an undoing of the good. I'm trying to think and focus on this at the same time. Snowhead Temple. So in that sense, I think that if you conceptualize evil that way, it actually fits pretty well with this game. Like, a lot of the people you're trying to help in this game were, in a sense, touched by chaos. Certain things happened to them. There was an outside agent that came in and messed up the order of the world. The moon is literally falling from the sky, and you, Link, are going to bring happiness to them by bringing, in a sense, order to their lives. I mean, the song is called Oath to Order. And Majora, you know, whether you like his design or not, he looks like a chaos monster, you know, like a lot of conceptualized versions of Chaos Beasts in biblical or ancient scripture. Especially if you throw in the non-canon like origins of Majora, the dancing beast. He looks very much like how some of these ancient religions describe evil entities. Like why the Joker works so well in Batman and in The Dark Knight. You know, he describes himself as an agent of chaos. He's not there to promote evil. He's there to undo good, undo order. Why can't I shoot that? Oh boy. I also like conceptualizing evil in that way as like something that undoes order, because it kind of philosophically it gets around the question, like, if you believe in a divine benevolent deity, why can't I like, if you were to ask an ancient believing people group, like, did your God create evil? They would say, well, they wouldn't have an idea of what you mean by creating evil. They'd be like, what do you mean? Because to them, order is good. Like, they would conceptualize order in the world with what we mean by good. And so when you say what is evil, they would conceptualize that as like, oh, an undoing of what is good. So you don't you kind of skirt around philosophically the problem of evil when it comes to most faiths that believe in a benevolent like supreme god. Can I get it now? Do I have to drop down there and get it? I'm sure I'll come back here. I must have beaten this temple like 100 times as a kid, and now I'm like forgetting how to do everything. Oh, bomb shoes. I should have purchased bomb shoes before coming here. I think. The dungeon map. Hang on, I'm checking one thing here. Okay. Oh man, we're already... Oh shoot, I didn't play the inverted Song of Time. Dang it. What a rookie mistake. Seek the Sky would be so disappointed in me. Okay, so it's down a right. Yes, slow the time. Man, I just wasted half a day. Or the first day. It's okay, as long as we get the ice arrow. And complete most of the temple will be okay. Dang it. Alright, where are we going here? Basement. Could be a fairy in here, I gotta cut everything. Okay, not yet. That's where I came from. So we should go here. Oh, maybe I get the fire arrow in here. That would make sense. Okay, this This is just if I fall. I find it interesting that this... Tim says, I find it interesting that this game makes you keep track of time while giving you all kinds of entertaining things to do that make you lose track of time. I know, right? Well, I mean, any game that you're having fun doing will make you lose track of time, in a sense. You know, I've mentioned the flow state before. Like one of the key characteristics of entering the flow state is like that feeling where you suddenly look at the clock and you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta go. Because you lost track of time. So yes, it was intentional, but also at the same time, do I need a Deku stick? Are you serious? Oh, I can do this. So yeah, I'd say it is intentional for sure, but also it's a stressor they added that I think is warranted. That helps with achieving that flow state. Because you need that right balance between like boredom and anxiety, and the timing creates enough anxiety that you're just like, this is actually kind of fun and challenging. And people have broken down like what you need to achieve the flow state, and there's like a whole criteria to like getting it, and one of them is you need challenge. Something can't be too easy, and I think that the clock in this game helps add to that. It adds a huge, like, if you were kind of bored with the way that the Zelda games presented themselves or did things, and then you play this game that adds a whole new dynamic, you know, that will prevent. I think that'll keep you from being bored. Morning, Cheville. Finding the fairies in Majora's Mask was hard without the strategy guidebook. I never attempted to use the strategy guidebook, but I don't blame you if you did, because it was rather annoying. Especially in a temple where, like the water temple, where you have to raise and lower the water levels, because if you miss one in a particular area, you then have to go change the water level and go back. I do want us to talk more about the flow state stuff because I find it fascinating, but I don't know. I've listened to stuff about it. I've read some material on it, but I don't know it well enough yet to actually like comment on it or like muse about it online. Did I get a stick? Dang it, I didn't get a stick. Can I light my arrow? Is that a thing in this game? No. I need fire. But I'm not getting a Deku stick. Stop giving me arrows. We'll try one more time. I do think that the rewards they give you for hunting down the fairies is adequate. Like, you don't have to do it, but you know, there's something a little special, especially the last one, the great fairy sword. That's really cool. Give me a stick. Ugh. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the way forward. I need to have fire. Am I missing something? Is there an easier way to get fire? This guy again. Waiting, waiting. Come on. I need a Deku stick. Deku stick, anyone? How about these guys? Will they give me a Deku stick? Oh, I have a key. Alright, there we go. We'll go in there. No Deku stick. And I probably don't have any bombs either. Because I reset. Oh, good. I have 20 bombs. Awesome. The compass. Do. Nice. First try. Yeah, finding the fairies is a little annoying. Not nearly as annoying as... Anybody guess what I'm going to say? Not nearly as annoying as finding all the green energy crystals in Metroid Prime 4. Clearly not over that. I need a stick. I wish they would give me a Deku stick, but they did not. Please give me a Deku stick. Oh my god. Where's the Deku Baba when you need one? Or Din's Fire, that'd be nice. Is there Din's Fire in this game? I don't think there is. I like fighting these things. Wow, they take a lot of damage if you don't do the special way to... Maybe there's some sticks out here. Or not. I'm also leaving because I don't have a lot of time left. I'm definitely not going to be able to finish the temple today, so I'm just kind of messing around right now. Go to the southern swamp and get some Deku sticks. just asks for help. Okay. I'm gonna go... back to Clocktown. And I don't want to start anything new right now. I never realized how sad Link sounds to Goron. He sounds very sad. There's a lot of sadness in this game. A lot of coming to terms with, you know, sadness and not being, like, even like helping that guy on the Goron stuck on the stuck on the ledge. It's like I helped him and I was really happy, but then like you go back in time and oh, he's stuck again. And well, that's it. I'm just gonna have to leave him there to to freeze to death. Oh man. But yeah, I'm starting to really agree with Seeking the Sky's analysis of like acceptance that you can't help and save everyone is definitely a theme of this game. Intentional or unintentional, it doesn't matter. It's something that is definitely communicated through this in the story of this game and how it plays. Okay. Man, the HD textures, they really did a good job making this place look real instead of just blurry. All right. If you like these old N64 games, definitely go check them out. Alright, so where we last left off, I was in the middle of Snowhead Temple. And I ran into a section where I needed a Deku stick. And I did not have one, so now I'm gonna go get one and then go back. Nothing real special, but my... Oops, sorry. What? Oh. That's right. My overall plan for this game is complete as much as possible, and then go and do some side quests. You know, so I'll probably doing the side questing after I beat. After I beat Snowhead. I just want a Deku stick, that's what I want. Give me a Deku stick. That's a Deku nut. That's a Deku nut. Hey man, I watched that. I've watched a few videos on that the high guard debacle, and yeah, it is it is a mess. It really, but not unexpected, unfortunately. There we go. There's a Deku stick. Ooh, and a fairy. it does seem to be that there's this big divide, shall we say, between developer and consumer in game spaces right now. Asking about I post videos. Oh. Oh, there we go. I should get a stick here. Yeah. Money. This just occurred to me, but I'll say more about the whole high guard thing, debacle, in a minute. But in Zelda games, I feel like one of the weakest aspects of them has been like the money situation. I don't know, like you always need rupees, but they're not very like not very prominent. I feel like I remember in Twilight Princess, like towards the end of the game, once you got enough to buy what you needed, like you never really had to think about rupees ever again. And even in Ocarina of Time, getting the biggest wallet and then being able to go back to the gold Skulltula at the end and get 50 rupees whenever you wanted wasn't really like a good reward, you know? And so making the player care about the currency of the game, I feel like has always been a little weak. Majora's Mask still has that same issue, but I think by the fact that they take away your money every cycle. Where to clock? Kind of adds a bit more fun to it, like adding it to like having the bank there. I don't know, it just does something a bit different that puts a bit more of a focus on the currency of the game, where, you know, it's still not great for sure, but you do have to think about it more. In order to get everything, you have to, you know, play the money game. The Zelda game that handled rupees the best, by far, was A Link Between Worlds. That, because of the fact that you could rent or buy items and tackle all the... Oh, seriously? Oh my gosh, really? And tackle all the different dungeons whenever you wanted, made it so that you could, like, if you focused on rupees, you know, you were doing something that... Oh wow, you can't... Really? I thought you could totally burn these things with fire. Am I just not doing it right? This is my last one, so... Do I have to swing it? Yeah. I need the fire arrow. That's weird, I thought you could do that. Anyway, just to finish my point. Link Between Worlds had a great system that really put a worth on rupees that other games hadn't in a while, or ever. Okay, let me figure this out here. You know, it's not a big deal, the currency issue in Majora's Mask and all the other Zelda games, but that is kind of the thing. It's an aspect of the game that is a staple of the series, but doesn't necessarily add much to the game itself, if that makes any sense. Yes, you can arrow it, but I can't reach it. I'm pretty sure. No. Yeah, I can't light the arrow on fire. Thought I could, but I can't. Bomb chew. Okay, I already got everything in here. Am I missing something? Like, this is the second temple. Man, I beat this game so many times. And now... we gotta go up here. Or down here. Usually, and I will say this, usually the games give you whatever you need in a certain circumstance, so I'm not... like, if I needed a Deku stick, they would give me one, right? Right? Yeah, it's giving me all these arrows. Man, I am wondering. Did I just not do it right with the Deku stick? We should look around. I know. Where's the yellow paint when I need it? Or where's Miles to point me in the right direction? This calls for a sip of coffee. See, kids, this is what fun looks like. Back when I was if you gamed as a child. Bombs, yeah, it's giving me all sorts of bombs. It's not giving me any Deku sticks, so I'm assuming maybe the Deku sticks are not where what I'm supposed to go for. Interesting. I didn't get anything. There's this area that I can't access because all of it's covered in ice. And there's a button. And this just takes me here. Oh, there's a key door. Maybe I just did not explore very well. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't get up there. Oh, wait a minute. Aha! Please be... Oh, this is just gonna be a fairy. Yo, not gonna stick around too long because I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. Hey, Seek the Sky, good to see you. I'm embarrassed right now because I'm having trouble with this, and I don't think I should. Oh, wait. That's right. There, that's right, I remember. Definitely switch your sleep schedule. Don't wake up at 5 a.m. or wherever you're at to watch some random YouTuber. Okay. That was close. Good thing I had bombs. Or I could just be a Goron. That would work too. Yeah! This is the map. A key. Okay. What do you think? You can push something big just by standing on top of it? You're gonna have to find some way to put it down. The only connection of this is like that was a Miles moment. That's what we should coin that term. Even though it's a recent game and Navi being annoying or Tatl being annoying has been a thing for decades at this point. See, it's not too bad because at least if I wait around for a little while, it... Hang on a second. I'm gonna kill these things and I'll do that. It goes away. It's not like Miles forces you to open up your map. I think that was one of the most annoying things about... I mean, that was the most annoying thing about Navi, was that she would, just kind of interrupt the feel of things with her little jingle. But when it comes to Miles, what made Miles worse, I think, was the fact that not more often, but like, he often interrupted play. Like, it's one thing to tell the player where to go. It's another thing to do it constantly. And then it's a completely other thing when you force the player to stop and open up the map and show them a particular area. Like, in general, you never ever want to, unless you really can't help it, like, don't interrupt playtime. Like, even small things, like I remember in Breath of the Wild, which is a game I truly adore. There's a few points whenever you walk into a new area, like the beast roars, or the divine beast roars at you, and it takes a second, and Link looks around and looks at it, and I get it's done for cinematic effect, and this is a small nitpick. It's not a big deal, but like stopping the player from looking up at it and figuring it out, and determining like that is a I should go here moment, essentially. And it tells you where to go, and it stops playtime, so therefore I'd say don't do that. But, you know, it's a small thing. Bit of side note, but wasn't primary color also yellow? What do you mean primary color? Which primary color was yellow? Platforming in a game where you can't jump. Uh-oh. Where do I go now? Can't melt that thing. Oh, that's right. I gotta go over here. Oh, yes. Yeah. His primary color was yellow. Which is kind of funny. I don't think they did that on purpose, but... I think they chose... I mean... Sometimes it's yellow, sometimes it's red. Sometimes the item just completely sticks out in the environment. Oh yeah, Wizrobe. I can do first-person shooter controls. People don't seem to get this too about the yellow paint stuff. It's like, it's not. I'm sure I've said this before, but it's not the issue that there is something to guide the player. The issue is that it's lazy. Okay, there's even just changing the color to be more in line with the color palette would solve a lot of the issue. Okay, the problem is you see it and it completely takes you out of the world. People say, "Oh, I don't mind it, whatever." It's like, no, it's one of those small things that you'll notice, and Metroid Prime has it in spades. Fire arrow. Dawn of the second day. Alright. Probably get bomb chews at some point. They're kind of useful. Oh no, it goes up. Alright. Now that we have the castle treasure, we can do all sorts of fun things. know I could. I'm wasting magic, I know, but whatever. Gotta get the compass. Or a key, that works too. Now the question is, why couldn't I get this fairy last time? Do I need the fire, or... Yeah, what's going on with that? Do I need to jump down there? Oh, whoops. Oh, that didn't work. So weird. Why couldn't I shoot it from up there? Yeah. It's a randomizer. I just randomize all the textures and you have to kind of figure out what you need. Oh, that's because I have it on, that's why. Also, in this game too, you know, in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and many other Zelda games, they are, if we're going to use the linear word, they are linear, but at the same time, like, Majora's Mask was like, you know, basically was like, yeah, go to the forest area, and that was kind of it. Like, you can go explore the other areas, you can't even get into some, so, you know, you could say it has the same criticism of being a linear game, but I think the big, oh, dang it. The big issue was everybody kind of already knew that about Legend of Zelda, and expectations, you do have to consider them, you know? It is a part of the whole marketing and everything of a game. You gotta consider expectations, player expectations, and what they think they're gonna get out of a Zelda game or a Metroid game, and if you're not gonna deliver on that, or if you're gonna change something, maybe tell the player, you know, maybe communicate that to them before the game starts. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, this will be Metroid like you've never seen it before. Like, you know, do that. Why am I sliding on ice? That's why. Come here. Yeah. Zelda win here. Oh, tell those guys that beat. Morning, Tim. That beat Breath of the Wild in 5 minutes. Yeah. That's true. Breath of the Wild did tell you where to go. It was like, go beat Ganon right here. And then you can totally go that way. You've been up for 16 hours. Amen, man. If you need sleep, you don't have to stick around. Go get some rest. I mean, I appreciate it for sure, but geez. think I got that fairy up there. Pretty sure I did. I might as well check. No fairies. Ow. Okay, making progress. Do 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 do. Oh yes. Now that I have that, I was like positive you could use Deku sticks to melt these things back in the day, but I guess not. I looked at their Steam page, and it's by, is it by the same people that do like all the weird, like weird cat games? Tell me, I didn't stay on too long because I was like trying to work at the time. So, but what's the premise of Mugenics? Tell me about this, Amen, because everybody's talking about it, and I heard some people were saying that the only reason it's super popular is because the person who made it has like a built-in fan base already. So oh, it's by the Binding of Isaac guys. That makes a lot of sense then. So yes, okay. Yeah, they got street cred now. Binding of Isaac, I've never actually played it, but it is a very popular game. Okay, what was the purpose of that room? That was the purpose of the room. You know, if they earned it. They're an indie studio, right? The guys who made Binding of Isaac. So, you know, they're using their platform to make a good game, and they don't really have to market it. It's kind of like how, Eamon, do you know Markiplier, right? The super duper popular YouTuber who streams horror games, right? Yes, much like PewDiePie, but PewDiePie is I want to say a little different. But yeah, he played this game called Iron Lung, which is an indie game about you and your guy in a submarine, and he loved it so much that he used his own money to finance a movie version of it, where he himself plays the main character. And he didn't spend any money on really marketing it because, you know, he already has... His marketing was, like, just talking about the production of it in his streams, in which he gets millions of views. And, movie came out, and apparently it's actually pretty good. And, you know, kind of a... You know, definitely a ballsy move for a guy to do that. To say, I'm going to do this movie, and then star in it himself. But, you know, if you have the the fan base for it already. Just definitely take advantage of that. If the movie's not good, or if the content isn't good, then it will flop, which has happened before. There was some other YouTuber who made another horror movie as well, and it didn't do so well. You know, that's why I say, like, the YouTube game it requires luck and it requires connections, and if you have a ton of different connections, like, you know, by way of your own fan base, definitely utilize it. And those who get the lucky break, if their content is not really good, then they won't last. I think I mentioned this before, but that one YouTube channel called The Background NPC, she had like 200 subscribers, and then she made a video and Asmongold watched it, and overnight she went from like 200 subscribers to 200,000. But you know, her content is good. If it wasn't good, she would have, I think she would have flopped immediately. So yeah, you can't be like, oh, she just got lucky. But you know, yes, and she also makes good content. Like her videos, for her size, she's getting like 200,000 views per episode on that she produces, and you can't say that about a lot of content creators who have made it already. Oh, come on. And here I am, failing this Goron jump. Yeah, I seen the news around the movie, made it to #1 on the charts, only to be removed by Hollywood. Yep. When it was put back, the numbers were corrected and it slipped to #2. Yeah, that was another aspect of it that was kind of like a wake-up call to Hollywood. Like, you don't, part of the it's kind of funny, a lot of the issues with the gaming industry mirror that of a lot of the issues with Hollywood. And by that I mean, like, the bloated budgets, you know, the corporateness of it, doing everything for money, all that kind of stuff. Like the Critical Drinker, he has a series on why modern gaming sucks. I think that's the title of it. And he's got some pretty, because he primarily follows Hollywood. And that's one of the reasons. It's just the game design has gotten too bloated, and they need to cut the fat somewhere. The same issues in Hollywood. And you know, because I mentioned Critical Drinker, I'll also mention Actman. I know a lot of people don't like him, but he's entertaining, and you know, I do think he understands game design. But he also has some videos on the High Guard debacle and everything like that. Did this pop up again? Oh man, I don't think I was supposed to do that. Yeah, and I have been watching more Fleekazoid videos. His videos that, like, I can't watch, though. I have to, like, actually pay attention to because he talks so fast. and the jokes come quick. And they often rely on the visual with it, so it's like I can't watch him while working or anything like that. So Eamon says, simply put, the industry is populated by people that only care about money and control. Thus, it's no surprise when modern games, movies, TV shows, etc. seem to lack more often than not. Yes. Also, I do think there is a, like, oh man, I have to do do that again? Oh, man, yeah. Guess I wasn't supposed to do that. Also, I think that there's sort of like a disconnect between the art and those who consume it. Like, man, Highguard, that one Highguard dev, he went right away to blame the player base, and a lot of studios have followed suit in that, in some of their critiques. Or like, the reason why games failed. Blame the player base. Which kind of goes back to my other point of, like, if your game is good, or if your content is good, it will withstand controversy. Like, yes, there is such a thing as bad press, but, you know, the old adage of, like, there's no bad press also sticks around here. Highguard had so much press around it that if the game was good, it would have succeeded. I'm convinced. But it wasn't. And it didn't. This is where I'm like, okay, I gotta stop talking and actually focus on this so I can beat the temple before the time runs out. No more lollygagging. The crew of ex-industry vets talking about how surprisingly convoluted and mismanaged all the big game companies are. Well, I'm wondering how they're structured too, because I know that in at least in a lot of the dev companies, they use the Scrum Agile model, which is like, you have these big applications you want to make, but your teams are like really small. Like, I mean, I know game design is different, but my team, we're making this huge application, and it's still pretty small. Like maybe like 15 people. And like, I can't imagine a game being a AAA game these days being made by oh, that was close. Being made by that many people. It's just, it's inconceivable. Punching snowman in the face. Not just managers, but a massive amount of consultants being brought in to make sure it caters to the right people. Yeah, it's true. I mean, well, that's part of the bloat. It's like, if you're spending $100 million on a game, it has to succeed. And so you bring in, you can't really take risks anymore. So you need all the consultants to come in and tell you exactly what you need to do. Which I think, honestly, like, I don't know the size of the team that made Metroid Prime 4, but it had some of the similar ideas of like, okay, this is going to be a big budget game, it's going to reboot the franchise, we're going to attract more players, so therefore we need to try we need to appeal to as many people as possible. Because that's what the consultant said we needed to do. Oh, I have a shield. Wow, 2 stray fairies. Forgot about that. Any hidden things here? No, okay. Oh man, was I not supposed to knock that down yet? Oh no. Maybe? I don't remember. A game for everyone is a game for no one. Yes, never has that been more true. I don't know. We'll see how Resident Evil 9 does. I'm not really worried about it because I don't know. I was happy with Resident Evil 7 and 8, and man, Resident Evil, those 2 games, 7 and 8. I know they get a lot of hate for not being Resident Evil games, but they were a lot of fun. If you haven't played those games and you want like if you want a good like a game that should have been like Van Helsing, go play Resident Evil 8. Resident Evil 8 is just a fun game. I might play that again. Gotta go over here. I think another Wizroad battle, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I'll read your comment in a second. Oh no, there's more places he can run. Over here. Oh, tricky, tricky. Yeah. Amy says, ironically, I was talking to BSG, a Twitter guy, about this topic yesterday, showing him the No Rest for the Wicked discourse that was kickstarted by Larry Puce's video. Specifically, we talked about the idea that a game with multiple difficulties is just bad game design, which the lead dev responded to. Oh, he did respond to it. What did he say? Yeah, some of the shorts I've been posting have led to some interesting comments on that whole issue of difficulty tiers and accessibility and things like that. And one guy made this long post. He's like, you know, as a game dev, when I think of like accessibility, honestly, it seems like a distraction, at least at the beginning part of the creative process. Like if time I could spend on worrying about accessibility could be better spent on fine-tuning the game engine or fine-tuning the other game mechanics or the art or the music or all these other things that could make the game great. And I was like, oh, that's a pretty good point there. You know, and you know, it makes sense. It's like you want the purpose of a game is to make a good game. They're did I say this yesterday? Games are autotelic. They're like the purpose of the game is to play the game. The purpose of the game is itself the game. And if you lose sight of that, then you know, then you might make a bad game, essentially. Pretty simple concept, but I think a lot of people forget about that. Alright, what's the easiest way to get into that? I can't jump. Can I make it? Can I make that jump? Yeah, maybe. Let's give it a shot. Yeah! Alright. Okay, just gotta get the last stray fairy, wherever it may be. Oh, dang it. Just gotta wander around with the Great Fairy mask on now. Okay. We'll just start from the bottom up, I guess. Alright, no great fairies here. Demon hell spawns. Oh man, a numbered chat. Okay, no great fairies in here, or no fairy pieces in here. More than a couple times playing this game as a kid, I'd get all the fairies and then forget to turn them into the great fairy, and I'd have to go and recapture all of them. Which is really annoying. Alright, hang on, I'll read those in a second. And I'll pause the game to do so. Okay, no great fairies here. But we'll need to come back there for sure. Alright, let's see. Eamon says... He responds to Larry. 1. I get your point, and I also always felt that we only needed one difficulty for Wicked. There's plenty of tools for almost anyone to conquer the game in normal mode. But now think about people with disabilities, people that just don't have the same reaction time the majority of players have. We receive plenty of messages from players like that for whom Wicked would be their dream game, but even with everything you said, they just don't get through it simply because they're not physically able to. Should we ignore those people completely and just tell them to go play Diablo? Most people should not play in easy mode, but if you just can't progress at all, it's an option now. Yeah, I mean that's the argument that I see, but like what is the example he said? He said there's like the reaction time issue. Okay, so if reaction time is an issue, maybe make a build in the game itself that thrives on you, that like success is not determined by your reaction time. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you can't time events properly, like I don't know how, I've never played No Rest for the Wicked, so I'm not sure exactly how it works, but like, if parrying is like a big deal, like you absolutely need to parry at all times, then maybe make an item set where it increases the amount of time you have to parry, or gives you more time to do what you need to do. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, make an in-game, which is weird coming from, oh good, it's in here. You know, this feels weird, him saying that coming from him, because they put so much time and effort into making this game the way it is. But I feel like there's disabilities where a player can't physically do something, and then there's like not being able to complete something because it's hard, and the player has no physical disabilities whatsoever. That is something different, I think. Yay! We did it! Oh, okay. Parry's a big deal in the beginning of the game, but once you get past the intro tutorial and start really making some progress, you can straight up ignore the mechanic. Yeah, so I want to know, like, what were the specific issues? Because, you know, like, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound had a slider to basically, you could alter enemy damage, you could alter your health, you could alter the speed of the game, everything like that. And because it's an action platformer, it doesn't rely heavily on like making sure you have the right kit. You know what I mean? It doesn't rely heavily on that kind of thing. So you can those I have mixed feelings about. I don't know how to fix it for that. But in a game like No Rest for the Wicked, or a game where there's so many different types of like items that you can get to tackle problems in different ways, like even like Elden Ring. Elden Ring had the bleed build, which was like considered easy mode. It had the mimic tier, which basically was also easy mode. Like you could literally cast like a version of yourself that was just as strong as you, and have the boss focus on that. You know, that's a way around it as well. Or like I got through the whole game without ever having to parry or block, for that matter, because of the way I decided to play. So I mean, yeah, it's another question I would have for him is like, is easy mode available like right away, or is easy mode like kind of like how Ninja Gaiden made you at least play the game on normal mode before you failed enough to get Ninja Dog mode, sort of like a dynamic difficulty adjustment, which I don't really like those anyway. But anyway, in that sense, it's good. I feel like if you're gonna do dynamic difficulty adjustment, do it the other way. Make it a choice. That's what I mean to say. Make it a choice. But simply throwing in an easy mode where enemy values are just reduced completely, I think, is not the right way to do it. It'll throw the balance of your game off and undo a lot of hard work that you put in. Like if you need to slow the game down, put an item, maybe like a passive in the game where it's like this the Chalice of Winter Cold, and where it gives you, slows enemies around you by 10% or something like that. You know, it's there's ways to do it that are a bit more creative, that fits with the game world, that works together with other mechanics, and gives you the choice of as the player to interact with it or not, you know? And obviously, like, the game genre, you know, I don't know how to fix it for other game genres, but as some people have stated, if games are art, you know, you can't always make a game for everyone. You can't please everyone. This is one of the coolest boss fights in the Zelda series. It's one of the most unique. Ow. One of the things I really did not like about Ninja Gaiden Ragebound was that you could still get all the achievements, you could get S++ on every level while still using assist mode. So like you could tweak the values just right so that and still get like the highest score for the level, which made, like, I don't know, those who are more competitive like myself feel a bit like, well, that kind of cheapens my success. Like I should be able to. You shouldn't be able to get the highest score in the game if you're going to use basically a Game Genie mode. And it's funny because they did the guys who made Ninja Gaiden Ragebound posted some speedrun events, and like the first rule was like you cannot use assist mode, so that like by definition they're being exclusionary in their attempt to be inclusive to everyone. It's like, you know, there was some acknowledgement that the reality is you are going to be, it is going to be exclusive at some point. Also, I would just say, like, even for those people who are physically disabled or find the game too hard, simply putting in a slider to reduce damage or reduce game speed, it's just not fun. There's more fun ways to do it. Because at some point you don't have a game anymore. You know, you follow the logic path, and eventually you remove all resistance. And some people have pushed back on me on this, but games by definition need resistance. If you don't have resistance, you don't have a game. You gotta move at that point. It's kind of like how conflict drives narratives and stories and movies. Games are also driven by conflict, and that conflict is created by resistance, which is determined by the developer, not the player. Am I doing something wrong here? I feel like this guy should be dead already. Oh, there we go. I thought he was supposed to fall over at some point. Alright, now I'll read your comment. The biggest issue with the no rest for the wicked, at least what makes people feel trapped and unable to improve, was that your gear gets damaged when you die and healing items are limited. It caused a huge backlash. Yeah, I mean, that again, I haven't played it yet, so maybe I should. There is a point, you know, people think I'm saying that games should be as hard as they should be. It's like, no, games should be as hard as they need to be. Like, nobody complains about this game being hard. Ever notice that? Nobody ever complains about Zelda games being difficult. That's because the baseline for its difficulty is pretty accessible. Like, the majority of players will be able to complete this game. like the vast majority of players. No one ever says like, "Oh, I never got past that temple because it was so difficult." It's like, especially in the age of the internet where you can look things up. Like that is your accessibility mode in knowledge-based games. Is you have to make the choice as a player: do I cheat and look up the answer online, or do I not? And if I know that the players can simply do that, I'm not even going to worry about like puzzle solving accessibility because they can just look it up. You know, you still have to do your due diligence to make the game fair, but which in the case of No Rest for the Wicked, with the items being degraded and healing items limited, it seems like they pushed the difficulty a little too far. They are protective gods. The moon is definitely like the Deku tree. I'm convinced. It's like a patron deity of this world. That's why it has a face. And it got wicked when Majora corrupted it. I love this. Oh, this game has so much charm and soul. And I'm just realizing I made a mistake. And is it night of the second day? Can I still... I don't think I can still get the sword because it needs 2 days. No, I have to... That's right. I have to do that. Okay. Yeah! Hey, Froggy. I know I can't do this now, but I'm just going to talk to him anyway. I've been waiting for you, Don Giro. Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but it looks like you've lost a little weight. As you can see, Don Giro, the long winter has ended, the spring has finally come to these mountains. Let us begin our course. Unfortunately, all of the members of the gathering. I love the frog choir. Bird o'clock. My weapon durability comment. I know people didn't like the weapon durability of Breath of the Wild, but I think it's a good example of like a resistor such as weapon durability, which is what it is. It's a difficulty thing in the game that has interacts with the rest of the game world in the proper way. The baseline weapon durability was great. I thought it was perfectly balanced in normal mode. In not normal mode, in master mode, it was like too much. Like I didn't fight enemies until I got Urbosa's Fury, essentially. Just because everything you'd attack enemies and like you weren't doing enough damage, and it would just break. And then you'd have no weapons to fight at all. So I think that within the same game you can have like the difficult. Yeah, it's master mode. So there you go. That's fine. It's not the baseline mode. But had they made the durability less or more, it might have been too easy and lose its purpose. Which people would have been like, well, then what's the point of durability if I can just use it for as long as I have to anyway? If it's too difficult, you get what happened in the hard mode for Breath of the Wild, where they break almost immediately, it feels like. Thankfully, they realized their mistake and made the beginning of the game easier by putting in some stuff to help people learn the game without feeling trapped. Yeah, see, that's a great way to do it. You know, that's how it should be done. Okay. Okay, we got that. I'm trying to think. Have I talked to anyone? Okay, we got that. Help that guy. Oh man, I gotta talk to people. Let's go do that. Down, bees. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Don't want to forget to do this. Oh, hey, buddy. Dormani. I forget, what do we get here? Oh, wise young one. The great fairy of wisdom. Oh, cool. Imagine if those sword bros were Link's sidekicks and kept updating you on your journey to beat the dungeon. Ah! Yeah, it's like if that video I sent you, if Zelda was made in 2025 or 2026, that was perfect. All right. What did I get from the first Great Fairy? Did I return the Great Fairies of Woodfall? Can't remember. I think you got the... No, that's the one you get in Clocktown. Shoot, now I'm... Majora's Mask. Great. Fairy rewards. You get the super spin attack. Did I get that? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Just had to make sure. Alright, let's see if we can talk to some people. And get some, Bomber's Notebook stuff. These you have to beat once a day. So every day I think you have to go in and beat it. To get I don't think I'm going to go for all the heart pieces. I think that might be a little excessive. Hey, buddy. It's Mario. Does he have his Bowser brooch on? Oh no, he doesn't. They took that out. Oh. Speaking of community pushback against modern dev practice, I posted a funny pic of the new character in Overwatch. In the Discord, you posted that? Or on, on X. The Discord, okay, I'll take a look. Let's see. Discord. Dawn of the final day. Yeah. Yeah, I watched a few of those power creep and what was the name of that guy? Those videos you shared. Those are some awesome videos. I'm gonna have to watch all those. That's the new character from Overwatch? We know why. Oh man. Thought they learned their lesson. Silly me. Sure. Oh, I remember this. I forget the way to go. Not that way. Yeah. Yeah, money. I did have fun. No thanks. She looks drugged out. Oh, can I go? I gotta find that fox boy, Kefli or Kefi or something like that. He runs out and checks the mail. I think next cycle I'll do the Epona storyline. Oh no! I have to unblock the road in the first day, so that means I have to beat Snowhead again. I think. This music is so ominous. I want to go to the inn. Oh, I gotta wait. Can I get in the top door? Let's see. Okay, cool. Oof. Jeez, look at that. Look at that mask. That is creepy. Sneaking in other people's rooms, you're the worst. There she is. There's Anju. Everyone will be taking refuge first thing in the morning. Everything was supposed to be all so spirited, sad. I guess I should go. I can go to Romani Ranch, and oh no, I can't get there yet because of the boulder. Employees only, no admittance. Who's manning the front desk? Oh, hello. This is the grandmother room, where you need the all-night mask, which is horrifying. Oh, a tortoise. I wonder if they, did they... I wonder what that Hylian script says. Or if it says anything at all. I think if they ever do a remake, it'll be good or probably mess everything up. Oh, this is... this... I remember learning about this. This guy is like an inside joke of like a poop demon. That supposedly like is supposed to reach out and grab you as you go to the bathroom. He needs a deed. I kind of hope, I mean, the Zelda 40th anniversary is coming up, and everybody's talking about possibly a remake of Ocarina of Time. I don't know if I want that. I don't. I don't think I do. I love this detail, how the guards are just staring up at the moon with their hands over their hearts. Like, look at that. He's clearly nervous. Yeah, God of War is getting one for all the original games. I've never actually played the God of War games. They look like a lot of fun. But I definitely think they will make changes for sure to certain aspects, shall we say. I think that's 100% going to happen. Yeah, burn. Uh-oh. The studios are already talking about modernizing it and removing a problematic content. Yeah, I mean, it's just the way things are right now. And it's like, you know, it doesn't that removing that type of stuff from the game won't make it the bad game, you know, but
it just follows the current values, which can be both for good or bad. And honestly, it's like some people are more sensitive to that type of stuff in their games, and you have to try to make the argument: is it part of the artistic value of the game or is it not? So, you know, my biggest concern with it is like, will Kratos' character still be intact? It's like, yeah, there's ways that they can remove stuff from the game and modernize it, but Kratos is a violent dude. You know, it's like you can't get around that. So it all depends. Is this going to detract from his character or not? That kind of thing. It's like, did you see some people were talking about how the heads of Blizzard were talking about how they regret calling Warcraft. And there's a lot of videos like comparing Warcraft then versus Warcraft now. Which also reflects modern sensibilities, which I do think crosses the line into like, okay, then if you don't like the way the Warcraft is named, and you don't like the way that Warcraft is played, or the way that the Warcraft brand is gone, create something new. Don't you know, change it. The OG God of War games are interesting. I enjoyed them. Hopefully they don't get the Resident Evil 2 FF7 Rebirth treatment. Like, oh yeah. I mean, I doubt it. I mean, it's a spectacle fighter, and those are still quite popular. You know, I don't think they'll change the game, like how the game is played. You know, the tank controls were tank controls for RE2, so I can understand why they updated it, but I also at the same time, like, the most perfect remake was the GameCube version of the original, and it's still awesome, and I kind of want to play it again.
Getting some more masks before the end. Morning, Eamon. Hope you got some sleep from yesterday. Alright. Now, I gotta start thinking about, like, what my plan is for each section of, like, how I'm gonna spend each of these 3 days. Because I don't wanna waste time, but, you know, talking and playing at the same time can be kind of difficult. So I gotta think about this. Okay, the first thing I want to do when I do because I'm about to reset the cycle, is I'm gonna go beat Stormhead Temple again, and start the process for the Gilded Blade, which is one of the coolest blades aside from the Master Sword in video game history. Stand by that. And we'll do the Epona. The Epona sideline. Alien side quest. Suspicious Gorman Brothers. Okay, now let's all go talk to the. I think we can get there now. Yeah, we can get there now. I should probably. But of course, Romani will be have been abducted by aliens, and tragically, I don't know what happened to her, but she's definitely not herself. I already have the Great Bay map. Look at that. What's this? Oh yeah, this is the Gorman track. Just realized my message didn't go through about videos. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh, that's from yesterday. Eamon's not even here. Man, I gotta figure out how this chat thing works. See, I think, I don't know, like, the feeling of memorizing people's schedules and hitting timing moments and the whole Groundhog Day thing. I know someone suggested to me a game that it's kind of like the spiritual successor to this, but I can't really think of another spiritual successor to this game that was quite like it. Yes, I'm early. Oh man, this is really weird. My chat on my OBS is different from the chat that I have for Caster Labs, or it's like producing the old chat. So, Eamon, you said made early, but it's like replaying the chat from yesterday, which is really weird. Hey, New Game Plus, it's good to see you. Oh my gosh, this is just heartbreaking. This game. Hang on, let me wow, this is weird. Yeah, this is really weird. It's like playing the previous chat thing. So hang on, let me pop out the chat from YouTube so I can better see it. Sorry, guys. Or I'll just watch it from over here. No. Okay, no waffles for breakfast. Sorry, now I'm seeing the correct chat. That's really strange. Oh, that poor girl. We're gonna get kolaches, which is the Texas thing. I didn't know what a kolache was before I moved to Texas. The Soul Edge Blades from Soul Calibur. Yeah, oh man, Soul Calibur 2. What an awesome game. That was one of the games my friends and I played after school, like, a lot. Soul Calibur 2. And we each had it for different systems, so we got to experience the whole thing. So have you heard of up-and-coming streaming site called Velora? No, I have not. Tell me about Velora, because I'm always interested when when competition arises for these big streaming platforms. Is it supposed to be like Kick? Nah, we don't need to do that. The dog races. I mean, with this whole new Discord debacle coming on, it really kind of does show the need for more third parties like competition to arise within online spaces before things get regulated so much that, you know, like with the Discord thing, you're gonna need like
It's one thing for a company to be like, yeah, we're gonna require ID for people to see, like, in order for people to use our platform, and be like, oh, that's bad, let's protest it or make another platform, and you know, it's great while we can. Like, what happens when you can't do that, like, legally? You know what I mean? Well, a friend of mine introduced me to it. It seems promising, and the dev team is really active and engaging with the Discord community. Interesting. Seems to lure is a mobile-focused streaming app. Mobile-focused, interesting. I'll have to look into it. I don't think I can. My computer can handle streaming to another platform, but maybe we'll see. I tried doing the whole like multi-stream to. Oops. I played the wrong one. Inverted Song of Time. No. No, stop. Yeah, I tried to do the whole vertical stream thing, which I can set up, but it's kind of a pain in the neck. What? That's not the Song of Time. Wait. Down. Wait, why do I keep playing it backward? It's right A down. Okay, hang on. Wait. Okay, hang on. I'm just trying. Okay. There we go. Yes. Yeah, the whole multi-stream to a vertical thing I do want to get, but I also kind of want to build up my library on other platforms. And it is a bit of a pain in the neck to have to, especially when you switch games. Like, you have to go and, like, I don't, tell me if I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but on Twitch and Kick and a lot of these platforms, thanks, Miles. A lot of these platforms, you kind of have to, like, you can't save, like, a game or a stream profile. You kind of just have to re-put in the information again every time you stream. So, you know, when I'm not streaming Majora's Mask, I gotta go in and switch everything to Metroid Prime 3 or something like that. So anyway, it's just a pain in the neck to have to set it up every single day. Like, the more the more I try to do to make the stream nice and stuff, the longer it takes to get things set up. It takes it takes at least 15 minutes, which is not, it's not a lot of time, but when I only have so many hours to stream, it's enough. It'd be nice if I could just start streaming, select a few profiles, and then be done with it. There's like 2 other apps of the same name, both appear to be unrelated apps. Oh man, maybe they're trying to cash in on each other. Uh-oh. Is my camera off somehow? Oh wait, what am I doing? I have fast travel. If Seek the Sky were here, he'd be terribly disappointed in me. To order.
A, right, left. Oh, do I need to be the Goron? Not the pig. Am I playing it wrong? That's weird. Yeah, A right left, A right left. Oh wait, I got A right left, A right left, right A. Pictures have to play the whole song. Okay. Who would have thought? Yeah, 2 other apps with the same name. That's the kind of thing, it's like, back in the old days, when there weren't such things as, like, applications, and, like, you had to put up with the cool, good websites, and also the scammy websites, because in the Wild West internet days, anything could go up. Now, for the most part, most sites, I feel, are safe. Safe-ish. But with apps now, it's like everyone's trying to cash in on everyone else's success and whatnot. Ow. Ow. But yes, I do think there needs to be more competition, especially, you know, the more competition, the more these big companies that seem to have cornered the market and created a not legal monopoly, but sort of pseudo monopoly, will question things before they implement stuff like voter ID, before they implement things like user ID. Okay, now I feel like there's a way to quick kill this guy, but like you put on the fire arrow or the regular arrow. I've never actually dug into the 4th piece of the Triforce theory. I've watched a video or 2 on it. Oh, this would be easier if my controller was not. Controller's not calibrated properly, and I don't know why that happened. This is the unfun way to do this. Oh, I'm out of arrows. Oh well. Yeah, I watched this video on the 4th piece of the Triforce and how there's like psychologically there's a lot of 3s and 4s when it comes to world religions and whatnot. I honestly don't know if it holds up really well, like especially with like okay, so like Christian theology is what I know best, so I can only speak from that
aspect, but the whole like down pointing of the cross, like the 3 points of the cross, like yes, that became a symbol of Christian imagery, but there's no real connection in Scripture to the 3 points of the cross and the Trinity. Like it's not there in Scripture. It's not there in classical theology and whatnot. It's you don't see it. That's just like that. I feel is an example of eisegesis. Like we want to make this idea work, so therefore let's read it into it. So I mean, I can understand it. Like the 4th point of the cross points downwards to hell, whatever. Satan in Christian theology is not seen as like an equal opposite force to Yahweh or Jesus, but rather just another rebellious created being. I don't know. I don't think the analogies work with Christianity from what I've seen in the video. The idea that the 4th piece of the Triforce is null, that's another popular one I came across, or like represents chaos. I think that is, I like that more than the 4th piece being an actual 4th piece. I don't know. Yeah, we definitely watched different videos, but I'm interested to hear what other people think. Because there are 4s, you know, there are 4s throughout Zelda. Okay, I need money. That's what I need. Alright, I gotta go get my money, then I gotta come back here, pay the guy, and then win the race. Oh, wait. I gotta invert the Song of Time. Gotta remember to do that. Oh no, I don't want to do that. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes to what I was saying the other day about how, you know, the whole chaos and order thing. Like, if you conceptualize evil as not a thing, but the absence of good, then that theory kind of does fit. You know, the middle piece of the Triforce is not actually there because it is not a thing. And it represents a chaos, in a sense. The 3 other pieces, if you put them together, you get complete order. But there's always this force of chaos working against order. So yeah, I mean, maybe that null theory fits better than an actual 4th piece. Not that Nintendo will ever confirm that. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's the part of it I don't necessarily agree with, that null represents matter. Because in the video that I watched on it, they said that they created the world with null, or which sort of implied that null and the earth was connected. But if I remember Echoes of Wisdom correctly, the lore dump there was that they created the earth to contain null, not like as part of null. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. I need some more Zelda lore. No. Take out 300 just in case. Ah. 200. 199. I thought I had the adult wallet. Oh my goodness, seriously. I thought I got the adult wallet. Can I not hold more than 99? Oh yeah, why couldn't... Whatever. In the beginning was the void, and and in the void slept null, blissful and content. Then the three golden goddesses descended and created the universe on top of the void, and null awoke and could not sleep. Ironically, just like the void in League of Legend lore. I'm gonna need more money, I think, to enter the Goron race. Which means I'll have to go back to Clock Down and... Morning, Tim. Yeah, I mean, so in the Echoes of Wisdom lore, I guess it would mean that Null was an entity before before the world was created, which I don't know. I think I don't know. That's fine. They can do that. I don't know if I like that. I'd have to dig into more on the like inspiration for it and whatnot. Why can I not know where to go? Okay, so in order to get the gold dust, I need to win the Goron race. But in order to win the Goron race, I have to get the powder keg. I think? Yeah, I gotta... Do I have to go up here first and talk to him? Just like parenting. Brandon Sanderson had an interesting take on the whole Void stuff, as well as the book series Skyward. Sorry. Audio. Honestly, it's so wide and spread that one of people came up with the same idea structure. Brennan's was both dark and disturbing, especially for a book. I'll have to take a look at it. On the Goron move. Want a powder keg? Yeah, give it a try. I mean, there are a number of things. If I take your meaning correctly, the idea that so many people thought of the same thing. It's like there's a number of things throughout, human history and literature that seem to be like repeated throughout, other cultures that don't seem to make any sense. Like like dragons, for example. or better. I think they're better classified as chaos monsters. Like often the world will be created out of the dead carcass of either a chaos monster or some other chaotic representation or something like that. Or just, you know, dragons in general tend to show up all over the place. But that actually stems from my own... That actually helps me inform me on my own kind of view on storytelling and why people like storytelling and what makes a good story. I do think what makes a good story is, like, innately part of humanity. Like, storytelling tropes throughout time and history can speak to people, even though they're from different cultures and different eras. Because there's something about it, about how humans were created, that just kind of works, if you will. Okay, yay! Oh, look at his little hair. Alright, I think I need 50, which I don't have, but we'll see. Okay, let's see how annoying this is. It's like, whoa, where'd you come from? Okay, good, it doesn't cost any money. Right. Hopefully I can do this. Stretch. Probably shouldn't have gone up there. Did I do it? Did I do it? No. It's like Mario Kart, where they just like have that elastic dynamic difficulty adjustment where they just slingshot the last person to the front. Yeah. Awesome. Now I should be able to get the Gilded Blade, but quick, somebody look up how much money I need for the Gilded Blade. Oh no, he takes the payment, I think, from the gold dust as payment. I don't think I need any money for it. Need some Tokyo Drift music. On a lighter note, I really like Tokyo Drift. Remember that movie? That was a great movie. That was back when Fast and the Furious was actually like about, I don't know, just ruffians racing cars. And it was a lot of fun. Oh, did I not get the owl statue? Oh, I did. Good. Okay. Alright, step back, buddy. He's excited. All right. Horrible moon. Look. So I didn't talk about this when the game first started, but the introduction to the Skull Kid as a villain, I think, is good. You know, like, some villains get introduced and they're kind of lackluster. But, you know, he shows up, you know, he seems goofy, but then he's clearly magical, turns you into a Deku Scrub, gets rid of Epona, and you're just like, I hate this guy. That's a good villain introduction. And then you slowly begin to understand that maybe the Skull Kid isn't necessarily the bad guy. I will be Grasshopper. They are coming. I love the theory that these guys, the design is based off of the Flatwoods monster, which I don't know nothing about, but I just know that apparently there is like an alien entity that these people encountered, and they look like the picture of it looks just like this. And it says, for me, it was the mystery that really hooked me into the world of Majora's Mask. Yes, yeah, me too. I think they really, really capitalize on just being able to reuse the assets from Ocarina of Time and put them in a situation where you totally forget that's like, oh, this is probably just a reused asset to decrease development time. It's like, no, this is a parallel world, possibly all created in the mind of the Skull Kid, or maybe not. Who knows? And figuring out what happened here and trying to learn more about everything is just so much fun. It really is. It should stand in contrast to how Tears of the Kingdom somehow failed to retain that mystery, whereas Ocarina and Majora's Mask just like enhanced it for the sequel. Hopefully my controller will cooperate. This is gonna be a little difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Because I have to aim with the other joystick. Gotta change those controls. There's one behind the barn, I think. Where's the last one? There it is. Yay. Yeah, we got him. Really think Tears of the Kingdom should have stayed with as DLC for the at least. Then we may not. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I still think they would have kept the same story. I don't know. Man, they went too much. They overdid it with the lore, both in the world and also in the wider state of things. I think they should have left the I think they should have left the Zonai out of it. Like, yeah, maybe give them more, and like, of how like the ancient Hylians were. The ancient Hylians like met the Zonai. Just like give us a bit more about them, but leave Rauru out of it. I mean, Rauru is a cool character. He's designed well, but I don't know. It just didn't fit for me. It just didn't do it for me. I think the game, as I said before, the game in isolation is great. Had that been the only game to come out, it would have been awesome. If it wasn't under the shadow of Breath of the Wild. It's like I'm wondering, like, when my son's old enough, do I let him just jump right into Tears of the Kingdom so he can just experience a massive world of wonder, or should I let him play Breath of the Wild first? Okay, I gotta focus. What am I doing here? Okay, I got the gold dust. Oh, I know what I can do. How do I dismount? You stay here, horsey. We'll play some games. Removing the Guardians, putting in the time travel silliness, and then ruining the ending by going all Legend of Korra and just fixing Zelda rather than opening up the possibility of a sequel. Yeah, that was the biggest part about the ending. But I did like the ending. That ending, again, in isolation, that ending was so epic. Like, you fight a evil demon, like, you have a sword fight with a demon, the Demon King, and then it's epic, and then you fight a dragon in the sky while another dragon helps you. It's so cool. I'm not reading this because it's not really... But yeah, the whole, like, you fixing Zelda... I mean, it did make for a great moment where, you know, that iconic Link falling from the sky and grabbing Zelda. It is so cool. But yeah, they did undercut the stakes a bit. It could have set up for a nice sequel where Link had to rescue Zelda, or maybe even make it somber in that hero didn't rescue Zelda. You know, that would have given them the opportunity to sort of continue the Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild story, but in a Hyrule thousands of years later that has shifted the landscape, and now the hero hears tell of the legend. You know, sort of like how there's two Zeldas in Zelda 2. You have to awaken the one that is, you have to awaken the one that's, like, asleep at the end of the game. That would have been cool. That would have made a real cool story, where this hero is Link again, and now Zelda is meeting a new Link, and could have made for a nice, interesting dynamic where halfway through the game you rescue Zelda and she comes to and then helps you defeat Ganondorf again. That would have been really cool. But it's not what we got. Oh, look at that. These HD graphic Okay, look at that. See? Look at this. Is this in the original? I need to know. Because that makes a connection between what is inside the moon and what is down here on Termina. Oh, gosh. What's this place? Oh, I guess I don't need to do that. Shooting gallery. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on the masks. I'm not gonna try to do all the to get 100%. Oh, I don't have a sword. Okay, now the question I have is, what do I need to... Items, I need to complete Swamp Skull House in Majora's Mask. Fire arrow, Deku sticks, bugs, magic beans, bombs. Okay, good. I'm gonna go do that. I didn't know if I needed the hook shot or not. But it might be a little difficult without a sword. Now let's go do it anyway. No, not there. You know what? Let's just do this. Because I don't have a lot of time. Let's do... I'm trying to think. Let's just do the alien thing first. And get that over with. So if you were to change the next Zelda game, how would you handle it? Time, period, era, powers, character, sequel. I think they're definitely gonna... It's not gonna be a direct sequel. It wouldn't put it... I wouldn't put it past Nintendo to try to do pull a fast one on us and make it open world. But I could also see them going back to normal and just being like, you know, this is... They just completely changed the structure. Tonight at 2. Alright, hang on. Proceed to night of the first day. It is night of the first day. How do I speed up the time? I can speed up the time, right? I don't want to wait around. I don't want to waste time, guys. Yes, I did come from the town. Oh, someone did point out too in that theory on like why Link and Zelda can't be a relationship is because while the blood of the goddess is important to, like, is necessary for Zelda, the spirit of the hero is not, like, bloodbound. You know, I don't think it ever states that the hero needs to be a direct descendant of a past hero, which kind of makes sense. So therefore, you can have a completely different person be Link. And, you know, it is true up until Breath of the Wild, you know, Link was, in the games at least, you could always rename the character. I think. In Skyward Sword, you can rename the character, right? So the idea was that you were the hero, and Link technically wasn't his own character. But now I think it's pretty established that Link is now definitely his own character. Oh, no beans. Oh, weapon durability? Depends on the game. Weapon durability, the function of weapon durability, as I've stated before, was to get you to explore. I think that was one of their ways to be like, well, as soon as they find the best weapon, they're just going to use that over and over again. So we need something to make it so that they're constantly thinking and using the items available to them. So, weapon durability. I don't think it's necessary in a game like this. I really, like, that was one of the most exciting things for me as a kid, was getting the weapon upgrade, getting the new sword, you know? I'm just gonna roll around the town for a minute. Get some monies. There's Epona. Maybe we could trigger the Great Bay cutscene and then get the Goron mask, the Zora mask. Gotta be careful not to... It's already 10 o'clock? Okay, never mind. I do not want to miss. Wow, time does move fast when you don't. You don't have the inverted Song of Time playing. It's already almost 12. I don't know, like with any sequel, I do want to see more. I want more questions answered, but at the same time, I don't. Which, that was like, that's what I liked about Breath of the Wild, was that they did so many crazy things, and it was like got people talking about like the timeline convergence theory and all that fun stuff, which I thought actually made a lot of sense. Like the timelines at some point converged, which would have been really cool. That maybe in a game they just answered it like the goddess Hylia, who is the goddess of time, 100%, decided that there's no more of this timeline nonsense, and um, decided, you know, we're gonna converge the timelines. That of course flies in the face of my theory that Zelda is Hylia in every iteration of her. But depending on where the inspiration can come from, you know, the Japanese like ancient religions on kammis and things like that, they could create copies of themselves and essentially be in two places at the same time, which is not unlike other ancient religions. You do have that in ancient Judaism, as well as, of course, Christianity with the whole Trinity thing. Where am I supposed to meet her? Oh, there she is. Alright, we'll do this, and then we gotta maybe call it a day. We'll see. It's almost time. Take care of things outside, Grasshopper. If you have a map, watch it carefully. Okay, whatever happens, don't let them get to the barn. Did I get the map? Okay, good. Now I have first-person mode. Look at that. Oh, I don't get fail immediately. I don't think I've ever failed at this. But, you know, first time for everything. In the video I watched on these guys, apparently in an interview, Onuma was like, "Yeah, this game came out at a time when there was a lot of UFO sightings in Japan," which would be a whole cool thing to dive into on what the whole universe scene is in Japan. And they're just like, what if we had a side story with aliens in it that abducted cows? And that was like the inspiration for this. So I totally think they designed these guys to look like the Flatwoods monster, and at the same time, oh shoot, and at the same time, like, was just kind of playing on pop culture. Too close. Yeah! I was playing NR... What's NR? NR FTW. When the topic weapon durability and how attachments were earned in Tears of the Kingdom popped up, I ended up writing out an entire breakdown on item economy. Oh, I'd like to read that. the economies of games is not something I've dove into a lot, but I am interested to read more about it. You helped the ranch girl save the cows. No rest for the wicked. Thanks, Tim. Sorry, you've mentioned that so many times. I'm pretty sure playing a game and trying to talk makes me dumber. Alright, when does she want it? She wants to deliver milk tomorrow night, I think. Not sure why some words cause YouTube to censor to... They censored it? No, I don't think they censored it. It just said NRFTW, which was no rest for the wicked. I don't know why they couldn't put that together. It was... Thanks for trying to save me, Eamon. That was just me being stupid. Alright. Let's go pick up our sword. Well, first I want to know... Where's the sister? Is she in here? Oh, the original post got nuked. Oh my, hello. That's right, they don't interact with you if you're not Link. 6 o'clock this evening. Okay, guess gotta be here by 6 o'clock. Let's go to the mountain. I like that sound effect. Forget, is there something under here? Money. It's done. It's a cool looking sword. If you bring me gold dust before the sword loses edge, I'll be able to make the strongest sword. Would you? Ugo, Ugo. Yes, I do. I fail to see how gold makes a sword stronger, given that gold is actually not very durable. But, you know, whatever. It looks cool. Alright, come back tomorrow morning, still without a sword. Okay. Is there an item I can get? There's a treasure chest over there. Probably get it. Money. Alright, sadly I gotta call it right now. I gotta go take care of some things. Alright, so we're done a second day. I'm waiting for my sword to be
to be made, and I need to. I saved the farm. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what I did, so I don't. Okay, yeah. All right, let's wait. Slowing down time. All right. I don't have a sword. I saved Ramani. I need to go back to Hyrule Field. That's what I'll do. Alright. Southern Swamp. Anything I need to do there? No, not Woodfall. Yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can do the Skulltula house. Get some more wallet room. So I can actually afford things. We need to use Deku Scrub. Bounce around. And I'm wondering about, like, is this rain here? This rain was here in the original, right? This isn't just the HD texture pack. It's really funny, like, when you when you're older and you play games that you haven't touched in a long time. You have this weird, I wonder if there's a name for it. It's like, oh yeah, this is exactly how I remember playing this game. And it's very clear I'm using an HD texture pack. But were I to go back, you know, and actually play it on the hardware of a Nintendo 64, doesn't really look so good. Uh-oh, I should not have done that. I'm sure there's some sort of psychological term for it where you like, oh yeah, this is exactly how I remembered it, when it's very not. Like, I totally remember this rain falling and all the small details and things like that, and it's just the childhood brain that you had was so good at, like, filling in the gaps of things. You know, when I was doing my my playthrough of Ocarina of Time, I was trying to comment on the story. Oh, now you're there, Damon. I was wondering. It was YouTube. Yeah, when I was doing my playthrough of Ocarina of Time, it was really interesting because I was commenting on the story, and the story is very simple, but there's, like, at the very beginning of the game, they give you the first person you meet is Saria, your little friend. And you have one scene with her where she's, you know, she says hi, and then you have to go. I think that's it, really, but it's like, it's communicated because she's the first person you meet. It's like communicated to you as the player, like, oh, this is my best friend. And everybody else is treating me very, it's kind of mean to me. So, because I don't have a fairy, but she like congratulates me on having a fairy, and like, you know, as an adult, if the game were being made solely for adults, you would need to do a bit more to communicate, like, oh, this is your best friend, and whatnot. But your childhood mind kind of fills in the gaps, and then like that scene where Link runs away, like she tries to say goodbye to him, but then runs away. I would say normally for an adult, you need a bit more setup to support that kind of payoff of like a sad moment. But for me as a kid, it totally worked. I was like totally bummed out and felt like the gravity of the situation that Link was leaving his childhood best friend. Maybe I was just overly sensitive as a kid. I don't know if anybody can relate to that. Eamon, how did you feel playing Ocarina of Time for the first time? I don't know, it could be me, it could be my setup, I don't know. Alright, bird o'clock. I do not have a sword right now, so I'm really hoping I'm able to complete this without a sword. What does it say? Please feel free to take our fresh spring water home with you. I think I should do that. I got a gold Skulltula. Oh yeah. You got a gold Skulltula. Like, Link, remember to get the gold Skulltulas. You can turn in the gold Skulltulas to get rewards. Oh man. That was perfect. I love how that I really am glad I played Metroid Prime 4 and I could experience it for myself, because I know that was a parody, but that video of like if Legend of Ocarina of Time was made in 2026 was like a perfect parody of what I experienced in Metroid Prime 4. That's what it felt like at times. Uh-oh. Do I need the hook shot to get that? I hope not. I might need the hook shot. Yeah, it's up there. I don't know if I can get that without a hook shot. Yeah, I think I do. Oh well. Sorry, bud. Oh look. Another thing I'm like wondering, was this in the original game? Like the map on the wall. Alright, let's go to the Great Bay. I don't know why I put the mask on there. reminds me of all the people that were attacking Pal World, saying it's bad and uses AI. Wait, what does? What reminds you? Like, all of... Yeah, I'm curious. I have mixed feelings about AI being utilized to make games. More in the sense that... Sorry, I need a Kona. Why did I do that? Yeah, man, sorry, I don't know what's going on with... I was referring to how people attack a game and sometimes the best thing to do is play it yourself. Oh, yeah. Yep. Like, and again, like... It's one thing to attack a... We tend to conflate a lot of things in our mind about, like criticisms for a game. And we tend to lump that all into... And therefore, this game is bad and you shouldn't play it. Where it's like, okay, no, I mean, sometimes you can break up the criticism. You know, sometimes it's fine to be like, this game is a good game, but I'm not going to play it because of X, Y, Z. And I realize that doesn't make sense for like a gameplay perspective, but maybe you don't like the company, and maybe you don't like the way it did this or the way it did that. It's like, that's totally fine, but just, you know, be honest with why. Like, did Pal World borderline infringe on on the copyright of Pokemon? Probably. Does that mean it's a bad game? No. It just means that, you know, they really skirted around the edges there of copyright infringement. And look, utilization, that's how we got on the topic. Like, utilization of AI, I don't like it, not because it can make a bad game. Again, this is the distinction here. But because if it's used more and more over time, it will produce more and more bad games. Like, it's kind of like what we talked about before, about like the atrophy of skills when it comes to AI. And if you utilize, you know, it's kind of like I think I might have used this analogy before. It's like pushing a button to chop wood versus swinging an axe. Like, all the muscles and exercise you would have gotten from swinging the axe. Like, yes, it's way less efficient, but now those muscles have atrophied. And I think the same is true that can be said with the same can be said with utilizing AI for skills that you normally would know how to do. If that makes any sense. So I'm not gonna like criticize them for utilizing AI in that sense, like it's gonna create a bad game, because we're still at the point where AI is so new that people still know how to make good games. But I think eventually, you know, when you can hit a button and produce a game, things might get a little weird. Did you ever show you the Dragon Quest Force OG Pokemon? I'll post on Discord. It's really funny. Popped up during all the talk of Power. Yeah. Oh, yeah, or a lot of Pokemon designs, like, reminiscent of... Dragon Quest. I've actually never played a Dragon Quest game. I have a couple downloaded on my 3DS. So here's another thing. If this game were made in 2026, I would have walked out, and before I even get out, someone, it would have zoomed in on Miko over there, and your fairy would have been like, "There's something in the water." Whereas, you know, it's like, and I do remember this in the original game, you just have to look for the seagulls. The seagulls are supposed to draw your attention, and then you go there. And then you have to figure out, what do you do? Oh, you push on the shore. Yeah, I know. It's definitely like a a gaping hole in my gaming repertoire of not having played a Dragon Quest game or Chrono Trigger or Symphony of the Night. Chrono Trigger and Symphony of the Night are my two biggest, like, I really do need to play these games. Oh, Miko. It is really sad when you start to think about, like, all the characters that you're taking control of have died. This song. I love the quirkiness of this game. Song of Healing. And it says, I tried Chrono Trigger, played a few hours, but never really seen the appeal outside of being a standard JRPG. Yeah, I mean, that would be my big question going into it. Is the game great because it was like an above average JRPG for its time and it really impacted a lot of people? Like, is it nostalgia, or is it an actually, like, is it a good game? Is it above average game? That was the question I had when I booted up Ocarina of Time, and there are certainly a lot of people who think that Ocarina of Time is not one of the greatest games ever made and overblown because of nostalgia. Like, that is certainly an opinion people have. But I will say, at least for my own opinion, playing it, it has a good story structure. It has solid, polished gameplay, a good story. It is a great game. It's not perfect. It does have its flaws, for sure. And I do think it actually holds up when it comes to games today. You just have to kind of manage your expectations for its time period. Like, you're not going to get a Breath of the Wild length game. You're going to get a game that as a typical length of a game for its time. It's definitely better than Metroid Prime 4. So I'm wondering, if I ever do play Chrono Trigger, that would be my question. Like, is this game actually great, or is it all just nostalgia? And from what I've heard and seen people say, it's, you know, generally considered one of the best games of all time. So, you know, that, go into it with that, I guess. Will you try to sing Miku's lyrics. Oh. Yay! Shark fins are the... I forgot about that. Can I... Do the Zora arms function like the boomerang? Can I pull stuff to me? God, that's horrifying. How do I... Do these bring stuff to me? That would be cool if they did. And then I could... Yeah! Oh, cool. Now I can go back to the skull house. Try to complete that. I think the multiple endings played a big part in its popularity, especially when you add the time travel elements. Yeah, that's true. I remember hearing about that. My friend was like super psyched that part of it was like getting all the endings and the time travel really did. The time travel storyline didn't just affect the story. It was like part of like the meta gameplay where you could beat you could go back and then all of a sudden you could beat the game whenever you wanted in New Game Plus. Like, and again, it had a New Game Plus. Like, that's a big deal for games at the time. So yeah, there were certain probably things that were very novel about it that are just in regular games today. Can I go in the water here? Can I swim? Oh man, I'm too tall. Oh, this is a bad decision. Sorry, everyone. Another good series is Breath of Fire. I started playing the first Breath of Fire, and just like a classic old game, I got stuck at one point and didn't know where to go. But I honestly didn't put too much time into it. Maybe after a while I'll... See, that's the thing though. A lot of these older RPGs, like, you have to devote a serious amount of time to them. Or just RPGs in general, and... like, until I have, like, more time to stream, that meaning, like, maybe someday I can actually do this for a living, I don't know if it would be beneficial for me to be like, I'm going to stream a JRPG, because then for like a month straight at least I'm going to be playing this game. Did it save everything? Okay, good, it saved everything. Yeah, so I don't know. That's the thing. It's like now that I'm streaming and have to consider like what people actually want to watch. I feel like I need to at least consider that. And I don't know if people are going to want to sit down a 40-hour... Hey, buddy. How do I wake him up? Oops. Speaking of games, it takes a long time to beat. Sorry, hang on. Make sure there's nothing in these pots. Okay, good. Apparently it takes a few hundred hours to beat Mugenics and around 600 plus 200%. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, if it's that type of game.
my sword. Shoot, do I need my sword to get through there? Can the Zora's arms do it? Wow, can I not? That's unfortunate. Did that wake him up? He's sleeping. How do I wake him up? We'll come back to that. Hey, buddy. That's my 9th one. Alright, back in here. Gotta do a little bit of aiming. Nice. Yeah. Okay, I think I got all the ones down here. Should have gotten the bomb mask. Have not done that yet. I know that's the first one usually people get, but whatever. Oh, great. I need more bugs. Alright, let's just go take care of that right now. Oops. Wrong room. Growing your channel would be pretty easy. Your shorts, commentary, and game design already gets... Oh, thanks, man. Hey, Seek this guy. Good to see you. Glad you can make it today. Aha. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Zeltroid told me. Basically, just like... I think the kind of angle I'm trying to go with my channel is not necessarily what I play, but what I say about it. Which is like... That's cool, because I want to have things to say and commentary that's not just me screaming like some reaction streamers or things like that. But, you know, actual substantive commentary. So, yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe. It definitely puts more pressure on me to actually stay up to date on like trends and what people are saying about games and continuing to grow myself, which is good because I do want to continue to grow in my knowledge of game design and everything like that. I do think I actually have... I don't have to beat this in one day. I can always come back here after I get my sword back. Oh man, can I not target that? Oh, I can't. I should be able to. Yeah, there we go. Come on, reach it. Oh. Yeah, the whole substantive commentary, though, I will say there are times when I'm just like, man, I don't think I have anything to say right now. That's worth listening to. So there is that. Just gotta make sure I stay up to date on my own reading and knowledge growth. Let's see. Chris and I plan to start streaming again sometime soon. There's this new platform called Valora, but we can't exactly stream there until we can multi-stream to it and YouTube. Oh, it's not multi-stream yet. Interesting. Yeah, Valora was mentioned yesterday, I think. Eamon mentioned it, I think. Or maybe you did? I don't know. Sorry. What are you guys going to stream? You're going to... I know you guys do Blender stuff, right? Or is it just going to be a game stream? And it says, just keep in mind, you'll be accused of rage baiting for content. If and when you say something people don't agree with. Like that one dude that loved Prime 4. Yeah, I remember that. That was fun. Good times. Yeah, I feel like any opinion online you're gonna throw out. Thankfully, I haven't had too many like you're an idiot comments on on my shorts. Most of the time, it's either, if it is critical, it's critical in like a deeper way. Like the other day on X, I'm not gonna name names, but I did, witness two people going at it, and I've seen these people like interact before, I think, and I'm wondering if they colluded together to start some drama. So people definitely do that. Which again is not necessarily a bad thing if it sparks good conversation. But that's the thing, does it spark good conversation or not? Yeah, someone else mentioned it seems to be the mobile platform, saying available on iOS and Android. We can stream either games or Blender stuff as we please. Yeah, you can. That's cool. Awesome. I'll definitely check that out once you got it. This is Gerudo script, is it not? No. I don't think it is. There's a sculpture up there. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. He's right there. All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks for dropping in to say hi. When you do get things set up, Seek the Sky, share it. Drop in, share a link. Definitely do that. I'd like to check out your stream. Provide it for others as well. Yeah. How many of these do I have to find? Is it 20 or something? 25? Don't fall, that'd be bad. Bit of a side note. Have you been experienced making music boxes? No. What do you mean by is that an application, or do you mean like real physical music boxes? Like with the little cranks that you I highly doubt that's what you mean, but do tell. What do you mean by music boxes? Oh man, need more bugs? Yep, I do. How do I wake that guy up? That's what I want to know. I do appreciate how this is another minor thing about this game, but you know, it would have been easy for Majora's Mask to like kind of copy the Ocarina of Time formula with the gold sculptures, just like hide them in random places. Like that would have been really easy for them to do that, but they didn't. They did a new take on it, and it made it its own thing, which this game does like in spades, which I think is another reason it differentiates itself from its predecessor in a way, as I'll say it again, that Tears of the Kingdom did not from Breath of the Wild. And I'm not exactly sure why or how it all works, but this game really, really works in ways that they should have looked at when creating Breath of the Wild. I think they were banking on the... They were definitely banking on the... what do you call it? Oh, shoot. They were banking on the Ultra Hand ability being, like, the thing that drew people to the game. And don't get me wrong, the Ultra Hand ability is pretty awesome. But as far as like distinguishing it in feel from Breath of the Wild, I don't think for some reason it just wasn't enough. Another one is hiding in there. Okay. Yeah, that's right. They're hiding up there. Sonata of Awakening. No, it's not going to be that one. Thank you, Eamon. I think that most definitely is the right answer. It's kind of like my theory that this game, a sub-theme of this game is all about like order and chaos, and then the main song you need to to bring the Call the Giants is Oath to Order. So it just makes sense. So yes, I should have picked up on that. I should have used the Song of Awakening. It's kind of like when the guys you get the masks from are like, heal me, and it's like, what do I do? Play the Song of Healing. And hate bees. Okay, now the question I have here is, can I kill these things from down here? Because right now... Oh wow, that went perfectly through. I got one more. And can I get... That went perfectly through too. This might be one of those moments. Oh, I know what to do. I'm 80% sure this is gonna work. Do it. Oh, I thought I was gonna blow them all up. That's a shame. I was about to praise this game again because of that. Come on. A bomb chew. That's what I need. There you go. Okay, let's see. Come on. The hook shot would have been nice here. At least I know I can do it. I just have to... Oh, there's two of them up there. Am I missing something? Is there a ladder I can climb? Can I burn down the tree? I'm surprised I haven't accidentally got one of them yet. That's... Hey, there we go. Alright, so it's possible. Hope I don't run out of time. Just need a little bit of luck. A speedrunner would have this down. Like, know the exact right pixels. Yes! Alright, now I just gotta get them. Nothing. I didn't say anything because you were gone. But actual music boxes. That's really cool. A 3D resin, printer techno, and metallurgy. Dude, that is so cool. Are you already into, like, metallurgy and 3D printing? That's like another skill that I have listed down on my own personal, like, if I had all the time in the world, I would, or if I could go back in time, I would totally try to learn 3D printing and metallurgy and circuit, like, fixing circuit boards. I love watching those videos of the guys fixing the circuit boards. That's really cool, man. So yeah, is it like a completely new skill, or is it something you're working on right now? See, that's the thing that hang on, I'm just listening for more. Okay, so like when a few years ago there was that like learn to code controversy that came out, and everyone was upset, like, oh no, the blue-collar jobs are gone, guess I gotta learn to code, and everyone would get upset like it was some sort of insult. So I did that, I learned to code, and now it's like, it seems like, almost seems like the reverse is happening, where it's not learn to code, it's like, now I gotta learn to weld. Because the AI might take my programming job, you know? So now I'm like, okay, it's gonna be like AI is here, but I think it's going to be advanced faster than robotics. So while at some point robotics could take, we could have like android plumbers. It's gonna be a while before they're ready to like totally replace all humans. Which is another thing to ponder on. Like when androids are good enough to do everything humans can do, what are humans gonna do? That's the question that everyone is asking. Right down A, down right up. Oh, wait, that was Oath to Order. Oh. Sonata of Awakening. Up, left, A, right, A. Dun, 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 dun. A trade skill, yes, exactly. Gotta learn a skill. Yeah, I started with some coins for the 36th anniversary of the National Reptile Breeders Expo last year. Oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. I'm like, man, I want to do that. Oh, what am I doing? They were metal coins using pewter. Oh, nice. That's not where I wanted to be. I want to be over there. I think I need my sword. I don't think I can get through that barrier without a sword, which is kind of silly. Do you have pictures of them? Share them on the Discord, and then maybe when we get big enough, we can have a page for self-promotion. That's my 26th one. So wait, how many gold Skulltulas are in here? Yeah, I don't think I can get through this unless I have my sword. Unless I can somehow... Where is it? Maybe I can, if I can shoot that bubble through there, then maybe I can get... fins. No. Man, that's unfortunate. Okay, guess we're gonna have to come back once I get my sword. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to meet... Oh, man. Ugh. This is gonna be a regular occurrence in this game, by the way. So you guys know. Yeah, I was supposed to, Yeah, I just missed it. I was supposed to meet her, too. To escort her. Oh well, guess we'll have to do the... We'll have to do the alien storyline all over again. Okay, buddy, don't worry. Alright, we'll have to come back. Alright, we're just gonna go to the... We'll skip ahead to the next day. There are some resin that can withstand high temperatures. Thus you can print a reusable casting mold. Oh, cool. You gonna print gold doubloons and make your own pieces of 8? That'd be cool. I think pirate-themed coins would sell well. Dawn of the final day, yes. Oh man, that is a great idea. That's what I'll do. I'll get my sons to learn 3D printing and metallurgy, which will set them up for the future. And we can all get into Warhammer. It's foolproof. I'm already like sowing the seeds in their minds. Like, you guys should become civil engineers. How about that? You want to build stuff? I do think engineers will be still utilized in the future. This is one of the coolest weapons in all of gaming. Just the design of it. Look at that. That is so cool. The razor sword has been changed to the gilded sword. Gilding something shouldn't really make it any harder or sharper, for sure, but it does make it look cool. Unless there's some weird thing you can do with gold to make it super strong. Maybe, Eamon, do you know that? I forgot how rockstar the Zora mask was. Tim, you should get a little figure of Miko. Put him in your own videos. Can't make a sword stronger than that. No matter how many times you use it, it will never lose its edge. Brrr. Look at that. Awesome. Looks even better in HD. And it's like the size of it's the size of Link. Look at that. There's no way he could pull that from his scabbard from his back. What could possibly go wrong? Getting my kids into Warhammer. Is that like... Are you into Warhammer? Is that legal? Can you print your own like miniatures and bring them to tournaments and things like that? Or do people get upset with that? Gotta ask the Ananuke. I think we could sprinkle gold dust into the atmosphere and gain magic powers. The Ananuke, I remember reading about that. That's some like... What's that? Remind me, what is the Ananuke again? Are they like the, what's the term I'm looking for? Shoot, I can't remember. You'll have to refresh my memory. I think I remember them being part of an ancient, like, theory of like how we got technology. Is that right? Like, did you ever wonder how we figured out how to do so much stuff? And people will say, yeah, we didn't. It was taught to us. And depending on who you ask, it's either aliens, angels, or demons. I'm not saying that's true. I definitely think humans figured out a lot of things. I'm just saying it makes for a really cool setup for a JRPG. Alright, let's finish this. Ow! That dumb dog. I forgot he doesn't like Deku Scrubs. Alright. Where's that Deku Scrub? I guess I can't really fault the game for this because, like, why would you not have a sword? There we go. Alright, did I get all of them? No, I did not. There's another one in here. Listening to Henry Cavill talk about his collection. Where is it? Is it in one of the pots? I thought I punched these already. Oh, I think it's behind one of them. No. Maybe in between. Oh, up there. I hope there's only 28. 28 is a really weird number. Why 28? That's your 28th one. Oh, there's another one in here. There's 30. Lexicon Gwen from Twitter. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Doing alright. Just, you know, trying to relive my childhood. Sorry, not Twitter. Twitch. Thank you. That was a test. Twitter, Twitch, got them all confused. They sound the same. Where is this last one? Do I need... Can I hear them throughout rooms? That's the question. Let's see. Where I'm from? Well, I'm originally from Boston, the Boston area. Then I lived in South Korea for about a decade. And now I'm in Texas. I think most people here are in Central or Eastern time zone. Where are you from? Oh, it's in here. Yeah, I gotta turn up my volume. California. It's early for you. What are you doing up up this early? Oh, wait. I think I know what to do. Of course, I don't have any Deku nuts. That's usually what I ask a lot of people when they first find my stream is like, why are you up so early? I guess I could ask the same question for myself. Why am I up so early? This is the only time I have. Can I drop a bomb in here? Do I need a Deku nut? I think I need a Deku nut. It's always something. Oh wait, there's a spot where there's Deku scrubs, I think. Shrubs. I don't know. Whatever you want to call them. Are those in here? That's the question. No. Ugh, I just need a Deku nut. Ugh. Back here. It's in that pot, and I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to drop a Deku nut down on it. Problem is, I don't have one. This is one of those things where I'm like, as a gamer, I get frustrated with when they don't necessarily provide for you everything you need to complete a specific area. But at the same time, I also, excuse me, I also appreciate it because, you know, it's there should be some sort of, you know, metric for being prepared. When you go to places. In this game, because it like wipes out your inventory every time you travel back in time, it is a little annoying. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, just another thing to consider that really makes this game unique. Possibly something that it's like how people complained about how Metroid Prime 2 they didn't like the ammo system. And yes, there were times when I'm like, man, I wish they gave me more ammo drops. But at the same time, striking that balance is really, really hard, because if you don't give enough ammo drops, then you make it just too difficult to do anything with the ammo. And if you give too many ammo drops, you start to be like, well, what's the point of having ammo to begin with? So anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking about here is like, why why not put a Deku Nut in there if I need a Deku Nut? Which now makes me think that I don't actually need a Deku Nut. And we got one Deku Nut. But I'm going to want more than one. I posted a lot yesterday about the accessibility discussion we had, and when things get too accessible, if you will. And I think it all has to do with, like, I think I mentioned how someone commented that they don't usually think about accessibility until, like, much of the game is already designed. And I think that that's the right way to go about it. Like, what are your priorities when you design a game? Where to clock? Which all goes back to, like, the whole, like, you can't make everybody happy. And you kind of have to have that mentality. Your mentality should be, I'm going to make my fans happy. And then we'll just hope for the best with everybody else. Alright, hopefully this Deku Nut is what I need. And then we can complete... complete the Skull House. I was thinking about that, Eamon, that Matt Damon interview that you shared, and how, like, they're writing stories to be with, like, multi-screen users in mind. And I'm like, oh, that's dumb, they shouldn't do that. But then here I am playing a video game as a multi-screen user, and so many people do that with so many different things. I can totally see people playing games while doing something else on another screen. Alright, let's see if I can do this. Oh, I missed. Alright, how do I get this here? It can't be a Deku Nut. Ugh, fine. I'll have to... It's bombs. I tried that. Look. Doesn't go in. Do I have to throw it in? Is that it? Does it want me to throw it in? Ow. I don't need, like, a powder keg, do I? Maybe it's the wrong one. Maybe it's this one. Like, I'm not the only one who hears that, right? Roll into the barrel. Roll into it. Oh, as a Goron. Thank you. Fulcorn's bar. See, I tried that. I mean, I was punching these things. Oh my god, I swear I punched that one like 5 times. Thank you for encouraging me to try that again. Full Corns Bar. Welcome to the stream. Don't know how long you guys were watching, but I swear I tried that. Alright, hey. Hey, buddy. I've been saved. I thought I was going to die. You see, a while back, someone told me I could become rich if he gave me this mask. Mask of Truth. This is the same mask the Sheikah spoke of. Are there Sheikah in this game? Let's try it. I've had it with this foolish master. Oh, hi, Miss. Oh, can I take this guy to the ranch? Maybe I can. Well, punching those Goron works as well. Yeah, I don't know how long you were watching, but I was pretty sure I punched each of those a couple times. Maybe I just needed to do it one more time. Hang on, there's a gossip stone in here. What consoles is it? Looks good compared to the N64. This is a, hang on, but where's it? The mask that can see into people's hearts and minds also works on animals as well. Okay, so they want me to use it on animals. They're really hinting that this is how I talk to animals. This is the 2-ship 2 Harkinian port. So basically, I don't know if you've been following it, but a bunch of guys are decompiling a lot of N64 games. Like, for some reason, N64 games are not easy to emulate, and I'm not exactly sure why, but a lot of people have been decompiling them so that they can it's basically like they rewrite the entire code in like C# or something, which makes it way easier to mod it or apply texture packs or things like that. So they fully decompiled Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, and they made an HD port, which you can download. So yeah, if you just Google search 2-ship 2 Harkinian, it'll pop up. Yeah. So right now they have PC ports of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Mario Kart 64, Star Fox 64, and Perfect Dark. Yeah, Perfect Dark. So yeah, there is an HD texture pack on this game. So some artists just decided we're gonna do this. And they did. And the game looks fantastic. Alright, now I'm gonna go get, even though I missed my time with these guys, and they lost their milk supply to the Gormans. Let's see, can I do this now? I forget which dog. I feel much different than usual. I should do pretty well today. Oh wait, what did he say? I feel like I could win, but then I feel like I could... Oh, that's not helpful. I'm tired. I'm too old for this. Okay. This is my doggy. I did. Yes, that doggy's fine. Oh, I have to bet rupees? Well, I already have max rupees, so I'll just do 10. It scared me as a kid first time. Wait, I remember this part we're supposed to protect those cows from aliens. Yeah. Yeah, there was yeah, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. KA for kids, and then you play them, and Ocarina of Time is just like horrifying at times, which as a kid I would like rush through. Oh man. I would rush through the Shadow Temple in the bottom of the well. And Majora's Mask too had some pretty creepy moments. As a kid, I was like terrified. And of course it deals with like really deep themes. Which brings me to my soapbox again, and I can complain about how kids media these days is so dumbed down. We don't trust kids to be smart or to handle or be exposed to serious topics. Within reason, of course. That's why I'm like... in addition to like the new things that my kids are watching, I try to show them stuff from when I was a kid. Yeah, the Shadow Temple. I hated that temple as a kid, but now it's one of my favorite. It seems that drinking the Chateau money makes your magic power last. Wow, cool. Alright, anything I can do right now? Anyone I can help? Oh, this storyline is awesome. Andrew's storyline. Okay, I need the Sun and the Moon mask for that. The Postman. Already got that one. Can't do that one. I need the bird mask for that. Horse trainers, suspicious. Maybe we can go to them. The bird mask or bunny mask. The bird mask you have to get. The bird mask you use here. And I think he gives you the bunny mask. Yeah, you use the bird mask here for the marching band, and then he gives you something. The bunny mask you get from someone else? The Postman, I think? I remember his storyline being a little difficult. God, that moon is horrifying. Go see the, who was I going to see? And why am I not warping? That's why. Because it's fun to move around this world. That's what it should be. It should be fun to move around the world. I was going to go see... Oh, the Gorman guy. I shouldn't do that right now. I'm going to go deposit my rupees. Yeah, I'm gonna go deposit my rupees, and then we'll, I think we'll call it a day. And then tomorrow we'll pick up and, do the Great Bay. 200. Forget how much you have to put in before he gives you something.
Morning, Eamon. First as always. Alright. Yeah, I did see that link you sent me. I'm gonna definitely check it out. I'm having some thoughts about my play order now, because, so, apparently, some sort of Steam Next Fest is happening next week, and the creator of Lucid is promoting his stuff, and he wants people to... Apparently, the way Steam Fest works is they, like, the more your demo gets played or promoted, the more it will promote it to the front page or something, so I might take a break from... I may take a break from Metroid Prime 3 and kind of support him and play stream Lucid for a couple days. I don't think anybody will be upset about that. Lucid is a great game. And yes, I do know that no one can surpass your stocking powers. Alright, let me think here. Yes, support your local indie devs, and because the internet, local is everywhere now. Alright, let's do... Let's kill this bird. And then we'll reset the clock. My it's always off. Dang it, my controller's off again. I do not want to get caught by this thing though, because that will steal something of mine, which will be really annoying. And from what I remember, he takes a fair bit of punishment, this guy. Yeah, he gives you money, but it takes a beating. Oh, there we go. Not too bad. A gold rupee. Hey, New Game Plus, good to see you. Let's see what this Gossip Stone says. It seems you can become a Milk Bar member if you do a good deed at the ranch. Alright, let's go deposit our monies. And then do a reset, and we'll continue the Great Bay story. I forget, what do you get if you deposit? He gives you a heart piece, right? I think that's it. I am one little rich guy. Man, do I need 8 more rupees? Oh, you did your Valor stream a few hours ago. New game. I don't know if you're in the in our humble little Discord, but if you join the Discord, share the link to your Valor stream. I want to check it out. Let's reset. Oh wait, I should take a picture. I should send a picture to that guy. What'd you guys stream? You play a game or you did some Blender stuff? I forget, how do you get up here again? Oh, that's right, it's you just climb. I'm trying not to get hit by all bats. Which would have been neat. Yay. Did it work well? Did the Valor stream work well, or was it like a pain in the neck to work with? Where are you, bat? Oh, man. Let's go show him our picture of the seahorse. Did you guys see that Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green are going to be on Nintendo SO? Or not Nintendo SO, they're like remade. Like you can buy one for $20. Honestly, like, people were like, oh, this is Nintendo doing a shameless cash grab, but I don't know. They're making their IP available. I saw some people commenting like, okay, now all those people who were, you know, okay with pirating games, they've made it available, so you're going to pay money for it now, and I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tempted. Oh, wait. He didn't like that? Alright. Oh, well. I thought that was something. Guess it's not. Alright, let's do this. There we go. You're gonna get Pokemon Red and Green. I was thinking about it. $20 isn't too bad. Yeah, but I think it's... honestly, I don't know if it's... I'm pretty sure it's $20 for one of them. So, you get... Yeah, you get $20 for red or $20 for green. I'm pretty sure they... Oh, man. Oh, no, I did deposit rupees. I deposited the 200 rupees I got. Just not the new stuff. Yeah, so I'm up to 992. Yeah, it's $20 for each of them, I think. And honestly, I've been wanting to like... Forget. How does this work again? I totally forget the storyline. Can I take his mail? But yeah, red and green. It's not. Oh, it's not. Sorry, just to clarify, it's not red and green from the Game Boy. It's red. It's fire red and leaf green from the Game Boy Advance. And honestly, like, I was kind of like, man, I kind of want to play a. I kind of want to play a Pokemon game, but again, that's a big time commitment. You know, maybe we'll see. I'll keep it on the back burner. It'd be fun to do, but again, that's a huge time commitment. Yeah, the fan remake. Well, I'm just wondering, like, if they're gonna charge $20 for a game that's that old, did they do anything to it? Like, I imagine that what they're trying to do is, you know how like so apparently the 3DS had it's like Pokebank, where you could basically like bank all the Pokemon from all the games in this Pokebank, so that when you booted up a newer version of the game, you had all your old Pokemon, essentially, I think. So maybe they're trying to do that. Like, they're trying to get all the ability for players on the Switch to have their... Oh, that's right, I gotta go to Anju. Whatever, I don't want to do this storyline right now. We'll do that later. Yeah, I mean, they could be just trying to be like, you know, make it so that players can start a Pokebank on the Switch, or Switch 2, and get all 1,000 Pokemon. That's what I think they're gonna do. It would make sense. That'd be kind of cool, for sure. I mean, because that would be the big distinguishing thing here, is like... Did I not... Like, what's the added incentive? Because at this point, if you wanted to play those games, you already emulated them and downloaded them. Or you still have them for your DS or Advanced. So they had to have done something to give you more of an incentive to play. One would think. So that's really what I'm interested in. Oh man, what? I just want to get down there. Why play Pokemon when you can play Pal World? Because it makes me feel like a kid again, okay? It reminds me of my childhood. Gamma Emerald, the Pokemon. Yeah, there's so many cool ROM hacks. I mean, this technically is, this isn't a ROM hack, but it's along the same lines as a ROM hack. Says you play Majora's Mask. Yeah, it fits. Exactly. I don't know, nostalgia's powerful. People love nostalgia. You know, it kind of goes back. Save your no, I don't want to do that. Kind of goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, where it's like, when you play these old games, are they actually good games, or is it nostalgia that's just kind of keeping you playing them? Pretty sure those were not in the original. Does this have a way to recalibrate my controller? I hope it does. Yeah, exactly. You play Bioshock. Hang on, let me see something here. How do I get my... Let's see. General graphics, controls, sensitivity, and they don't have like a looks like they don't have a like a recalibrate option. That's annoying. Oh well. It's alright, it's not too big of a deal. Uh-oh, lost my chat. Hang on. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Where'd my chat go? Oh, that's right, it's in OBS. Okay, there we go. We're good. Yeah, but see, Bioshock's actually like a great game. Okay. So yeah, I don't think it's just nostalgia. I do think... I mean, some games it is. Like, if you're a big fan of a game that nobody really likes, you might have to question, like, okay, maybe is it just because I played this game and I had this great experience with it and no one else did? Like, that's totally fine. You're totally within your prerogative to enjoy games that nobody else enjoys. But, you know, just be willing to admit if it's bad or not. Hey, guys. Do the thing. It's not lined up properly. Awesome. First try. Still got it. Let's do the beaver race. We get a bottle. Yeah, there has been a lot of videos out there and things like that that talk about, you know, how games are different now, and some of them are warranted, and others are not warranted. I want to dive. Let me dive. Why can't I? Oh, the controls. Oh, dang it. Sticks is another game I need to play. Can I lock on it? Wow, it's really hard to control this. Maybe doing the beaver race is not a good idea. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. He was going to yoink something from me. Ball Waters, Beaver's Home. Where? How do I get there? I forget. Okay, whatever. Let's just go to the Zora's domain. Yeah, as far as like how games have changed, I do think a big thing is the creativity aspect with regards to like it was forced on people to be creative because of the hardware limitations. Also, like, you know, as soon as big money gets involved, you have investors, and you gotta. Someone pointed out the other day, I called yellow paint lazy, and they didn't like that. And they didn't like that because they felt that sometimes, you know, at these big studios, you don't necessarily have a say if you're a developer, like what in the artistic direction, and like I get that. Like, if your boss tells you it's time for yellow paint, you kind of got to do yellow paint. But, you know, the buck has to stop somewhere. And at some point, someone made the decision to be like, hey, you know, the argument they gave that it was time constraints. It's just easier to do yellow paint. And, like, while I'm kind of sympathetic to that, like, when you make a game by committee, it's difficult to make creative decisions like that, but I don't know. I still think if it's not like singular laziness, it's corporate laziness. Like, someone made the decision, we're gonna just put yellow paint in here and not really care. And that was that. There's a rumor that the ocean's getting weird because there's trouble offshore at Great Bay Temple. Something bad will befall. Oh. I'm not a simp for pathetic game design. Is that where simp came from? That term? Someone being sympathetic? Is that? I always thought this guy looked really cool. Alright, let's go find what's her face. Again, we're not going for 100%. We're just going to go for all the masks. That's the way out. What's in here? I do feel like the shops are kind of underutilized in Majora's Mask, and a lot of and some of the 3D Zelda games. No, wait. There we go. Oh no, wait, I need the Song of Her Children. SIP is an acronym? I never knew that. Is it appropriate? What is it? What does it stand for? I never knew that. This is another, how do you do, fellow kids moment. Suckers idolizing. Oh my gosh. I never knew that. That's crazy. Get the stage lit up. That's cool. Whee. Give me something. I am. Oh, 5 rupees. Yay. Alright, let's go back to, let's go invade the Pirates' Fortress. You guys teach me so many things. The other day, Seek the Sky taught me about those those anime girl terms. Tsundere and whatever. Great Bay Coast, yes. I guess I should buy the map. Where's Tingle? Oh, there he is. I learned that from Andrew Wilson during one of his interesting debates. Andrew Wilson's debate style. I mean, I'm not a confrontational guy, but I've seen a few debates with him. The kind of blunt, in-your-face debate style. I don't know. And it's not just him. It's people all over the spectrum have that kind of debate style where they are just like extremely antagonistic right from the get-go, and it's an intentional debate tactic meant to throw people off their game, which I don't really appreciate as much as some. I understand it has its uses, but I'd much rather deal with the substance of the arguments rather than debate tactics that are just designed to throw people off. An 8-hour-long, wow, jeez. Objective and subjective realities. Ooh, I do like that. I do like me some good philosophy debates. One we haven't tackled yet is someone yelled at me call I pronounced this termina, but it's actually termina is the correct pronunciation of this world. He typically matches energy if someone is disrespectful of him. He goes in. Yeah, I've noticed that. The other guy, Destiny, he kind of does that too in his debate style. Like he sometimes, or he used to. Not with this whole arc he's on right now, but Termina, yes, correct. Okay, so the question is, the lore question is in the Hyrule Historia, which people are debating about whether or not it's canon. It says that Termina was created in the mind of the Skull Kid when he donned Majora's Mask. So that would mean that the only things actually real in Majora's Mask are Link, the Skull Kid, Epona, and Majora. What do we think about that? I'm curious. I have my own theories. It's one of those theories I wish that a pseudo-official publication had not weighed in on, because I think it's one of the more interesting. I don't know. I mean, are they? Are they part of it? Oh, that's right. I gotta ram them. Because I mean, the idea is that everything in here was in like, everyone in here is different. It's kind of like in a dream where you dream about someone or something, and they're kind of different because it's what your mind's perception of them is. And so they were with the Skull Kid when he found the mask. Oh, you're right. You're right. Tatl and Tael, not the Great Fairies. How many bottles do I have? Do I have 3? Good. Ugh, I should have gotten more. Yes, they would be real if, but I would say everything else is suspect. But that doesn't, to me, I'm not entirely convinced by that, because there are new things here. Unless you want to make the argument that the Skull Kid created the giants. I don't know. Yeah, okay, that would make sense. Because you see things in dreams that aren't necessarily in reality. But I don't know. My argument was because not everything is a copy of. Not everything is a copy of the Skull Kid's mind, that it's possible, like, then that means they must be real. Like the moon, for example. I don't know, I like the theory that it is a parallel dimension of sorts. I know, I love all the... I think Majora's Mask has some of the best fan theories of the Zelda series, just because the game is so weird. Which is why I kind of want them to leave it alone. I really hope that Nintendo doesn't... Like, they made the remake for the 3DS, and it was great. It was fine, but they didn't like ruin anything. One of the more popular ones is that Link, it's all in Link's head. He is the Skull Kid, and these are the fleeting thoughts before the curse fully takes over. Oh, so like he got corrupted by Majora? Is that it? Oh. You mean because he wandered into the wood and became a Stalfos? Then, yeah. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I still feel like... Did the writers ever say, like, outright? I mean, I know it's canon now that he is the swordsman from Twilight Princess that teaches you the moves, but I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced that was their intention all along. I think that idea came about late in the development cycle of Twilight Princess, because there's like no he doesn't look like the hero or Link. There's nothing about him that I think hints in how he's designed that he is the hero of time. You know what I mean? I think it just happened to fit well or something. He then dies, becomes a Stalfos, the timeline where the hero fails. The same Stalfos pops up in Twilight Princess as the Spirit Wolf. Correct, because he failed. Wait, the failed timeline is when Link dies from Ganondorf, right? Or he just is killed. So this is the timeline where he survives. I'm getting my timelines confused. I'm sorry. They never say how he dies. That is true. Okay, wait a minute. The failed timeline leads to Twilight Princess, right? Is that... Am I right on that one? No, the failed timeline leads to the first Zelda game. the Fallen Hero. The one where he succeeds is the one where he... wanders off into Majora's Mask. Unless, of course, you don't like the timeline. What we would need is some direct connection in Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask. We'd need something to suggest that Majora's Mask is real. I don't know. I think that the design of the fused shadow is enough to suggest a connection, I think, in Twilight Princess at least. I definitely think that was probably intentional. Oh, I just came from here. Okay. I don't know. I personally think that in my own headcanon that the Shadow Realm, Termina, the Dark Realm from a Link to the Past, the Dark World from A Link to the Past, the Depths, Low Rule are all part of the same, not just universe, but they're the same world, but at different points in their history. That's my own fan theory on that. The Shadow Realm from Twilight Princess, it's just a messed up world. How do we get in there again? Oh man, it's one of those. Okay, I didn't hold this button. Easiest heart piece, other than climbing that tree. Let's go.
thing to show me where I came from. Great. Timeline the timeline the hero dies in Ocarina then leads to Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Oracle of Ages and Seasons, Link Between Worlds, Triforce Heroes, Echoes of Wisdom, OG Zelda, and Adventures of Link. Okay, yeah. Again. Yeah. So maybe my theory about all those worlds being connected is not quite right, or it could just be that that's the fate of the world in the various timelines. So what was that? Okay, so Ocarina of Time leads to Link's Awakening, Oracle of Seasons, Ages, Link Between Worlds would be where Low Rule comes into play. And then that's it. Can you climb? Yeah, you can, okay. Well, that's the official narrative. And we all know that we can't trust Nintendo. Yeah, especially since they say it. Like, I really don't like how they were like, this is the official timeline. And then they're also like, there's a little asterisk at the bottom that's like, but you can interpret it how you want. It's like, come on, Nintendo. By them right now, right? Yeah, I remember watching I think it was Nintendo Black Crisis. You know, he does a lot of Zelda theory videos. I remember he had a kind of longish video about his disappointment with the lore of Tears of the Kingdom and how it just really showed Nintendo doesn't really care at all about it, which kind of rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Understandably. Alright. A little bit of Metal Gear Solid action. Oh gosh. Dang it. I forgot. I do not know the best way to do this. Let's try again. Hopefully I can get the hook shot before I have to quit. Don't go in that door. Maybe I gotta go up there. Just gonna gently knock these lovely ladies out with my bow and arrow. Nobody will notice. They'll be okay.
Oh wow, she's already up. We stream like 5 minutes. I'm just saying, it is Saturday. I might be able to stream longer for sure. But, you know, I really do need to. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. All right, here we go. I'm not. Don't worry. I'm still gonna be here for another half hour at least. A bee. I've been waiting for you. Oh, I mean... to find the rest of the eggs. No, but that's because... Strangely murky were the attack by the sea snakes. Silence! That's why the Zoras can't send help. Now that the eggs are gone, the Zoras should be frantically searching for them. If we don't hurry, the Zoras will get to them before we do. There are 4 eggs here now. Oh man, I only need 1 more bottle. Go find the other 3 eggs before those sea snakes eat them. Wait. Zora eggs are the only clue we have to the dragon cloud floating in Great Bay. Okay, whatever. There you go. That's a good leader. What's Tatl tell me here? We have a good view of the leader's room from here. And I bet if you wait, what did she say? You could sneak an arrow through. Looking like bees to solve all your problems. Okay, so now I can get in there, that's right. Anyway, so when I think it was Nintendo Black Crisis, or it could have been. There's like 2 channels that make all the Zelda lore videos. Yeah, not the bees. What was I gonna say? Anyway, the whole like Zelda lore pissing people off. I think it's because, and again, this is gonna get metaphysical here for a moment, so bear with me if that's not your thing. So, like, you know the theory about why conspiracy theories are so, like, prevalent? Like, why people actually like them? It's because it's the theory that we humans, like, interpret the world through stories. Like, we like to make sense of things. And because of that, we tend to like categorize the world into a narrative, essentially. And we do this with like not things that are not just in our world, but also things that are not in our world. And when it comes to like something like The Legend of Zelda, a story that is a narrative in and of itself, when we're given this world and a very loose connection between them, we try to make sense of it. Like the Zelda timeline was like existed in the fan theories before Nintendo came out with their own official timeline. That's because we like to try to make sense of things. We like everything to be in a story if we sense it's in its own universe. And so when Nintendo comes out
with something like Tears of the Kingdom, which just completely poo-poos on on existing lore, it like rubs people the wrong way. People who are a bit more sensitive to the whole like grand narrative theory of the universe, I think. And so because it doesn't make sense, it's like it irks people. I'd say at the very least it irks people. And really rubs them the wrong way. So that's why, like, when I complain about Tears of the Kingdom, I feel like I have to complain about it with the caveat of, like, in the wider, like, scheme of Zelda, it did a lot of damage to the Zelda lore. But in its own isolated story, it's pretty awesome. If you isolate Tears of the Kingdom from the rest of the Zelda games, except for Breath of the Wild, well, no. Even Breath of the Wild. If you isolate it from anything that came before it, it's an awesome game in its own awesome story. But if you don't, you know, then you can run into problems with the story itself. You know, people who complain about, like, well, you know, it's a game. The gameplay is all important, and it's not all important. It is the most important thing about a game, for sure. But a gaming experience includes not just the game itself, but everything surrounding the game. Or sorry, everything in the game, like the music, the look, you know, those things are weighted differently, for sure, into what makes a game important and what makes a game stick and what makes a game become iconic and everything like that. But the overall gaming experience can actually be tarnished by the games like preceding it or the games coming after it, which is really interesting, I think. I gotta remember how to shield. Yeah, Gilded Sword makes it so easy. The whole people like stories thing feels like something from millennial writers, like those found in final seasons of Game of Thrones, a king of stories, and Loki, god of stories. It feels like something from millennial writers, like those found in final season. Can you explain a bit more what you mean? Like, you're saying that for me, conspiracy theories is less about wanting a story instead of sheer distrust of people in authority. Ah, interesting, yeah. I mean, yeah, that is part of it. Yeah, I don't, when I say these theories, I don't mean to discount the complexity of all of it, because I do think especially when you get into psychology, it is very, very much a nuanced conversation. But I don't think I'm completely wrong in saying that people like to make sense of things by putting them themselves inserting themselves in a larger narrative. And I don't mean I want to distinguish that, because I think what you mean when you say it's a millennial writer thing. When I say inserting yourself in a narrative, I'm talking about, like, reality, like this. But a millennial writer thing that I definitely think is happening is when, like, if I read, like, Lord of the Rings or I play Zelda, I'm not trying to insert myself into this narrative. I'm trying to look at it, you know, have sort of an escapism view of it and things like that. But a millennial thing that is happening, and I think that does happen, is when they are not just, like, they're like taught to insert themselves into the narrative. Like, how can I see myself in this narrative? How do I relate to Link? How do I relate to the themes they're going on? And if they can't see themselves in the narrative, then it's therefore bad, or it misunderstands them. It's all about, it's a much more like, the focus is on you, the reader. Like, I read a story to understand more about me, rather than I'm reading a story to kind of understand what I can get out of the story, or how the story can, like, what message the story is telling me, which is, I would argue, more important. But yeah, I get what you're I think I get what you're saying, Eamon. If I don't, please feel free to clarify. Alright, I got 2 eggs. Did I already do this one? I think I did this one already. I gotta get over there. Oh, and when I say, like, let me clarify also. When I say that humans want to, like, envision the world as part of a larger narrative, I don't think that's wrong. Like, I think the default of having a religious worldview, like, necessitates that your worldview is one of a larger narrative, whatever that worldview may be. Like, again, I've mentioned before, like, I'm Christian, so therefore my worldview is strictly influenced by the Christian narrative, and that I think applies true, like, depending on what your worldview is. Which is why I would argue, and again, like, I'm not saying this to kind of strike at anyone, but if you hold to more of an atheistic worldview, I think it's a little counterintuitive to how humans do make sense of the world. Anyway, that's a topic for that's a topic for, you know, a philosophy channel. All I have to say is, this is why we try to make sense of the Zelda timeline. And why people care so much about it. That's my theory. That's my going theory on it. Andrew Wilson is a complicated topic, is that? Essentially, the term conspiracy. I only, when I said the word conspiracy theory, so I'll read what you said. Eamon said, essentially, the term conspiracy theory was coined by the CIA to discredit anyone that didn't believe the official narrative, completely ignoring the fact that America was formed on a conspiracy. Yeah, that's. As soon as I said that word, I did think of that, and I know that it was meant as like a derogatory term to like deride any kind of idea of a theory. So I only use that word as a for lack of a better word. I don't know what would be a better word than conspiracy theory. Connective, maybe like connective theory. Like the people why these connective theories. Maybe we can go with that. Maybe I can coin a new term. Yeah, I get it. unless your worldview is something other than objectivity, your morality is meaningless. Yeah, that's. I mean, that is the typical moral argument for theism. Is the idea that like if you have no objective worldview and everything is subjective, then morality is meaningless. And like regardless of how you feel about that sort of thing, I've listened to debates with like Matt Dillahunty on it's between Matt Dillahunty and James Wood, who's a very interesting guy. He's like he was a diagnosed psychopath. And then, like, he became Christian. Anyway, he had a debate with him, and Matt Dillahunty was laying out his theory on how we get morality from a materialistic worldview. And I don't know. I'm not here prepared to debate, but to me, I felt it fell pretty short. It didn't really make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I did see that. That made the rounds, and I found it... Like, I get that... I get that... Man, it's that whole, like... people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And I was a little disappointed in Dillahunty. You know, he's shown that he can throw some stones. But as soon as he has a debate opponent, I think, who is willing to give as good as he gets, I don't know. That was shameful, in my opinion. I do wish, again, as someone who you know, Wilson does propose, like, does claim to share the same faith that I do. I do think that there is a certain level of crassness to him that I don't really appreciate when he debates. Yeah, the how the Christian world interacts with pop culture is another, like, hobby horse of mine that I don't really want to get into. I want to keep this... I know we've gone off on a big tangent of philosophy and things, but I do think it is related to how humans perceive the world with regards to, like, Majora's Mask and why we try to make all these connections. So I think it sort of fits the channel, but as much as I love talking about this stuff, and we can go into it from time to time, it's like... diving into how people should behave within their worldviews within society is not really where I want to go with this channel. That's what Andrew is good at. He'll flat out grant your point of view, and it'll destroy you on the end result. Yeah, that was a pretty... I did understand his debate tactic there, because which I did think was pretty masterful, and I don't think Dillahunty was prepared to deal with it. He's like Batman, not the hero to serve, but the hero we need. Yes, he does serve his purpose, for sure. Alright, let's get this last Zora egg, and then we might have to call it a day. Anyway, so Majora's Mask. But see, okay, so that's the cool thing. You start talking about Majora's Mask, and, you know, it leads on to other topics of worldview and philosophy, and that's what, you know, art can serve different purposes, and I think a sign of I'm not gonna say quality art, but a sign of deep art is one that leads to discussion on things that that really matter. Like, oh man. Like, I do think it's not a controversial statement to say that the excuse me. It's not a controversial statement to say that the art you consume affects your worldview, which is why I said, like, humans tend to think in narratives. Like, narrative speaks more to people than I think anything else. Yes, in general, like, there are some people who are only convinced by facts and logic, but when it comes to, like, conveying meaning and conveying ideas, narratives are very, very important. And a video game is, I feel, has the ability to be more potent than a movie or a book because of the interactive element to it. It can be pretty overstimulating, which is, like, why I think it's important to critically discuss games and the stories they propose, like this, and the narratives they propose, and the ideas they propose, and how they interact with the player, and how they help develop the player. Oh man, I'm just getting caught left and right here. And how they affect the player, especially with regards to psychology and dopamine hits and all that complaining I do about gacha games. You know, games are part of our society now, for good or ill. I don't care what people say about if they're waste of times or not. It doesn't matter. They're here now, and we must interact with them critically, or we will or they'll begin just devolve into microtransaction slop. Let me not get caught for the third time in a row. Okay, good. I am liking the game, if you couldn't tell. Man, I don't know how I'm going to clip that. Clip that discussion there. We'll see what I can do. Alright, where's this last... Oh, I think it's up there. Bit of a side note, have I looked into Rogue Knight? Would be another good oh, no, I have not. It would be cool to do like a regular Steam Fest thing where I line up a bunch of demos, and every day during Steam Fest I play a different demo. That would be kind of cool. Maybe I'll do that. They witness their comrades go down, and then it's just like, oh, nothing to see here. I'm very happy. Oh, come on! That would definitely help help out the indies and also grow your channel. Smart move. Must have been the wind. Yeah, support your indie devs. No, where am I going? So yeah, maybe I'll do... I know it starts Monday midday, so I'll probably... I don't know exactly how it works. Like, what would be the most optimal time to play to support them? Like, is it any time, or do I have to do it within a certain time frame? Good thing I have no peripheral vision. Come on. Alright, okay, I'll just wait. What's Tatl say? Oops. Oh, didn't mean to do that. The pirate found you. Thank you. Come on, do your special attack. Yeah. Dimhaven, the Lost Source, looks interesting as well. Yeah, post those all on the Discord, and I'll check them out. We need the Endo devs to save the gaming industry. Oh dang it! Okay, good. I did drop them off. I had an old person memory moment where. Yeah, I wish Silent Planet also had a demo out, but they don't, sadly. Okay, I think we did it. Now we can go back. I would love to see a Breath of the Wild. I know people are gonna get mad at this for saying this, but when it comes to like what the next Zelda game is gonna be like, I think a Breath of the Wild open world style game with the same kind of environmental storytelling, but set in another kind of parallel world where the whole time we're wondering, like, is this Hyrule? Is this next to Hyrule? Is it near Hyrule? Like, just kind of give it that Link's Awakening, Majora's Mask feel. We really haven't had a game like that in a while. Because I think, you know, people would... It's not controversial to say that Majora's Mask and Link's Awakening kind of share similar vibe to it. But it'd be kind of cool to have that, and then the landscape was littered with stuff that, like, kind of got you questioning, like, where am I? I don't know. Breath of the Wild really got me with the whole, like, mystery aspect of how it all fits together thing, so I would like to see that. Okay. It is 6 o'clock. I got some editing to do. Tomorrow, I most likely won't stream. Most likely. It all depends on how the day goes. We have a pretty busy Saturday today, so I don't know if I'm going to get a ton of editing done. But Sundays, I usually need to get ahead of the editing game. But I know, Eamon, it's never enough for you, man. Taking my family to their global entry appointment, because we're doing global entry. So, gonna start that early. How many of these things did I get? It's been a while since we played Majora's Mask, so let me know if all the volume levels and stuff are alright. We got 4 of those. Okay, good. Now we just gotta get the last 3. In Pinnacle Rock. Morning, Tim. So I did play a little bit more of Resident Evil Insanity. I managed to get through the car chase, or the car scene, the city scene with Leon, without using a Requiem shot. However, what I learned is that no matter how many Requiem shots you use with Leon, Grace always starts with 1, no matter what. So, there's that. But I did manage to get through it, and it was fun. And then I started playing. How do I die? There we go. Okay, good. And then I started the main game with Grace. I got through the cat and mouse part. Gotten through the cat and mouse part with the girl, and it was a little hard. She's a lot faster in Insanity mode, and she kills you in 1 hit, so I died a number of times. But I got through it, because it's not too difficult. And then I started playing, started making my way around the... Okay. I started making my way around the hospital. Aren't I supposed to meet a fish? Like a seahorse who's supposed to guide me? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to meet a fish who's supposed to guide me. I gotta go back. Sorry, it's been a while since I played this game. This game is so many... I know, right? Anyway, getting around the hospital in Insanity mode was quite insane. The zombies take way more bullets than you have. You die in 1 hit most of the time. And... you know, I just couldn't. I died many times. So I just decided it would be better if I replayed it again on casual mode. That way I could get some more points and get some more bonuses. Help me, please take me to the Steve Pucker Rock. What does he want now? Oh, he wants a picture of one of the Gerudos. That's right, I forgot. Do I have one? I don't think I had to have one. No. Okay. Anyway, so I'm going to play through it kind of on my own time. We will revisit it. My plan right now is to do 2, 2, and 2 for my gaming. Like, 2 days of Majora's Mask, which will take me to Saturday. Day off on Sunday. And then 2 days of Metroid Prime 3. And then 2 days of Resident Evil. So Resident Evil will be in the rotation. And then I think what I'm going to do is, once I finish a game, I'll spend a couple weeks in that time slot playing some indie demos just to kind of get that going. And then we'll pick up a longer game after that. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. We'll do a second part stream. I think he said we'll be getting to 3 hours tonight. No, I don't think so. Kicking myself for not getting that picture early. But I did listen to 3 reviews of Resident Evil 9. New Game Plus, good to see you. Yeah, so I listened to 3 reviews. The EFAP guys were extremely critical of it. Not this again. Most of them did not like the game, but they still played it multiple times. One of them enjoyed it, but knew it had its problems. And then I listened to Critical Drinker's review of it, and he was definitely more measured. You know, it's like if you're a fan of the series, play the game. You'll have fun. But it's not without its problems. Most like. Can I go in this way? I don't even know if I can go in this way. I'm sorry, I'm still getting my bearings as to what I what I need to do here. Seek the Sky, good to see you too. You live. Ow. And then I listened to one review that was just glowing. And it is, if you look on the reviews online for what people think of Resident Evil 9, some people think it's the greatest game ever made. Nerdporial, good to see you. Man, everyone's just coming back. Maybe people just don't like Resident Evil. Gerudo Fortress. Yes, this is the Gerudo Fortress, and I foolishly in my last playthrough forgot, in my last play segment, forgot to capture a picture of a Gerudo pirate. So now I'm in here trying to do that. He's still in the basement. What do you think of it so far? I gave it an 8 out of 10. And on my playing it again, we'll see how that goes. I know my opinion of Metroid Prime 4 definitely diminished the longer I played it, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Did I get the watch? That one of your synthetic man. Okay, where are you posting these videos? Because I go on the Discord and looking for them. They're not sent directly to me, right? I think it took a lot of inspiration. So, yes, I've never played Alien Isolation. I feel like I need to, though, because everyone keeps mentioning it. Definitely there are definitely parts of it that I feel are like that, for sure. Jeez, all of that just to get out here. I thought I could sneak another way in. That's why I went that way. I mean, okay, so, like, I'm gonna try to play this game without talking too much about Resident Evil. There was some critiques on the enemies, which I felt were a little bit overblown. Then there were, I gotta get a picture of one of these gals. The girl patrolling the basement reminds me of the alien patrols. Girl climbs through the hole ceiling and ends up. Alien does the same thing. Oh yeah. Is this called? I think it's called Gerudo Fortress. It could be Gerudo. Where am I? Just, I don't know, the Gerudo Pirate Fortress. Oh, okay, thank you. Does this count? I know this guy's picky, so I have to make sure to... Guard turns around. Pirate Fortress, thank you, New Game Plus. Let's see if I can get a better one. I'm gonna keep it. Find me. Yeah, me too. It has been years since I've played this proper. The title of the video, Resident Evil Requiem, is creatively bankrupt. Still a really good watch. A very good. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, if you want like people in the shorts I posted called me nitpicking Resident Evil 9. But if you want a real nitpick, go watch the 8-hour EFAP guys pick it apart. Some of their critiques I thought were fair, others I thought were a little unfair, but whatever. I don't think the game is the best game ever made. I don't think it's the best Resident Evil. I think that title still belongs to either Resident Evil 4 or the Resident Evil remake for the GameCube. Or the Resident Evil 4 remake, which I haven't played yet, but, you know. Please like this picture. Yeah. Speaking of horror games, there's a concept made by a guy called Super Saucer that I want to make into a real game, but they hadn't had much motivation to work on it. What's the concept? Do share, New Game Plus. Hurry, take me back to Pinnacle Rock. Oh, 4. Oh, for Resident Evil 4? Oh. Oh, for Resident Evil, okay. Yeah, one of the big things that they go into a lot about in, they do complain a lot about the enemies and how the game made the promotional stuff for the game made a big deal about how the zombies retain some of their personality and they do different things and you can manipulate them based on their personality. And there was some of that there, but I think for a lot of them it just wasn't enough. And it is kind of true. It's like the only zombie I really manipulated was the blind one. But apparently the cleaning lady you can manipulate into moving around by way of like making messes and she'll wander around. Well, all that was really publicly shown was a few renders, but I see a lot of potential in it. Oh, let's check it out. I have a request for you. Please follow me. Yeah, they did, like, Capcom for some reason could have gone a lot more in depth into the different, like, behaviors the enemies portrayed, and some of the pursuer enemies, like the girl. Okay, she shows up in a few different segments, but there even like the chunk enemy, the big fat guy. He's not really a pursuer enemy. He just kind of shows up in certain sections, and they're kind of scripted, and then you can avoid him quite easily. So he pops up from, like, I think twice, and then you can take him out pretty quickly. And the chef, you can take him out pretty quickly as well. I think what helped me not sour my view of the game was that I played it on the hardest difficulty they offered, like right at the beginning, whereas I think a lot of people played it on an easier difficulty, and that really made it so that you didn't have to think too much when encountering these enemies, which I think is a problem. The harder difficulty really, at least for me, it was challenging. But if you play it on anything easier than what I played it on, you're going to have so much ammo, and you're not going to really need to think too much. Which I think a lot of the EFAP guys did. It's like, why take the time to figure out an enemy's weakness and watch them when you can just shoot them in the face and they die? Because I'm playing in casual mode right now, so I went from the hardest difficulty they offered at the beginning to the easiest, and man, these zombies go down easy. Two bullets to the chest and they're done, and you have unlimited saves. And I have to say, it is pretty refreshing. It is a deep chasm. Yeah. Yep. I wanted the ink ribbons. I wanted that experience. I don't know. I don't know what the standard was called, but whatever they offered you at the beginning, I played the hardest version of it. Whatever they offered. In Insanity, they do expect you to get some of the unlockables, but unlike in Resident Evil 8, the only thing that carries over from playthrough to playthrough are the unlockables. In Resident Evil 8, your entire kit got like full New Game Plus.
And that is not the case. It is a very deep chasm. New Game Plus and Seek the Sky. I don't know if you joined right when I said it, but the rotation of games for right now is we're gonna do today and tomorrow will be Majora's Mask. Sunday off. Monday, Tuesday we'll continue Metroid Prime 3. And then Wednesday, Thursday will be Resident Evil days. Ooh, that's a good question. My guess is probably Pinnacle Rock. As far as assets go, there's not much here. You can get away with a lot more open space. It is a pretty big area of the game, for sure. Sorry, I don't remember which of these have creatures in them, or the. These things always kind of creep me out as a kid, which have the Zora eggs in them. Ooh, treasure. I'm playing it on Portal. I'm playing it on the 2-ship 2 Harkinian port, which is the PC port of this game, which is why it can look so crisp and I can have all these cool HD textures. Hang on one second, I gotta expand my chat a bit so I can see what's going on. I mean, to RE9's credit, they do describe easy mode as a stress... Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I'm not faulting it for that. But there is a one of the guys on EFAP did mention how there is a growing trend in gaming, and this kind of has to do with the difficulty accessibility area, where games are trying to let the player play the way they want to, and trying to give them options, where sometimes that might not be the best thing to do for the game itself, and I'll expound more on that in a second. If I threw Pinnacle Rock into a blender, what could I fit in it, I guess? A bigger fish. A much bigger fish. That's what you could fit. Well, I mean, Seek the Sky, this is a PC port now, which means they recompiled everything, I think, in C#. So if you know C# or it's C++, I can't remember which, you should be able to do some pretty crazy stuff. I'm surprised there's not more mods out for this right now. But the Twilight Princess PC port is nearly complete. So that's going to be something I'm definitely going to play on this channel. Oh, sorry. Okay, there we go. Larry Puss, what an unfortunate name, unless it's pronounced Puce. And the lead dev, Thomas, of the No Rest for the Wicked. Got it. Got into really depth conversation about difficulty versus accessibility topic. Yeah, I want... Share that with me, because I do want to listen to it. Because, okay, so... I've said this before. My biggest complaint with Echoes of Wisdom was how the
the sword, using the hero's sword, was basically became a degenerate strategy. It was the best way to get through 99% of the fights. Even some of the bosses, you rarely had to think about echoes. But that could be seen as a sort of built-in kind of easy mode, based on the criteria that I laid forth in previous videos. And so now I'm thinking this needs to be more nuanced, because I still think what holds true is that, you know, the game mechanics should complement one another, not detract. And the whole built-in easy mode system that the No Rest for the Wicked guy lays out, or sorry, that the guy critiquing No Way in that other video you shared, Eamon, I think definitely holds true, but there has to come to a point where there's trade-offs so that the difficulty changes if you're playing it in a certain way. And I'm not quite sure what that is. When I played Echoes of Wisdom, I just spammed level 3 Dark Nuts. I just got a bunch of shakes and I spammed the hero and killed everything really quick, and it was way more fun for me. Well, it's not really a video. It's a video, a bunch of Twitter. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, send me the link to that. Pretty please. With sugar on top. Da 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 da. Yeah, games lose their identity by having more than one difficulty. I think it depends more on when that difficulty is introduced. So, I think Resident Evil 9 would have been called too hard if they only had the top difficulty that they offer you right at the start. I think that the top difficulty at the start was what they designed. That's the identity of the game, and then they scaled it back from there. That's what I think happened. They made the hardest baseline difficulty first, and then they scaled it back so that you could play it on however you wanted. And I do think that, you know, how we joked about how the casual difficulty was like, if you want a stressless experience, play this one. It's like, then why are you playing a Resident Evil game? Why are you playing this game if you want a stressless experience? And therefore, the identity of the game is not in the casual mode. You know, Silk Song, they didn't give you a choice. You just had to play the game. And if you got stuck, they were just like, go explore. You'll find better ways to do things, and you'll either sink or swim. So, that I think is very true. Resident Evil, I do think it's fine to give different difficulty settings after the game is already complete. Like after you force the players to experience the game as you, the developer, intend it, then you can introduce different difficulty settings, I think. Or like do the Ninja Gaiden route and give them ninja dog mode if they are if they're really, really struggling. You know, give them the option and insult them at the same time. Kind of spurs you on to not use it. Could you imagine if RE9 copied Steel Solo mode from Silksong. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, because there are people who run through the whole. There are people already speed running the game. They've already broken the game. New Way Bossa Nova. Left, up, left, right. Left, up, left, right, down. Left, right. Left, up, left, right, down, left, right. Left, up, left, right, down. Sorry guys, hang on a second. It's right, up, right. I'm sorry, left, up, left, right, down, left, right. There we go. Metal Arms glitch in system. The easy mode is the intended mode. Normal, hard, and nuts of steel are just cruel. Seek did a run of Metal Arms on hard mode. Was pretty punishing, right? Like the video of the Hollow Live girls doing so poorly in the opening of Devil May Cry 3. They unlocked easy mode. Yeah, exactly, like the one you sent me. Of course, then you get into the argument of, again, so if Resident Evil 9 had only released that one mode, the game would have retained its soul and more people would have gotten to experience what I would say is a closer to the identity of true Resident Evil, but it would have turned some people away. And that does not... and the game probably would have gotten a bit more critically reviewed and not considered one of the best games of all time. Like, the score on Metacritic right now is insane. It is one of the highest rated games on Metacritic. It's a good game. I think it's a good game. It's decent. If you like Resident Evil, you'll like it. It's not perfect by any means. The story's really convoluted. I still don't understand the motivation of the main antagonist. But I think it's because they gave the players the chance to play it the way they wanted to that makes more people drawn to it. And, numbers are a thing for sure, but it's not the only metric when discussing the quality of a game. NOS difficulty, from what I've heard, is absolutely insane. From what I've experienced, exactly. A lot of people have made that comment on one of my shorts, that this is this for game journalists. I think the first half of RE9 is decent, but goes downhill the further again. It really comes off as though they had two different games and then were working on and just mashed them together in the end. Yeah, that's kind of how I thought. I thought that, I just wanted more. I wanted more depth out of it, and I think. So one thing that Mahler said in his review that I absolutely agree with is that, the saying, something is greater than the sum of its parts. I think, in a weird way, and I won't spoil anything, Nerdtorials, don't worry, but I think in a weird way, Resident Evil 9 is less than the sum of its parts, if that makes any sense. I think, kind of like how Metroid Prime 4 was very hindered by trying to be too many things at once. It was trying to be Halo and Metroid Prime and Breath of the Wild, and it ended up hurting every aspect of the game beyond that. Metroid Prime 4. This game, because they had to keep it within the same game length of traditional Resident Evil, so which encourages replays, which they're actually pretty good at. Capcom really has nailed the replayability aspect of their games, but because of that, we couldn't get more of the hospital. We couldn't get more of the zombies behaving like their old self. We couldn't get more of the pursuer enemies. We couldn't get more of the weapon system for Leon, because they tried to mesh two together. And I think it would have been almost better if we got kind of like the scenario system that they had in Resident Evil 2, where you play the game once through as Grace, and then you play it again as Leon. A waste of magic. New Game Plus says, R.I.P. Pirates. Oh, no, sorry, that's Seek the Sky. New Game Plus says, stupid idea. From what I've seen, progression in the open world in MP4 definitely gives me Wind Waker vibes, but only the third act of the game. I will say it gives Wind Waker vibes in the sense that it's big and open, but Wind Waker had way more like draw of mystery into the world. I loved exploring that ocean as a kid, but they're just, and yes, the majority of it was empty, but it also there just wasn't enough there. There wasn't enough to there was no draw to discover anything. The environmental storytelling in the desert was just non-existent. But anyway, New Game Plus and Seek the Sky, did you guys get a chance to actually play Metroid Prime 4 yet? Because I know that you guys didn't watch because you didn't want any spoilers, which is fine. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not looking forward to this temple. I've never actually really enjoyed this temple. I prefer the water temple, actually, in Ocarina of Time to this temple. Okay, here's a fun question. Do you have the blister heads in Raccoon City bit if they've been dormant for decades? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm sure there's a lot of questions like that will resurface. Just remove everything except the rupee grind. Yeah. Nope. A certain game reviewer reacted by saying I'd rather drown. If you're okay, Seek the Sky and New Game Plus. If you haven't played it yet, I know you guys are big fans of the series. I think you should play it. Not out of any devotion to it, just you should experience it. I had to experience it. Oh, come on. Ugh. Sorry, guys. We'll get it this time. Not missing anything, am I? Okay, good. It's like 4 is the number of death in franchises. Sonic 4, Toy Story 4, Metroid Prime 4. But not Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 reinvigorated the franchise. By some big stroke of luck. Okay. Or Delatrune Chapter 4. I never played that game. Fast 4 from Fast and the Furious franchise. The camp of not crap. Okay. What am I doing? Not Goron. Don't want Goron. Alright, here we go. Whoop, whoop. I did not play Delatrune. Oh, I think we had this conversation. No, I have not played Undertale. I know Undertale, but I've not played it. And you told me to play Undertale first, and then you berated me for not playing it. Was that one of those episodic games that they released, like, Chapter 1, buy it for $3.99, and then they released Chapter 2, and then you buy Chapter 2? Fast and Furious, Fast 2, the Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, and Fast and the Furious. Wait, Fast and Furious 1, 2... Oh, I need the ice arrows. That's right. That's right. Ah, it's all coming back to me. Not really though. Oh, they're completely free. Oh, that's see. They're trying to get you hooked. First hit is always free. Imagine if they did it like Fast and Furious. That's good. I like that. The Fast and the Furious. Yeah, I should have named it Fast. Undertale is one of those games that took off during the initial indie storm years ago. It's a decent game, but many find it pretentious or flat out boring. It's hit or miss for most. Pretentious. I remember back when I was a middle school teacher, I remember some of my students raving about it. And then Hollow Knight, and then I played Hollow Knight and loved it. I do this to my kids sometimes when I'm about to give them something. I do. Okay. Oh man, I just made that harder on myself. Fast and Furious. These platforms. Yeah, I know, right? Jeez. Yeah! I'm sure I had many unfinished thoughts. this play, so sorry if I started a conversation and didn't finish it. I'm pretty sure you can beat this temple with only switching the water once. I don't think I've ever done that, though. Any hidden fairies here? Come here, clam. Bombchu just running around. An Octorock. No, it's an Octork. Excuse me. What do you want, Tatl? If you could somehow step on the top of the Octorok, I bet you'd be able to... Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. Oh, and this has the classic Zelda enemy of... You gotta run around in a circle and hit a big Octork in the butt. What a horrible existence that Bombchu has. Here's an interesting thought. Are 3D Metroidvanias just Zelda-like? I want to say no, because usually they aren't as segmented. If that makes any sense. I mean, they are, but you have less of the illusion of the segment. Like, what's other than Metroid Prime, what's a 3D Metroidvania? I can't think of any. I mean, technically you could say survival horror is a Metroidvania game. I mean, now that I think about it, you could make an argument that something like Resident Evil 7 is much closer in play style to Metroid Prime than anything else. It's first person. You're wandering around a big maze. Mini boss. Oh wait, I forgot. Can I can throw bombs at it, right? Isn't that knock? No. I thought there was a way I could knock down a lot of them at the same time. Oh yeah, I can just do that. Just spam this attack. It's kind of the point. Once you go 3D, Metroidvania just sort of turn into a Zelda game. Well, I don't know. I think it has to do a lot with the structure of the game. Because I wouldn't consider. I would say like Metroid Prime 4 is definitely more like a Zelda game than any of the other Metroidvanias. Simply because of how it's separated out. But I mean, it is worth talking about, because I think it has to do with how it's all about locks and keys, right? Even in Zelda games. It's like, how are those locks and keys distributed throughout the world? Zelda games tend to be a bit more linear. Like, you have to beat the temples in a certain way, and they're really, focused on that. Metroid games are also pretty linear, but the path that players take to get to those linear doors that they need to unlock can be very different. Whereas in Zelda games, every player is going to take pretty much the same path. Whereas in a Metroidvania, that path is different depending on... Can I shoot it in the eye now? I feel like there's a faster way to do this. Yes, there is. Sorry, talking and playing. There we go. Yeah. Well, let's think of Hollow Knight. Would it play more like a Zelda game if it turned 3D? No, I don't think so. I mean, if all you did was give the environments a 3D sheen to it, there's no... mean, the thing about a Metroidvania is, okay, so a Zelda dungeon is less linear, not in the sense of like you have to get this and then do this and then do this. There are the steps to beating the dungeon, but there's usually, again, you have the freedom to explore, and the path to each of those areas is not linear. Players can take whatever path they want in a dungeon that's designed well, I would say. Oh, sorry, in a dungeon that's designed to do so. I don't want to assign a quality to it just yet, because one of my favorite dungeons in Ocarina of Time is the Shadow Temple, and it is has a very linear progression. Whereas a Metroidvania, has it where the whole game itself is, in a sense, a Zelda dungeon. That's why people didn't like the blend, the trend of Metroid Prime 3 going towards more segmented areas, because each one was a huge Zelda dungeon, essentially. So, I mean, just turning Hollow Knight into 3D wouldn't make it a Zelda game. But if you segmented it more and put, an overworld and then clear areas where you had to go and beat the temple, then yeah, it would be a Zelda game, I think. But I think the difference is the structure. The temples play out the same way. How you use the lock and key items plays out the same way. It's just the structure of the game, I think, really makes it different. A different genre. Oops. It's like in a Zelda game, when you leave a temple, the temple is the main environmental stressor. The temple or the dungeon. And then when you get out of the temple, that stressor is released. And then you're free to explore and try to get to the main area again, and it's the safer area. Not safe, completely safe, but safer. Whereas in a Metroidvania, it's everywhere. There's really no real safe space, except for maybe save rooms or certain designated areas where you can go to be safe. But that's not an area you're meant to explore. It's an area you're meant to kind of recuperate in and then go back out. Whereas a main part of Zelda games is the kind of it's the sky, it's the Great Sea, it's Termina Field, it's Hyrule Field, it's the overworld. And all my stuff goes there, but it's like whenever I post a short or whatnot, it automatically goes there, or finish a live stream, it goes there too. The concept. Oh no, I did not see that. Sorry, New Game. I know I asked you to post that, but I didn't see the concept. But I will check that out. I did try to look at Discord yesterday. Work was a little crazy during the day, so sorry about that, guys. I like my job, but when I get too into it, everything else suffers. It's hard for me to bounce back and forth between job and streaming, which I think, I think that's a good thing for an adult. Maybe one day all of us can make a game together. Alright. Hopefully we can beat this in time. I did check out that
that like hour-long breakdown of Resident Evil 9 that you posted, Eamon. And I think it is probably the most measured review I've seen of RE9. And fair. Oh man, the hook shot doesn't kill them like that anymore? Okay, so I beat the boss. I mean, I beat the... Okay, I do have ice arrows. Good. Okay, I beat the mini-boss. And... mini-boss. And I got the ice arrows. So now I should have whatever everything I need to get where I need to go. I just gotta make sure I change the water in the right way. And find all the fairies. Oops. Did I just come up here? I did. Wrong one. Get up there. Could be a fairy. I don't think there is. I think I already broke this one, but whatever. Better safe than sorry. Okay. We need this guy. Okay. Alright, yeah. Talking and playing at the same time. Still very difficult for me. Come on. Yeah. Come here. Yeah, okay, good. Alright, so we can't get up there. We can go that way. Okay, let's go that way. Alright, we've been here before. Bird o'clock. My bird o'clock alarm has been on the fritz because it's running out of batteries, so I'll have to change that. I know, Tatl. Something I liked about that review of RE9, I forget what he called it. I should have written it down. It's a term I really like. I think it was like an emergent game moment. It made me feel proud of my own analysis. And there was that section of Resident Evil 9 with Leon in Raccoon City where you can break the glass and have the zombies fall beneath the glass, and how the game stops you and points it out to you. And I think he used the term an emergent game moment, and how it was a missed opportunity to have that. And basically what an emergent game moment is you know, you the developer set up this system in place, but you don't explicitly tell the player about it, and you let the player figure it out themselves. And by having that little pop-up, it just like completely ruins it. It takes away the reward of having the player figure it out for themselves. Anyway, that was me just kind of being like, okay, I said something that a bigger YouTube person said, so it makes me feel better about myself as a budding amateur game critic. But X yesterday was filled with I saw a few repeat posts on this. Oh, I've been here before. A few repeat posts on the whole, like, is there such a thing as an objectively bad game? And some people are like, yes, and some people were like, no, and some people were like, no, and you're an idiot. Did you think the look? Kind of. I kind of think it's a degenerate strategy, for sure. And to me, the looking up and insanity. So, for those of you who don't know what Eamon's referring to, some people have figured out in Resident Evil 9, there's this, I don't know, it's not a glitch. It's basically there's some interaction that the zombies have with the camera. So if they're on camera, they will behave in different ways than if they're not on camera. It's kind of like that particle that changes behavior based on whether or not if it's being observed or not. Anyway, and so one guy figured out that if you go to first person mode and you look up, you can basically run. Zombies won't attack you. And so that's how some people have been getting through insanity mode. Because insanity mode is, to be fair, very insane. It is very difficult. So that is obviously not what the developers intended. They most likely intended that not to happen. So therefore, I think it is fair to call it a degenerate strategy. It is a cheesing method that makes it's so broken that you just can't help but use it. My guess is they'll patch that very, very quickly. Were I a betting man. Yes, yeah, Eamon explained it right. Yeah, if you're in first-person mode in RE9, zombie won't attack you unless they're in frame. So speedrunners just look up. Yeah, I don't. My own personal thing is I don't want to beat the game that way. I want to actually beat it. But I understand the argument that it's like, well, it's in the game, so why not? Like, I totally understand that argument. To me, it's just, it's such a broken mechanic that I would bet money that the developers did not intend that. And whether or not you should use it or not, that's up to you. I don't think you should use it if you want to. It's kind of like what I was saying yesterday. You shouldn't play the game on casual mode because then you're not getting what you should out of the game. The game has lost its identity if you use it that way. You're not I'm trying to figure out another analogy for this. You're not engaging with it in the way that it should be engaged with, and therefore, it's a, I don't know. I don't want to say waste of time, but it's a, like, why are you even playing that? Just to say you beat the game. Which, you know, some people that might be what they want, so I guess to each their own, I suppose. But you are taking what could be a good experience and turning it into like a just a careless, or I don't know. I'm trying to find the right word for it. Non-nutritional experience. It's my whole steak Twinkie analogy. You could be eating it. Well, I wouldn't call Resident Evil 9 a steak, but definitely a good nutritious meal. You know, it's a good game. It's not as horrible as some people make it out, but it's also not as good as some people make it out. But you're really making the experience not worth it if you employ this strategy, in my opinion. Thank you. Thanks, Eamon. You have to keep a just keep a running total of my of my shot hit rate for every single game I play. But yeah, the other big thing that people were talking about on X were I think I mentioned the objectively, like, is a game, can you say that a game is objectively bad? And to me, I was thinking about it because I didn't just want to interact with that and be like, yeah, of course there's objectively bad games, you dumb. I didn't want to do that. So I was thinking about it, and it is a bit of more of a nuanced thing. One, it depends on what you mean by bad. Like, did it sell well? Did a lot of people have fun playing it? Because you know, those are all different metrics that you could use to determine if a game is bad or not. You know, I think if you guys been listening to me ramble about video games for a while now, at least a few months, and you'll know that, to me, just because a game sells well and just because a game people have fun playing doesn't necessarily mean it is a quote-unquote good game. I only got 6. It's gonna take forever. Ow. But I think one of the ways that you could describe it, the whole can games be good or bad issue, is it's kind of, you can say that a game is good or bad and make arguments for why games are good or bad, and people can say it's all subjective and whatnot, but at the same time, you know, I know people tend to know a bad game when they see one. Okay. Yeah, I think qualifier, I mean, they didn't explicitly say it, but I think if you were to ask them, the qualifier would be, are people having fun playing it? And to them, that's what they mean by subjective. Because certain people will find... There are some, I think, great games out there that just by popularity and by the sheer numbers of people that have praised it over a long time, you're gonna find some people who hate Chrono Trigger or Ocarina of Time or BioShock or these games that are considered masterpieces for their time. You're going to find people who don't like those games. Does that mean that therefore all there are no objectively good or bad games? Like, I would say no. That just means that those people value different things in their game more than others. It's kind of like it's kind of like Height's Moral Foundations theory, but for video games. It's not a matter of is the game good or bad. It's a matter of what does this person prefer? Like, what are their preferences when playing a game? Do they like the Zelda exploration versus do they like open world? Do they like Metroidvania? It's more of a preference in, it's like a taste in food, if you will. Like, you can have a master chef who's renowned throughout the world make a make a meal, and everyone's like, yeah, this is an objectively great meal, but but some people might not like it. Does that mean the food is bad? It's like, I would say no. But most people would probably say yes. I think that's a key factor. Is, as much as I don't like to appeal to majorities, because this can swing both ways. If most people say yes, this is a great game, it's not the end all and be all to is a game good or bad, but it is a measure that you have to factor in. In the case of Resident Evil 9, I think a lot of it right now is recency bias. A lot of people, I think over time, people will start to look at the game with less rose-tinted glasses and start to evaluate it fairly. I think it's recency bias. I think it's the fact that you got Leon in there. I think it's the fact that Resident Evil 8, while a really fun game, in my opinion, was less than perfect. And so people are just happy to have a a slightly better than mediocre game. I don't know, we'll see what happens over time. Come here, ice guy. Can I make it? Yes. An objectively bad game would be something relying on judgment outside of... Would be something relying on judgment. Yeah. But that's the hard thing, though, because... You know, while they're... Because you can have a mix of objectively bad game design best practices mixed with objectively good game design best practices, and you'll get whatever you get out of the game. And how those elements interact with each other could make the game good or bad. For me, Metroid Prime 4 was a good example of
this game had some good basic game design best practices in it, but it also did some things that were clearly not what was best for it, or clearly not best practices for game design. And because of that, the overall game experience suffered. Like, a good game design best practice, I would think, is let the player, and again, you want the player to feel rewarded. Okay, that's a basic one. But how that happens and how frequently you do that, and when it happens in your game, and all that stuff factor into, you know, the sliding scale of this is a good example of leading the player, this is a bad example of leading the player. Taking away that glass instance I brought up in Resident Evil 9, I think was, you want to lead the player, but that was an example of the leading being too far. Like, they took the slider scale of how much do I want to lead the player, and they slid it all the way up to 11, and didn't allow for any kind of player discovery, which is another sliding scale thing. Sliding scale game design best practice. Yeah, I was back when I was doing my my non-streaming stuff and just posting things. The guy who made Manicaster, he suggested this book. It was like 100 game design best practices, and they were just simple things that could work for game design, and they were very short. They were very short and very practical. But not all of them work for the type of game that you want to make, and they all do also exist on a sliding scale. Like how much do you incorporate this in the game? So you can take a good game design best practice and turn it into a bad one by overusing it or whatever. But feel free to disagree with me, because I'm really interested in what people think, because I hope people remember too that I don't have, like, I gotta stop saying like as much. I am technically rambling here. And I want people to understand that we're getting a stream of consciousness, so opinions subject to change upon further reflections, guess is what I'll say. So if you define a good game, Eamon says, so if you define a good game as the one as optimized assets, no lag, glitches, frame rate issues, graphic issues, audio, gameplay mechanics, then you objectively point out examples that fail. Thus, you can have an objectively bad game. Yeah. Yeah. That's a very simple way to put it. I like that. How do I get out of this? All that for one. Come on. Stop. Oh. Watch this again. As Andrew Wilson says, it's all about definitions. They see this guy. Yeah, I'm a very definition-heavy guy. Defining your terms is one of the first things I learned. That's yeah, is super helpful in debate, and the worst part about that is though when someone throws at you, yeah, but even words are subjective, and it's like, yeah, but we can agree on what certain basic words mean. Okay, what's the reward for this Great Fairy? Helping this Great Fairy? I don't have a lot of time left, and I've only got 8 of the 15 Great Fairies. So I'm just wondering, should I just get on out of here? Beat the bot, beat Kyoger or whatever his name is, and be gone. So there is a Great Fairy. There's a fairy sprite in here. Do I have to kill all these guys? I like these googly eyes that they have. Yeah, what's the reward? I should remember this. I've beaten this game 1,000 times as a kid. I just don't, you know, I don't want to cut the boss close. And end up... I guess I have the boss key, which sticks with me, I think, throughout the dungeon, so... I guess it doesn't really matter if I have to reset the time. You guys know me, I don't... Yes! That's what I wanted to happen. But also, I think I missed something. Oh, double defense. Oh, yeah, that is pretty helpful. Alright, but... Alright, we'll see. Okay, so I'll do some fairy hunting, because I know I have the... I don't know why, but this... it feels weird saying this, because I love Majora's Mask, but I just never enjoyed this temple. Never did. Hot in the Rapid. Okay, I think I got that one that you just suggested. Okay. I don't have to come here. I got the one at the beginning. The central hub, there's a pot in the middle. Yep, I think I got that one. Sorry. Yeah, all the ones in here. And then I need to go... I don't have the oh, I do have the compass. Okay. I need to go... Do I need to switch the water direction again? Might. Let's see. Did I go this way? Let's find out. Yes, I did. Dang it. Ugh. That's why I hate this.
so I need to go... That's where the boss is, over there. Yeah, okay, I've been here. I don't need to be here. I think I did this one up here. Pretty sure I did. Whoa! Yep, I did this. Ugh, I gotta get up. One in there. Okay. I've been in here too. Oh, okay. I gotta switch it and go that way. Yeah. I gotta switch it and go the opposite direction. I should have done that at the beginning. Foolish me. This is why I don't like this temple. I do feel like I know the Ocarina of Time water temple more than this one. I thought I already switched that. Sorry guys, this might be painful to watch. Oh yeah, I guess I can do that. Oh, but then I can't get up there. Can I? Yeah, can't get up there. Oh well. When I was this, and what's interesting about this whole debate on good game and bad game is it's kind of adjacent to the whole accessibility debate. How accessible should games be? Which throws in a whole host of other things to consider. I think I mentioned it last episode, but one of the guys on the EFAP stream was talking about how he thinks that whole idea of games should be designed to be played in the way that the player wants to play has been overall detrimental to gaming, because it allows for, he didn't say this part, but this is my own take on it. It allows for laziness of the developers to train the player well in the mechanics of the game. And again, I constantly praise it.
Silk Song and Hollow Knight and Ninja Gaiden 4, you know, the takes the developers had on, I don't even know if this is the right way to go. Oh, good, it is. The takes they had on their games was like, yeah, we've got a training mode. Just play if you're stuck or having trouble, play training mode. You'll get better at the game. And Silk Song had a similar view that was basically go explore, practice, and you'll get better. There's plenty of opportunity for you to improve your skills as a player, and I think that's one of the key big differences. Is there's do you trust the player to actually be able to get better at the game? Did you put the proper mechanisms in place to enable for practice and reward the player sufficiently for becoming a better player in the system that you created? Or did you provide workarounds? Which I know this kind of cuts against that description of the video that you shared with me, Eamon, on the difficulty in gaming and how you have to have built-in systems to make it easier or harder for the player. And it kind of goes against what I was saying about how having like secret easy modes built in is the way to go, because, you know, then it gives the player options and how to beat the game in different ways, but that might not be what's best for the game itself, and it might rob the player of it'll provide for them a way to be rewarded by thinking differently, but it won't necessarily provide for them the means and opportunity to become a better player in the game, if that makes any sense. Oh, I remember this one. It's like as I mentioned before, one of my favorite games to talk about because of Wisdom. You could see that. I think I said this yesterday too. You could see the whole sword mechanic with the hero using the spirit of the hero as easy mode, but I think it borderlines on too much on a degenerate strategy, that it wasn't balanced properly. There wasn't enough of a drawback. Whereas the mimic tier and the blood build in Elden Ring, I think, is not a degenerate strategy because it was well balanced enough in the game, and the game was still difficult even if you had a mimic tier maxed out and had the blood build. You still had to work for your victory, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't feel you had to work for your victory in... Can I? How do I blow this up underwater? Do I have to have the... I don't have the bomb mask. There's probably a fairy in here. Can't use the Goron mask. Do I have to drain the water in some way? Oh, I can't dive. See, this guy says, for me, I never had enough energy. So in order to use the sword, I was always urged to save the sword for void enemies. Oh. I always had enough energy. I just maxed out my shakes, which that to me was one of the the best way to fix it. Oh, I can roll into it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, New Game Plus, saving me yet again. Of course, this guy's down here now, which he shouldn't be. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, thinking and talking. Yep, thank you. Yeah, one of the ways I proposed was a good fix for the sword mechanic would be to make it not as easy to get the shakes. or decrease the amount of time that you had to utilize. Come here, buddy. To utilize the sword. I need this guy. Ugh, this is gonna be annoying. Just make the time you had to use it less, or the cost of using it. What am I doing? This needs to go. Oh, that's right. He needs to come up here. Ah. I'll finish that thought in a second. I don't remember this being